everyone. I know what fear factor have I brought on stream today. This is not the hair I was hoping to debut after my day off. But yesterday was like actually kind of rough. Sandra and I had to have tried to have like a nice date night. We went out and got some sushi, and well, it tasted good on the day, but it left me with some problems. We'll just say it like that. So yesterday was just kind of a delirious day. Spent in bed working on just a few things and binging some Apple TV because I've never really watched anything on Apple TV. So I had Sandra's iPad for the day, and we took a look at some shows on there. Started watching Foundation and Silo. Both seemed pretty good. But yeah, feeling better now. I just realize, yeah, just the hair is not working with me today. It hates spending a day in bed. That's really what it is. I need to not lay on it, otherwise it kind of goes haywire. But hey everyone, we got Ash, Daniel, Nesta, Zach, a bunch of people in the chat already. Zach even saying that you want an armory with contract Uzuri tonight, so you must be in EU, right? The flail will make a fine addition to your collection. I do have an armory tomorrow, and I'm super stoked for the new prize kit. I normally don't really make it out to the armories. It's a little bit of a drive, and it's just Blitz, but I think we're actually playing Classic Constructed tomorrow, which actually is a little less interesting than playing Blitz right now, because Nathan from the Card Guys pointed out something yesterday that really stuck with me, actually. Maybe it's the reason that I'm so frazzled. Nathan pointed out that until Dusk Till Dawn, there actually is no point in playing Classic Constructed, because not only is there going to be a ban list right before Dusk Till Dawn itself is a brand new set, and he's actually doggone right. Unless you're traveling to like Calling Singapore, which is this weekend, or Battle Hard in Los Angeles, which is in 2 weeks, then playing Classic Constructed in this format is actually just a waste of time. You know, if you're trying to play it for mechanic building or something, then I guess that's worth it. But even for entertainment's sake, Nathan was kind of down about it, saying that, yeah, there's really not much point. You know, it might be better to do some more like strategic discussions, talk about other formats, whatever, because Classic Constructed itself just doesn't matter this month. And man, that kind of sunk my ship, you know? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to just do something along the lines of Flesh and Blood full-time, more so for fun this summer than anything serious, just because I have the time, right? But I don't want to just waste my time if Flesh and Blood Classic Constructed content this June is really not really worth anything. Then maybe I need to do some reevaluating on how to just, you know, spread out how I'm trying to spend this summer. Because I think it could also be potentially an issue with burnout, right? If June starts to feel really slow because the games don't mean anything, into July, which is going to be amazing because there's so much to discover with a new format, and new ban list and new events to prep for. Maybe we got to look at how I was planning on spending my time, because the idea was go hard in June and like start of July and then taper off as I need to shape up and actually get back to real life stuff towards the end of summer. But we might have to flip that. Flip that plan and spend more time on that now, just so that July can be like full on, like day to day, 9 to 5 Flesh and Blood content, because everyone's gonna want that. People will want that. There's going to be a lot of things going on. So, yeah, we'll probably take the weekend and reevaluate how I was hoping to do things, because I don't really think about that. This Classic Constructed format is just not worth most people's time. And if it's not worth other people's time, then, you know, why am I streaming it for 6 hours a day? Which actually I can't even say I've been streaming for 6 hours a day. Both streams have ended at like 5.5 hours. So we'll see if we can make it a full 6 today. We'll see. I'm hoping. You mean just play to have fun? Well, playing to have fun is great, but there is the fear of burnout, which is what more so kind of drags me down. This idea of, you know, yeah, I could play to have fun all June long, but there's a buildup of responsibilities I'm neglecting that I do have to get to at some point, that I was planning more towards the end of July, but actually that timeline just doesn't make sense, because the Flesh and Blood content matters more in July than it does in June. So just to to not stretch myself too thin and like actually stream every single day of June and July, maybe spread out June a bit more, so that I can focus full time on July, because that's just when it matters more to the Flesh and Blood community. I'm glad Nathan pointed it out. Honestly, it's a great point. It's a great point. But the alternative is to play Blitz. Yeah, well, see, that's why the alternative for me is I'll probably take either, I mean, I don't want to say like days off, but maybe stream for shorter during June, so that I can actually work on some side projects that I've been neglecting, and, you know, working on my resume, casting out some stuff there, and just making sure that that is all given its due diligence before I dive deep on Flesh and Blood. Which, to me, the procrastinator I am, I was like, yeah, no, we'll do Flesh and Blood full time. Worry about that later. You've been goofing around with off-meta CC decks. Lame Duck meta is a good time to explore some unique brews. That is very much probably where we're going to end up going. Flesh and Blood can be really fun. It doesn't have to be competitive all the time. And this season, this Lame Duck season, as you say, is that right time. There is nothing to, like, try hard for. There's just nothing. I guess it's a difference as a content creator versus a regular player. It makes sense. You play for fun 2 times per week, but not 6 hours a day. Yeah. Well, so then this is a time, right, where June could be the Clash Gauntlet month. I've been meaning to bring back the Clash Gauntlet. I talked about it a little bit with Bruno, the Plague Hive, who's in the chat right now. Clash Gauntlet was really fun to get a bunch of other creators on board for this, albeit, you know, for fun format. Nothing serious. I have no plans of like petitioning to LSS to make Clash a real format. People care more about Living Legend format being like the next thing introduced than Clash. Who cares about Clash? But what has brought me back to Clash a couple times now is, even with my lack of support for it, I've seen communities on Twitter like tagging Clash or retweeting Clash posts, and Japan, funny enough, has apparently used Clash multiple times over to be an introductory format for that entire region. There's stores that buckle down on like Clash intro events because it does exactly what I intended it to, kind of merges the thematics of the hero journey from young to adult with gameplay that is not as bare bones as Commoner, more intricate along the levels of Classic Constructed, and not as like over-tuned to be as fast-paced as Blitz. So it apparently landed well in Japan. Apparently. So it could be cool to go back to that and have people actually focus up when there's no real events going on, no big CC events, metas to prep for, to just do something a bit more fun, like a Clash Gauntlet again. So that could be where I spend my time in June. That'd be cool. It doesn't get a lot of views, because who cares about Clash, right? But it is a fun thing to just create and have exist on the internet, because the last Clash Gauntlet, like, at least it's there. Even though no one cared about it when it first happened, if you want to look for Clash content, you got some really good stuff. It's not sitting at a lot of views, but it's there on YouTube, and you can look it up. You know, bit of history. Teach some of us who didn't draft Monarch how to properly do it. That is good content. I've never drafted Monarch myself, Cody. I'm hoping for someone else to drop that video, you know? Because I didn't play when Monarch draft was a thing. I think that's kind of the whole point with why the Nat season is going back to Monarch draft. LSS knows that a lot of the world didn't get to experience that draft format. That could be the reason number one. That's the reason I want to believe. Reason number two could be they just need to push a lot of unlimited Monarch. They just need to get rid of it, because that set was printed a lot. So either way, I think it works out. I'm excited to play Levia in a format she's actually pretty good in. And the fun part about the Monarch draft itself is the consensus still seems to be that Levia isn't very good, even though she's got results quite across the board in that limited format. And I would hope that my presence sitting down at a table makes people know, oh my god, like, we can't draft Levia. This guy's going to force it from pack 1, because you don't want to end up as, like, probably even the second, definitely not the third Levia at a table, right? Your deck's going to be trash. So I'm hoping that this, the Man-Sant, like, just presence will be enough to plop down at any draft table and just be the Levia and have the good deck. That's what I'm going to bank on. I can't be the one to teach you anything mechanically beyond that, because I'm sure my draft experiences are going to be insanely warped. Plus, like I said, I've never played it. A lot of us asked our LGS to do Clash, but they wouldn't because they said it's not allowed by LSS. Yeah, that's the problem as well. It's not. If you want to do an armory, you do have to stick to real formats. So from what I know, the Clash stuff was used more as like an intro day. Like, oh, hey, you know, someone's bringing Clash decks. We're going to get people to just experience the game. Never heard about it. What's the rules for Clash? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Hosted on Fabrary.net because this man is amazing. I think it's just Fabrary.net/Clash. Yeah, there we go. It used to be up top here, but he took it down because there's more things that are going on. Totally get it. But you can still access this page manually. If you go to Fabrary and try to create a deck, and you go to Clash, there's this what is the Clash format, and that will bring it up. But basically with Clash, and this probably needs to get updated just across the board, honestly, because people have now played it a lot more, and there's other suggestions going around about what little rules to tweak that aren't just me making it up, you know? Clash is an unofficial format that explores a fresh and thematic way to play young heroes on their journey to becoming fully realized adult heroes. What a hook. With restrictive deck building, this format lowers the barrier of entry while still exploring the depths of flesh and blood constructed gameplay. Quick start. Young hero card. So actually this terminology sounds really weird, but I pulled it directly from like the quick start stuff. If you look at Blitz and Classic Constructed, which starts to like not make sense, right? Like when you look at Blitz and people say, oh, it's a 52 card deck. You get your hero and 11 card sideboard. Why do you count your hero as a card? That's not what we do in Classic Constructed, but it is what it is. So I just borrowed this terminology. You get your young hero card plus a 60 card deck, and you must present at least 40 in the main deck to play. Hero, weapons, mentors, and hero specializations may be of any rarity. Equipment and cards in deck can only include rares and commons. Up to 2 copies of each unique card allowed. 30 plus 5 minutes per round, best of 1. So you can get from the quick start, basically, it is kind of a juiced up commoner format. You get rares and commons as your main deck, but the real difference maker, and this is where the thematics of it all comes to play, you get to add mentors, hero specs, and weapons of any rarity. That's a big deal. All the mentors are majestic, so you can't run them in commoner. Some weapons, right? Like if you're playing Bolton, you want to run Raiden. What an iconic weapon. Why would you ever want to play that guy with hatches? I don't know. But you can. Thematically, it's his weapon. You can do it. And you can run his hero specs, like Lumina. Right? So for every hero, this doesn't necessarily keep every hero on the same playing field, to be fair. Some heroes don't gain much out of being able to run like hero specs at any rarity, like Fi or Dromai, right? What do they care? They don't even run their hero specs. But you got to look at it that, okay, hey, Dromai now running rares can be quite the dragon deck, right? And with a little bit of a sideboard, you can now add in the Oasis, the Sinks, the Fates, like whatever defensive tech pieces or aggressive tech pieces you want. This is the main part that I want to change about the format, though, is the feedback I heard is that 60 cards is too much. So I was trying to think about another number that makes sense to people, like what's memorable. And I think 55 is probably pretty memorable. We're not doing the math at all. We're just looking for a memorable number that cuts the sideboard down a little bit. So I think in the re-release of rules, if we do a Clash Gauntlet number 2, I'd push the card decks down, or the deck size down to 55, because that keeps it more in line of like a little baby sideboard. If you're still building in like the Blitz mindset, then if you have 11 equipment pieces, you now have 4 like true sideboard slots, and those could be like 2 Oasis, 2 Remembrance, right? Like, or you can't run Remembrance, never mind. Sinks or something. Like cards that really feel like sideboard slots. And that way you're not just like running a whole bunch of stuff that you just have the room for. You don't think about it too much. So I think that'll be the main change. Deck construction. Blitz not having a real sideboard is their main issue with it. Yeah, Ash, I mean, that's really what I tried to fix across the board with Clash. Because I remember when I played Flesh Blood to begin with, I started in Blitz, and it almost was a detriment to all of a sudden switch over to CC so quickly for the Road to Nat season, because I just conceptually sucked at sideboarding. Like Blitz doesn't prep you at all. because swapping equipment is nothing like changing card ratios, potentially like pivoting your entire strategy when you change your sideboard, right? So, like including a little baby sideboard into more of like a quick start game format, I think is a big deal. It's really how you work your way up to Classic Constructed, nice and easy. But yeah, so that's basically Clash. The card legality I also need to look at, because the idea was it was the commoner ban list plus like bits and pieces of the Blitz ban list, namely Drone and Duskblade. But now Drone isn't banned in Blitz. It probably should still be banned in this format in Clash. I think the power level of decks isn't high enough to basically end games before like a Drone stalemate. And that kind of sucks. I don't think anyone wants this thematic young to adult like journey that you're going through with a Clash deck to just end up being like Drone of Brutality end states. I don't think that sounds super fun. So this will probably stay banned, but we'll need to look into some other things that maybe make the list. I just didn't want to be too pushy with bans the first time I went through Clash, because I didn't want to scare people off. When you say, oh, it's a fan format and we're like banning all the cards you like, people just don't want to play it, right? So that was the idea. Don't go too heavy on the ban list. And then we also errataed Command and Conquer to be an Emperor specialization, which was legal then for Emperor and Shiana decks. But I'm getting a little worried about Shiana, because no one played her in the last Clash Gauntlet, and I really wanted someone to play Shiana in the last Clash Gauntlet, because Shiana's probably nuts. Like, stats alone, she can just add so many good cards, right? Like, if every specialization is legal, then shouldn't she be nuts? But I don't know. No one played her last format, and I haven't played Clash enough to really know. But I think Shiana's probably crazy, and maybe can't be legal for the format. But, we just don't know, because I haven't tested enough. So I'd love to see in the next Clash format a Shiana deck, and just, like, what does it do? Is the fact that you just have really good statted cards, like, throughout your deck, is that better than beating a deck that's just not quite there, rarity-wise? Or are you still just not synergistic enough to pull off the win? Because Shiana, like, I don't know what the end game, like, normally is for a Shiana deck, but I'm pretty sure you just try to pummel to close. Because other than that, like, you don't actually have ways to end a game. You just have good damage. But anyway, that is Clash. I can link the rules if you are really interested. But I think we're going to rehash some of this when I put together the next Clash Gauntlet. But it was really fun the first time around. And if you want to see any gameplay for Clash, I did do a... here, actually, I can just open it up here. I did do an entire Gauntlet series. I mean, it lasted like a month and a half. It was the real deal. I think it started back... Yeah, it started back here. Where we had this whole bracket we went through. And I had Uber casting. I mean, can you freaking believe this? You guys know who Uber is? You know who Uber is? Uber's freaking famous. Overwatch caster. He's back on it. He's full-time casting Overwatch League again. This guy's incredible. And he was one of the people who ran the Goliath Gauntlet, which I took inspiration from. So I asked him if he wanted to be part of Clash, just for more Flesh and Blood casting experience. And I mean, he jumped in. He jumped in. It was literally, I mean, I couldn't pay anything. I'm just doing this for fun. And I basically asked, hey, do you want to do it for fun too? And he was in. He was in. I mean, that's incredible. So real shout out to Uber. That was like my favorite part of getting this together, was the casters. There was Uber, and then there was Chris Bewley from LSS that got to work on it with me. But yeah, the entire idea was we went through this bracket with Go Again Gaming, Ethnic Smoke, Zach Bunn, Elaine, Red Zone Rogue, Mo Bogsley, Tommy Fresh, and Wes Wilson from the Metrics metagame. And they played this double elimination bracket to try to give everyone a second shot to play their deck. And the finals was won by, unfortunately, nothing too interesting. It was nothing too interesting. It was just Icelander versus Chain in the finals. Those decks are pretty good, turns out. Pretty good, That was actually a pretty nice intro. Well done, Ethan. That was pretty well done. We had Chris Bewley. There he is. And yeah, the finals was Icelander versus Chain. Oops, I have it actually in the... Oh, we can fix this right now. I have it as Dash versus Chain. That's wrong. It is Icelander versus Chain. Here we go. Boom. Good catch, everyone. Thank you, stream. We fixed it. We fixed it. Uber's awesome. You got to meet him at your armory here in Australia. That is so sick. Oh, so you're in Australia. I assumed you were in Europe because you said armory tonight, but that makes sense. You're... What time is it in Australia? Probably, what, like 8 p.m.? Is that right? Because midnight. Oh, man, midnight. Okay. Because I know Taiwan is, at least from Central Time, exactly 12 hours different. So it's like, what, 9:30 p.m. over there. So then Australia and Taiwan, you must be more east? Really? Is that right? Well, I guess so. That's how the math works out. Can you play me again? Yeah, sure. I'm nobody special, you know. I'm just here to hang out. I'll play whoever. But yeah, so just plug to Nathan's stream, by the way. This is why I had it pulled up. I mentioned right when we started that Nathan was the one who pointed out that it turns out streaming the classic constructed format in June is really not worth much. And I guess I'm a little too short-sighted to even have noticed that. So props to Nathan. His streams are great, by the way. He has this great format where he goes through like a bit of a PowerPoint and really maths it up for the most part, or does like a meta-analysis, something like that, where then he'll translate it into kind of the theme of discussion for when he's playing his games. You know, it's not just gameplay. He's always roping it back to the little, you know, theory that he leads off with. Whether it's in this one, like tempo, one before, let's see, what other topics has he done? Opportunity cost, what would an Oldham-less meta look like, setting the pace of the game. I really enjoy that. It's really well done. He pops up like one day a week, and it's just a great stream. So plug to Nathan, the way he does it. Oh, there we go. Nathan's in the chat right now. If only I had the peace of mind to pull something that cohesive together, but I do not. I'm as frazzled as it gets. I look like this guy. Nice thumbnail choice, Nathan. Who'd you take inspiration from? What's going on there? But yeah, great stream there last night. I tuned in when I was not feeling well in bed. Speaking of not feeling well, last stream, I don't know if you saw that disgusting Viserai game. Just the non-interactivity to the extreme. That was that last Viserai game. But it always leads me to do something a little drastic, right? When I play against Viserai, my just worst nightmare hero, my least favorite hero in the game, just the hero who you can literally have a dud turn and I still cry inside because I was so terrified that it could have been worse. When you play that hero against me, I mentally break a little bit. Like it is what it is. And I made this tweet. I meant to make it a bit more fleshed out because this was my tweet for the day that was going to link to the stream. And in all honesty, the Mordred Revel game was not the point of the stream. Yesterday's stream, or I guess 2 days ago, was incredible, mostly because of Oliver coming on and walking us through his Levia run. He was a freaking gold mine of knowledge. He was awesome. And that was the highlight of yesterday's stream. Unfortunately, the most poignant part of it, though, was when I got just absolutely mollywopped by a Viserai deck that I could not interact with. So I made this tweet, which there's no justification to actually hate on Viserai this much. It's just my personal thing. Everyone has a hero that tilts them out of their mind. Most people, it's Kano. I actually don't mind Kano. Kano's fine. But for me, it's Viserai. Like, that hero just blows my mind. How anyone can, like, sit down. This might be from a Brute's perspective, though, to be fair. This is a Brute's perspective. As a Brute, you sit down against a Viserai. If the Viserai ever thinks, oh, this will be an interactive game, they are lying. They are messed up in the head. They don't understand how the game works. If they ever think from their end that there's going to be any interaction in this game, it's just not how that matchup works. It's not. You're a Brute. You don't have hit effects. They're Viserai. They can arsenal one card and all of a sudden, like, every hand is fixed, you know? So the whole, oh, but if we play 4 off the top, you know, we can, punt our draws. Well, guess what, buddy? you have room to arsenal whatever you want because we have no real hit effects. We can't threaten your arsenal, like whatever. Viserai just gets to play a perfect game into Brute every single time. And so as a Brute player, you never get a good game into Viserai unless they actually punt multiple times in a row, which is nothing you did. That's literally nothing you did. That's just like their deck really, really falling apart. And I don't like that game. You know, like I don't like that game at all. If my only way to win, because their math is so much better, is just they don't draw well multiple times, because they can get around like one bad draw. But them not drawing well like multiple times being your only way to win, that's awful. That's stupid. I hate that too. So yeah, this matchup is just one of the most flawed matchups in Flesh and Blood. I hate it worse than playing into Kano as a Leviah. And that's saying something. Because most people doom and gloom about that matchup, but I'll take that matchup. Because you can actually take AB and try to interact a bit, and they can do the same. They can play greedy because you don't have real on-hit effects, or they can be dumb about how much damage they take, and then all of a sudden, like a Blood Rush you rip off the top, forces them to try for lethal or not. Like, that's even more of an interesting game than how the Viserai can just ignore you, because across the board, their hands are disgusting compared to what you do. So, it's funny. I made this tweet, and then of course, all the Viserai stands come up, and they complain about my complaint, and it's like, you gotta realize, I'm just a hater. I'm not, I didn't put that much rationale into this tweet like I just tried to explain on live, because no one wants to hear that. Who cares? No one wants to hear that. But all the Viserai players have to come out and defend their hero about, oh, but the deck can be bad half the time. Oh, it's just a 2-card 7. It's not just a 2-card 7, because you know what the Mordred is indicative of is that you've now played at least 2 other cards that turn as well. And also swung Rosetta, right? So it's not a 2-card 7. Just by the way, it's not a 2-card 7. But you know, it's what people say. Anyway, it's just so funny. It's so funny. You mentioned one thing about Viserai, and like all of Twitter goes up in arms because there's so many Viserai stands. So many Viserai stands out there. I'm telling you, as a Brute player, it's the most degen deck in the game to play against. As a Brute player. Anyway, rant over. I just had to cover it. Cover my ass on that tweet. That's what it was about. Kano has been tilting recently. Something about Kanoing 13 times and your hand size being the deck just turns you off. That doesn't actually happen every game. I would say if you have a bad experience with Kano and feel like, oh my god, like I had no chance to interact. He just played off the top, like on and on and on, and you just couldn't do anything about it. Card advantage was insane. If you just run it back again and again, you'll see that Kano can be just as inconsistent as well. Right, like even when he's got his spiky plays, because he is playing off the top to really get like the roller coaster going in a short game, then he will just as likely not have that line up and like have a turn where he dumps a bunch of blues just to reveal a bunch of blues that don't do anything, or like reveal an eye. So it'll actually equate. Yeah, you might get spiked because Kano can do that. And the sad reality about Kano is that even if you do everything right into the Kano and present lethal and make him try for a blind lethal flip, the sad reality is that the Kano can actually get there every time you as the opponent play it correctly, because they could get the insane draw sequence luck to just, oh, lethal showing, I have to try without even like the correct arsenal setup or whatever it is to just play off the top. And that's when it feels really bad, because they can get there in that scenario and just be insanely lucky even after playing the early game maybe a bit poorly. That's where Kano to me feels like a little bit bad, but overall fine. If you really like hate that hero, you can pack Oasis. You can do what you want against it. But I for the most part, I think the best part about Kano is the players who play him are really good people. They're very interesting people, and they're not normally these slime balls that you would think a Kano player is, where they just sit there and kind of chuckle to themselves as they kill you on like turn 2. They're really not that kind of person. Most Kano players are really smart people. They want to pick apart the game afterwards. They want to talk about it. They sometimes want to run it back, give you advice, whatever. Every Kano player I've met is that way. The Kano players who lose a lot are the salty ones. They're the ones that you don't want to play against, but the good news is they don't win a lot. So there you go. Don't worry about it. Hi, Man Sant. First time on your stream. Do you think the next set will buff Viserai, seeing that it fell off with the Introduction to Outsiders? So that's the crazy part to me, is I honestly think Viserai is still insanely good. His rate, if you're looking for a deck that just has by the numbers like a lot of above rate plays, Viserai does that. Like Viserai does that pretty well, to the point where you almost question like why play Levia, because Viserai can actually get those numbers a lot easier than a Levia does, and not worry about blood debt. The sacrifice with Viserai is, in theory, you can draw like a do-nothing hand. The problem with Levia is that, very realistically, you draw a do-nothing hand. So when you actually like weigh those decks directly, Viserai is a lot better than Levia, just like baseline. Just a better deck. Just a better deck across the board, right? So because that's my perspective, I still feel like Viserai is really good, but I haven't put myself in the Viserai player's shoes and played it against a lot of the other matchups in the room. But I know that Uzuri players don't like the Viserai matchup. A really good Viserai also could solve the Oldhim matchup. Viserai should beat like Dromai, for example. Depending on how it was teched, it could also race some of like the ninjas as well if you had like consuming volitions, like some hit effects that really mattered in there. I don't think that's supposed to be a good matchup though, but I don't know what Viserai does into Lexi. Maybe that's the reason Viserai really fell off. That matchup must be bad. Otherwise, people would be playing Viserai, right? And that makes sense. They kind of just did give Lexi a lot of cards that just say you deal a lot of damage now, and if you can't put pressure on like my arsenal specifically, then you know Lexi just kind of wins the race. And Viserai doesn't pressure arsenal actually. You know what class does though, and it's the topic of today's video that we haven't even gotten to now, like 30 minutes in, is Uzuri. So we'll get to some gameplay in a second, because Uzuri is the deck that can target Lexi really well. Uzuri is the deck that's got me the most excited, I think, about a meta where we assume, let's say, Briar LLs, let's say she wins Battle Hardened or something, and Rosetta leaves, right? Let's pretend Rosetta leaves, and Oldhim leaves. All of a sudden, that's two bad matchups gone. Viserai gone, at least in the Rosetta, like, aggro version, and Oldhim, which was nigh unwinnable. Now you've got a deck that threatens Ranger in a world where Ranger also doesn't get hit with buffs, or hit with nerfs rather, and is a deck that's really disruptive and has natural built-in ways to counter ward. So I'm thinking Uzuri might be in a spot where her disruption can carry her into a deck that has blood debt like Vincent, right? This idea of, we don't know how she really generates her Banished Stone yet, like what she's doing to really get that going, but a deck that is trying to play out of their Banished Zone and maybe walks a finer Razor's Edge than Chain did about, like, you know, the penalties of, like, leaving your blood debt there. Like, maybe Vincent doesn't have a lot of go again, and so if she builds up a lot of blood debt attacks, then it's really hard for her to get them out. Let's say you have an Uzuri deck now play into that. If you can land the right disruption and kind of get Vincent stuck on cards that she just doesn't have room to play out all in one turn, like Phantom Banshee, right, is if you can play multiples out in a turn, then you probably have a large hand, like, and you've got go again from somewhere. So I'm thinking Uzuri might be pretty good there. The arsenal targeting is likely less relevant with how like a chain style hero plays, where they really use their Banished Zone as their hand. So maybe that won't quite carry, but like Codex can still force their arsenal to matter, right? The banishing off the top just gets tricky then, right? Like if you're running Leave No Witnesses, that's probably now a scary card. So some things will have to change. But yeah, Uzuri otherwise should feel pretty good, I think. I'm looking forward to playing her a bit more. Looking forward to it. Tyler in the chat, what's up, man? For me, any deck that feels like it can only lose to itself and the deck built to beat it tilts me off the planet. Yep, I would say that's pretty true. Viserai, I don't think quite falls in line with that anymore, because the deck's like built to beat it, like Oldhim. They're not like naturally trying to beat Viserai, they just have a lot of blues, right? Which is good. And then they lose to like Lexi now, I think. So, but Viserai is very much in that camp from like my perspective of the matchup. Just play Riptide, double remorseless. Watch it kill itself the next turn if they have the nut hand. Oh, I mean, if Vincent goes crazy. I don't think we're going to see Vincent be a deck that plays like Chain at all. I think she's about to be... we're about to find out her hero power like tomorrow, timing-wise, I think. And I'm pretty sure we're in for a defensive Runeblade. And that would be really cool. It can't be like a pure fatigue Runeblade because playing into Blood Debt means that doesn't quite work. But just a very defensive Runeblade that can consistently play out like a 1-card hand to like, you know, summon a card from her Banish Zone, right? Like if you block with 3 cards, use 1 card to play out the Phantom Banshee, things like that. That's a pretty interesting style. Vincent. Vincent is from Dusk Till Dawn. What do we know about Vincent? Where can we find Vincent art? Yeah, I'm not saying Vincent, I'm saying Vincent. It's spelled like this, V-I-N-N-S-E-T. Or V-Y-N-N-S-E-T. Dusk Till Dawn. It's probably here somewhere. This is Vincent. And we have it confirmed now that her adult art is what was revealed on the Armory poster. So this is her young art, which I think is really cool. When I first saw it, it didn't feel so much like a hero to me. She, like, the ritual is almost like more eye drawing than the hero itself. So when I first looked at it, it didn't read like a hero card to me. It read more like something like Revel in Runeblood or Read the Rune Chants, like, you know, the action itself, right? This kind of like needle, the like blood acupuncture, whatever's going on, was more so like what I saw first than the hero itself, because you don't really get a good read on what's happening here anyway. You can't see her eyes. She's bald. I mean, she's got abs. Otherwise, like, you know, what else is there that's really unique about her? But then we see the adult art, which maybe they don't have the adult art posted here. Oops, I already clicked that link. It would be in the Armory events stuff. Is it part of the skirmish package? I don't think so. Okay, we'll go to Google. Don't pull up anything bad for me, Google. Vincent, hero poster, flesh and blood. I wonder if this even pulls it up. I don't know if this even pulls it up, honestly. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. This poster, though, for this month's Armory event is confirmed to be adult Vincent, though. And this makes it a lot more interesting. Now I'm intrigued of what's going on with this hero, because you see almost like an Iron Maiden contraption around Vincent, and it's got the spikes now inversed. So before, the spikes were going into her, you know, they're like all through her arms, right? And now she's wearing this kind of thing that's jutting them out aggressively rather than inwardly. That's an interesting flip, for one. You know, just, I guess, from whatever ritual she had to do, this is just a way to show off the power she gained from it, rather than like needing to sacrifice for the power now, like she is the power now, the spikes are protruding from her, something like that. That's really cool. You can see that it opens up on the side here as well, which, I mean, mechanically that probably won't mean anything, like her exiting the Iron Maiden. I don't know how they would capture that gameplay wise. But her face is really cool in this one. Really cool. In the last one, she just had her eyes covered in a bandage and was bald. But now you see, it's not even like her eyes are really covered. Maybe they're just black holes. You know, we'll have to look at this a little closer up. And she's got all these cobwebs now draping from her mouth onto this Iron Maiden contraption. That's freaky. Like, I want to know what's going on there. You know, is she even like alive? Is she a zombie? Like, what's going on? What do the spider webs mean specifically? Or maybe they're not spider webs and she's just kind of, you know, getting ready for the Tooth Fairy and just tying all this stuff to her teeth. I don't know what's going on. They're chains, not cobwebs. Oh, really? Can we make this bigger? That didn't work. I don't know. Wait. I don't know. That doesn't look like chains to me. It's got like the kind of like, it's got the cobweb feel because it's kind of like splitting over here. Looks a bit more silky. There's no like links to make it look like a chain. I just don't know why it would be cobwebs, is kind of my confusion on it. Yeah, they all go to her mouth, right? So is she eating spiders? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. She's hungry for spiders. Just constantly gnawing on them as they grow on her Iron Maiden. Or she's drooling. Yeah, or she's drooling. There you go. Could just be that. She's sleepy. Look, her eyes are closed. She's just drooling. Come on, give her a break, everybody. Give her a break. Anyway, I don't even know why we were talking about Vincent, but point is, I love the adult art. I think this is really cool looking. It's got so much intrigue behind it. It's a different kind of transformation than what we saw in Levia. Like, Levia was quite literally from poor slave girl to just monster that she can't even really control. Vincent is more of a... there was some decision made here. Vincent took on this ritual to become whatever this is. So I think she wanted to end up this way. So I'm looking forward to the lore to see why. Like, what is this? What is she now? What's going on with these like rune spikes? Anyway, very cool stuff. I think we don't know what these say yet. People have been translating some of the other Runeblade cards, but pretty sure these are a different script or something. But I saw someone on Twitter mention that they were trying to crack it. So power to you. If you do, please do. I would love to know, because at least in the past, every time they released script, it was meaningful. It wasn't just gibberish. Like, there is something behind the letters here, or these little glyphs, the symbols. She looks dead. Maybe she's infested by a spider. That is a cool idea. That I really enjoy. Where she goes from this like sacrificial being. Maybe that's what's going on. She herself is sacrificing to some like spider god. That's kind of cool. That's a cool idea. She's in this some kind of like crypt or something's going on here, right? Like, this is the floor level of some kind of church, like, demonastery themed church. Something's going on. You can kind of see how the ceiling arches up, right? But now we've got all these like sinewy bits, all this fleshy stuff covering the pillars. I don't think that screams like spider necessarily to me, but the spiky bits coming out of these pieces, maybe that could be spider-like. Like spiders are hairy. Well, some spiders are hairy. So maybe that's what is getting referenced here. And so she just is a sacrifice. She herself is the sacrifice to some like spider god that comes down from the ceiling, climbing down all the chains. We're getting a little deep. We're going a little deep here, but something's connected to these cobwebs, man. Something's connected to the cobwebs. Otherwise, what's the point? Anyway, she's just gonna be so cool. We should know more about her tomorrow. We're getting the reveals on the hero text for Prism and Vincent tomorrow. Super stoked. I really want to see if everyone was right about Prism, about what her hero ability is going to be. Let's find that post. This is such a funny post, by the way. See, this is why I'm not afraid to go live. Who cares about my hair? When Flesh and Blood officially posts James White looking like this. Normally he's got a little spruced up, but this is like, I haven't slept in multiple weeks. It's getting a little greasy. I hope no one notices. Hey, look at my card so you don't look at my hair. Like, that's kind of what's going on here. And they posted it anyway. The lighting is also so funny. They're on the plane, obviously, and I've never seen plane lighting dim to purple. I don't think I've ever seen that. So, unless this is I guess Singapore Airlines, like some special thing, this is just kind of lucky mood lighting. I've never seen this before. So, with the purple lighting, it should have been Vincent that he's holding up, just saying. Who cares about Prism when the mood lighting's like this? Come on. Anyway, so yeah, because of that, I think they even announced it here. The Calling Singapore starts tomorrow, and with it, the full reveal of Prism, Advent of Thrones, and Vincent. The light will finally be shed on their hero abilities for the first time. Find out how you could get your hands on these cold foil heroes below. And then I think they're tied to some side event as well, which I haven't really looked into that much, so let's not worry about it too much. Anybody who's in Singapore, though, big request. Anyone who's in Singapore, I am looking for the Merlion sigils. I've had some offers. They're very expensive, supposedly, but I think after calling Singapore, there should be a lot more of them in circulation. And I know all the American homies are going to be paying a lot for them, but I'm asking, be my homie. Come on. I'm looking for 3 at, like, reasonable prices, not 300 a pop, which is what people have been trying to get me to pay for them, that's not feasible. But I would like to own them. I have so far I have, like, all the generic alt arts that exist, like the Fates, the Peace of Minds, the Scar for Scars. I can't miss out on the sigils. I really want them. Who is Vincent? She is one of the new heroes coming in Dusk Till Dawn, Vincent. And we know her young art and the adult art is what we've been going over so far. But we don't know what she does. We only know, basically, I think 2 cards in her kit. We can go ahead and look at them. Why not? We know 2 cards in her kit, and they are pretty interesting. This is her signature weapon. It's a flail. It's a one-handed flail. Pretty cool stuff, because the only flail that exists otherwise is actually Levia's Hexagore. And Levia's Hexagore is not very playable. You can force it, but as of now, it feels very much like a Scabskins deck, which is one of the reasons I don't play it too much, because funny enough, even though Blood Rush is more of a spiky build, you're less of a Scabskins build than if you run Hexagore, really. But one of the reasons Hexagore falls a little flat is because there is no flail support. There's no flail support, nothing specifically that can work with flail weapons. And now with Vincent getting a flail, and Vincent being one of the premier heroes of this set, she is likely to get way more of a suite of cards, even generically, than Levia will. And because of that, there could be some flail support coming. Something like a Razor Reflex that can target like a flail and a axe. What else would you target? Like a scythe, I guess. A flail and a scythe type of like dual use generic would be really cool. We'll see how that works in. It's also just interesting because across the board, it's a different type of attack than we've seen. And it's almost worded in a way that makes me wish Hexagore read a little cleaner. Because they've got it listed here, once per turn action, life, attack. When this hits, create a rune chant. So you can assume that that means 1 life. There isn't a 1 next to it, but it is just the symbol for life, right? So 1 life, you assume. When this hits, create a rune chant token. With this new formatting, what if Hexagore had just said, once per turn action, 6 life attack. Reduce the amount of damage taken equal to your blood debt zone, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like, that would just look cleaner. It would be cool. You know, it would have made us the first hero that has, like, the life built in as an attack cost, whereas now they're kind of doing it right with Flail. I don't know if mechanics-wise that would actually make a difference with how Hexagore works right now. There's no way to blank Hexagore's text, so it's not like you can swing it for free. Maybe there is some interaction that matters there, because like the difference being, if you like Oasis Respite your own Hexagore, then you take less damage, and maybe that wouldn't work if it was worded this way, right? Actually, let's read Hexagore real quick. I'm not even sure. Does it say like cost? Oh, okay, so it would also have to show 2 resources. Okay, maybe it would get messy, because it'd be a 6, a life symbol, and 2 resources. That'd get a little messy. Okay, I take it back. Looking at it now, that'd be kind of a long cost line, just to clean up the text box here. Alright, never mind. Take it back. Not a good idea. Then the other card we know about Vincent is Phantom Banshee. And this one's really cool. It's kind of the first card we've seen that references anything to do with Runegate, which we were told would be Vincent's kind of Not like her unique keyword, because in theory, right, like you could play this in Chain or whatever. You could play it in other heroes. But it's going to be mechanically what she's built around. This idea of rune chants discounting the cost of these attacks. So that's what makes me think maybe Vincent's got a really unique play pattern of playing defense, building some rune chants, using those rune chants to launch these like free cards that she's got in her Blood Debt zone. That could be a really unique playstyle. We have not seen that before. Levi can't really play that way, because even though you can get cards in your Blood Debt zone, every time you banish them, you're kind of like splash banishing a bunch. And so you're building up your Blood Debt in a way you can't specifically control, you know? So you can't just play defense, like throw Deeper to Evil every turn. Like that's not quite how it works, and Deeper to Evil sucks. Power crept out the wazoo. I mean, look at this thing. For real. If Levi could play this, like it's just strictly better than Deeper to Evil. That's hilarious. Even without being able to trigger Rune Gate. The fact that it blocks 3, strictly better than Deeper to Evil. Insane. Although, hold up a second. Rune Gate means... Wait. Okay, actually, this is my first time noticing this. You can't just play this out unless you Rune Gate. Is that what's going on here? If you control rune chants equal to or greater than Phantom Banshee's cost, you may play it from your banish zone without paying its cost. Oh, okay, there you go. So the only way you can actually play it is triggering Rune Gate. So it's not just better than Deeper to Evil, unfortunately. We're not completely power crept, all right? We're not completely power crept. That means you can't play Banshee if you control less rune chants than its cost. Less specifically, yeah, it's saying equal or greater. Equal or greater. Because this is what's triggering the "you may play it" text. Unless Vincent is the one who just like has that on her hero text, like "you may play Blood Debt cards from your banish zone." I don't know. But yeah, the way I'm reading it now, which is funny, I've never noticed this before. If you control rune chants equal to or greater than Phantom Banshee's cost, you may play it from your banish zone without paying its cost. Yeah, so only if you meet this first condition can you play Phantom Banshee at all. But then you're also getting the benefit of, oh cool, it's free. I think. If I'm reading that correctly. Because apparently never read it before. But yeah, so for people asking in the chat about what Vincent is, that's all we know. Very few. Very slight details. But we'll know more tomorrow. No more tomorrow. You can't play without rune getting. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what we thought. Hello, Mansant. Tomorrow's your flight. You're so excited. Flight to Singapore. Dude, jealous. Jealous, Handy. Where are you flying in from? I would love to go to Singapore, dude. Love. Never been to Singapore. I've traveled pretty extensively in Taiwan. I mean, I lived there for a year. Went back to visit for 2 months. Stayed in Vietnam for a month. Stayed in Hong Kong for a bit. Never been to Singapore, though. Never been. And it looks incredible. Flesh and Blood community looks just so fun out there. Every time I see... yeah, there's so many game stores that do really like fun posts of like updating how their armories have been. Some of them go live for a little bit on Facebook. I try to catch that when I can. It's really awesome out there. Grammatically, if you control less rune chants, you just have to pay its cost. If you control rune chants equal to or greater than, you may play it without paying. I think you can't, because you have to meet the if condition to you may play at all, right? Or are you just always checking, oh, I don't have rune chants, so I can play it, I just need to pay its cost? That's not how I'm reading it. So I guess we'll let one of the Runeblade stands in the chat who've talked about this card extensively answer. But we do have other Ethan in the chat, Chaotic Galaxy. You can't play it without rune gating. Okay, so there you go. That's how I'm reading it now, I think. If you don't have enough rune chants, then nothing after the if is active. Right on. I would agree now. You can play it from your hand. Yes, of course. Yeah, from your hand, there's no restriction there, because the added line is about your banished zone playability specifically. Okay, with that, we went over All the Dusk Till Dawn goodies. Look at how funny this is. She's got like the Mr. Clean shine on her head. Look at this. Right here. Just a little shine. What's funny about the lighting though, on something that's obviously in such a dark setting, is you'd think the light is coming from here, kind of the ground up, right? So her face should be cast in shadow. But instead, she's looking up at something, right? Like there's some light source here because it's reflecting off the top of her head and glinting on the spikes. So unless that spider we're talking about before is the light source, right? There is something else in front of her. But it being super bright seems counter to what the Demonastery crew is all about. I don't know. I just want to read her lore. I want to know what's up with her. Seems really cool. How is that her head, given her head position? This is her head. That's her head, is it not? She's leaning back like this. Right, so she's got the bandage on, right? Like the bandage is on. You know, like if I put my arm up, but you can still see my forehead, right? It's this. Okay. We're done. Oh, the last thing I wanted to talk about before we finally play some games. Whew, I know. What are we, like an hour in, no gameplay? It's a Mansant stream. Battle Hardened Baltimore is coming up, and I will be streaming it. For full details, I'll have a bit of a press release going out tomorrow, and it, hint hint, will not be on this channel. So hopefully tomorrow when we hop on for the stream, I can point a bunch of people in that direction. I don't think I'll pull a full stream tomorrow because Singapore will be live, I think, at some point. So no reason to try to like compete with that viewership. Like, God, I want to sit back and watch Singapore, you know? So maybe if it's not cast in English, we can do like a watch party, but I think it will be cast in English, and pretty likely chance. I don't know. But anyway, Battle Hardened Baltimore confirmed. I will be there to cover it. It's coming next weekend. I mean, it's like pretty darn soon. Well, not this weekend, next weekend, right? Coming pretty darn soon. And it's going to be a really unique event. If you want to start theory crafting, it is not a classic constructed event for one, right? Not a classic constructed event for one. So coverage of a team sealed event would likely have to be pretty different to be interesting at all, right? Because who cares about just watching a bunch of like piles of outsiders decks just clash against each other? You know, like who cares? You need something a bit more to a team sealed event to really be invested in the stream. And that's what I think we're going to be bringing to you for Battle Hardened Baltimore. Really excited. There's some incredible partnerships that have come through for this stream. Like incredible. All the hard work in the behind the scenes that's gone into making the streaming like kind of a, well, ideally healthier business model, which it still is not. But the right people want to support this kind of thing. We'll just need to kind of get there and grow it a bit first. I'm really stoked. So be on the lookout tomorrow. Should be dropping a video on the full announcement of how this is going to go. And yeah, don't miss it. Because speaking of the whole idea of like classic constructed is not really a format that matters right now. This is not classic constructed, so tune in because it'll be something a bit different. Okay. Last thing to do is review the deck that we'll be playing today. This is an Uzuri list from my friend who is normally hanging out on stream. I don't think he's here right now. Probably coming later. If you know Devon or Azareth Strife, as he goes on YouTube and Discord, I think. He made top 8 at Battle Hardened Richmond, I think it was. That sounds right. Yeah, he made top 8 at Battle Hardened Richmond with Uzuri and has been playing it pretty nonstop in his test group ever since and refining the list. And for now, this is where he feels really comfortable. Obviously, things change in July. Dusk Till Dawn, new meta, new ban list. But for now, for this meta, this is where he ended up, and I trust him way more than my own deck building Uzuri skills. I've tried some weird stuff with Uzuri. I don't know if you guys remember that whole Talishar Uzuri stream, but we were cooking up some weird stuff. This is supposedly a way better deck than mine, and it's got all the matchup info. So that means I can kick back and just focus on the gameplay, not worry too much about the deck itself, which is good. It's where we want to be. Now, to note, this list is really built to give up on Oldhim. So I think I will include no Oldhim Please in the Talishar tag because he's not a legal deck come any real event anyway. Well, okay, he's legal for Singapore, sure. But no, I don't want to play the Oldhim match. It's really built with the idea that there's no Oldhims anymore. And that matchup's pretty awful. So let's give this a go, shall we? I think the main idea behind it is it's a bit more in that like blue Uzuri type of build, where if Bruno is still hanging around, he probably will say it's the worst build. But Blue Uzuri also is the build that had results at the Pro Tour. I think it got top 16. Francisco Giorgio, I believe, was the pilot who got top 16 with a kind of Blue Uzuri list. Blue Uzuri meaning that's one of the three pillars of Uzuri deck types. There's the Redline Aggro, which really plays like normally 5 blues and below, and includes Hurls, Ravenous Rabbles, the Razor's Edge, some spikes. It's just ways to spend out your whole hand for free. That's the entire idea, is you are an aggro deck with disruption. So you just dump your hand, try to get at least 3 value on every card, and never clump. Just include a lot of go again. Now, the problem with that is Uzuri's rate as an aggro deck is it's not actually incredible. If you want to just play a bunch of 0 for 3 go agains, then technically Phi is better, because Phi also gets like the Shuko triggers and the flame scale, or not flame scale, the Phoenix Flame stuff, and is going to be generating more value across the board. Even when he plays something like a inconspicuous 0 for 3 go again, it's a little bit more additive, because in theory you're getting like an extra 3 damage out of the turn cycle with the Shuko and the Phoenix Flame, plus some other spikier turns, right? So as a just aggro deck across the board, even Redline Uzuri doesn't quite get there by the numbers. It's also about including disruption to hopefully smooth it out. Leave No Witnesses, Codex of Frailty, Shakedown, like the Isolate CNC plays, those are still really strong. So you're hoping to be a deck that has good enough like aggro numbers and then enough disruption to just keep a little bit ahead on the trading game. That's not what this build is. This build is kind of the next evolution of that, which is adding more blues to make better use of a mid-range strategy where you can pay for your daggers a bit more, you can draw out the game and get more use out of Tunic. You're still a deck that's trying to win by damage, not fatigue. So lining up, good isolates, shred turns, some go again turns, that's still where you're trying to win the game on, is those plays. But you get more mid-range play out of it. You're trading more, you're including the defense reactions, and you actually want to block down with your hand to kind of maximize how it trades. Mid-range is my favorite way to play Flesh and Blood, so this is the list that I really want to play more than the other two. I don't know if it's better, but it's the list that I definitely am more inclined to pick up and play. The last archetype is Contract Uzuri. Contract Uzuri is, I do think that one's the most competitive Uzuri. We unfortunately don't get the full story of that deck because Tao Tao, who played it and was going to top 8 with it at the Pro Tour, got DQ'd. So we don't quite get the full scope of like what that deck, being such a public enemy, like would have done to the game. I think most people don't even know that happened with Tao Tao. That was kind of there's like the deck tech that Alan Lube put out. I hope it's Lube, I don't know, with Tao Tao, and they do go over the DQ, but I don't know if that video like made enough rounds to have an impact, because I haven't heard many people talk about it, but he was going to top 8. He got DQ'd in like round 13 out of 14. Maybe I'm misquoting that. Might have been round 12. But he got DQ'd basically in a position where he would have had to like lose 3 games in a row to not top 8, something like that. This is a very, very strong paraphrase. Do not quote me on this, but it was something along those lines where he was almost as good as locked for top 8, like maybe 1 round off from really saying he was locked for top 8, and he got DQ'd. And the DQ was unfortunately something that happened on stream multiple rounds earlier, where he had played, I believe he was, once again, going to paraphrase, but I believe this is the scenario. He was playing Azalea in the limited portion of day 2 CC, and at one point when he was fixing his pitch, he put it on top of his deck instead of on the bottom of his deck. And long story short, it was actually an insignificant play. With the way the game worked out, he still lost. But the judges ruled that there was a way where him putting the card on top could have led to him winning the game if his opponent did something differently, blah, blah, blah. So they ruled it as a little bit too tough for them to prove, whether it was intentional or not. I don't believe it was intentional. Tao Tao's a great guy. It was probably just an accident. And of course, that's his story. Like, he's saying it's just an accident. I believe him. Either way, though, the judges saw it happen on stream, went back and reviewed it for like multiple rounds. By the time they approach him about it, it is way later in the day. It's like 2-3 rounds removed. And they tell him, get up, have a conversation with us. He gets up, walks away from the table, finds out he got DQ'd. Like, literally, it just happened so fast. It happened so fast. He had no idea. His opponent didn't even know what was going on. It was just all of a sudden this guy on contract Uzuri, who is like 1 game away from top 8, is now DQ'd from the event. Crazy, man. Like, crazy. But it's the Pro Tour, and they're at a certain like competitive rules enforcement level that even if they trust the hell out of Tao Tao, which I think you should, the fact that there was a possibility that him putting the card on top led to a game state where it was like an auto win for the Azalea. Like, I don't know, he needed it to draw in the next hand to do something, blah, 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 whatever it was. That's not even what happened. He lost that game. But the judges couldn't prove that being put on top of the deck didn't lead to some kind of like win state that he was going for. So rather than calling it just like a harmless accident like it was, they had to assume there was something else afoot. Really unfortunate, because his run just ended out of nowhere. Tough stuff. And so I think like that alone is not a public enough story for Contract Uzuri to really have become a deck people still care about. But my God, imagine the difference if he had made it into top 8. If Tao Tao had made it into top 8 and just run the Lexi bracket, yeah, he's got a bad matchup into Oldhim. But I think he had a game plan that like had a 10% chance of working, probably less than that. And then Dromai, which same deal, like 10% chance of working. But there's at least a world where he could have gotten there, had like a Lexi bracket, and made finals on Contract Uzuri. And I think that's not out of the question for a player of his caliber. Like, he could absolutely do it. So I feel like the community they don't believe in the deck still. And yet we were this close. We were this close to Contract Uzuri being the face of Uzuri, the most successful Uzuri at the Pro Tour. Instead it got DQ'd. Unfortunate. What is Contract Uzuri? Contract Uzuri is basically Arachne, but played as Uzuri. Where, I mean, let's see if I have I don't think I have, like, a version of it, really. But we can check. Because I was actually playing it a lot. A lot. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I'm not saying that this is, like, the best version of the list. But a Contract Uzuri tends to look something like this, where you're a deck that is really built around the contract cards, Mask of Perdition. You're playing a really slow game and trying to fatigue out your opponent. And the interesting part about Uzuri, though, or rather Assassin in general, is that when you're fatiguing with Assassin, it's not really like you're making them burn every card, because you are also banishing cards off the top. So you can put your opponent in this spot where if they ignore every one of your attacks, then when you play something like a Plunder, a Leave No Witnesses, the Annihilate the Armed, whatever it is, you're threatening this card taking 1 to 2 cards. You're spending 1 card to also take a card from your opponent. But you can get them to a life total by disrespecting so much of your damage that at a certain point, your opponent has to start blocking these things. Or maybe they block these things from the beginning. And if they block a contract card with 2 cards, then you're actually winning. Like, you're doing more with that contract than if it actually banished off the top, right? Like, if they double block and annihilate the armed, then this contract took 2 cards rather than just dealing 5, taking 1 card. So Uzuri, or Arachne, if you play it this way, is a really interesting deck because you're dealing like deck damage. Actually, Thomas is saying it in the chat. That's like the idea where life is a real resource in this matchup as the person playing into Uzuri, because you don't want to get to the point where you have to actually start blocking the contracts, because then you're losing to deck fatigue like way faster than you should be. So it's a really cool deck. Like, I love this deck. I put a lot of reps on it. Let's see if this is okay, this must not be my master list, but I played like an Arachne version of this, which I think I deleted it, honestly. I played an Arachne version of this to almost 100 games, just for fun, because I really, really enjoy the mental damage, as Respiratory says in the chat, that the contracts inflict on your opponent, where you can get them to a point where like there's no good decision on blocking the contracts. Like, you let it hit, you're losing like a random card off the top that could be your entire win con, or if you block it, you're losing 2 cards and then you're accelerating the fatigue state faster. Like, oh god, it's such a good deck. And this was the kind of deck that was about to top 8 the Pro Tour but got DQ'd. So because that happened, no one really talks about or plays this version of Uzuri. There's a couple of people who stand for it. I think Archon Altars in the chat is one of those people. Funny enough, I think it's you, right? And you're saying it's the second most played deck on Talishar as well. Well, you're welcome. I probably contribute to that a lot. Although I don't play it as Uzuri. When I spam this deck, I play it as Arachne because it's more fun. I enjoy Arachne on Talishar with this playstyle a bit more because it automates the whole like look at the top thing. Whereas in person, when you play this version and play Arachne, not only is it subjectively worse because Regicide is like not better than running Shakedowns, right? But in person, using the Arachne ability to say like, okay, hey, like, can you show me the top card of your deck? Okay, put that on the bottom. I don't know, man. Like, I just don't want that interaction every game. Not every game, like every turn, you know, of, can you show me the top card of your deck? Okay, top it, please. Like, I don't know, man. It's too much. It's too much. If people were okay with me just like grab their deck, look at it, then I'd probably play Arachne. But because you have to like ask for it every time, and then it gets into weird points. Like I've seen it at an armory where an opponent like accidentally looked at the card because like they weren't used to the Arachne ability yet, so like they pick it up to show the Arachne and then look at it themselves, and it's like, oh, dude, like, what are you doing? You know. So if that's what's happening, like no, we'll just play the Uzuri version instead and not worry about it. Right? Anyway, maybe we'll play this version as well, because I do like it. But the blue Uzuri, the more mid-range Uzuri, is what we had on the docket. It's what's listed in the deck list. So let's do it. In the description, rather. All right, let's jump into beating a Briar. I don't even know if we can. I don't know anything about the mid-range version's matchup spread. Funny enough, this is the version I played the least, which is the other reason I wanted to play it on stream. It's just because I haven't played it enough at all. Briar. All right, let's see. What's the Briar board? Also, why is this not hiding? What is going on here? Okay. Well, whatever. My little search bar at the bottom will not go away. Okay, so into Briar. Looks like we're running 61 cards. We're not worrying about the frailties. Yep. I guess that makes sense. It's just not as high value as it ever is going to be against a Ranger, where it blocks 5 effectively. Probably only ever blocks 4, maybe 5 if you're lucky, but doesn't cover the breakpoint as well, so that makes sense. Not worth it. Not running Humble is interesting. I feel like a Briar that doesn't block is really betting around the Lightning embodiment to work. So not running that is interesting. Maybe that means we're playing more defensive in this matchup. Wreck Havoc doesn't do anything. Makes sense. Sure. Then we're taking a Nerve, Scalpel, just for the Flick Knives usage, I guess. Then we're taking a Spider's Bite. I don't know. Yes. Streaming right now. I actually don't know about taking this knife setup, though, into the Briar, because if they're blocking with attacks, that's kind of a win for you, right? You want to disincentivize them from blocking with the non-attacks. The non-attacks are going to have better block. So if you run the Spider's Bite, then like you're basically saying, you know, you get the good blocks anyway. So I think I run Orbitoclast Nerve Scalpel. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. And I don't know about Nerve Scalpel either. I guess it protects around if they're running like Sigil of Suffering maybe. But I could see Arcane Lantern Orbitoclast maybe being okay. We'll run it this way and just see what happens. Okay, why will this not hide though? I can't even right click on my own Windows bar here. Like I think something might be bugged with it. Oh yeah, my Windows key doesn't even work. Okay, something is bugged out. Oh well, we'll deal with it on the stream. We'll deal with it. You'd run Spider's Bite and Orbitoclast. Honestly, that's probably better. But there is a chance that the Briar runs defense reactions. It would just be Sigil of Suffering. But because they're running the whole deck, they likely do have Sigils in their deck. That's something that they run right now. But this is a Reaping Blade Briar, so now we really like that we have Nerve Scalpel. Because they will definitely be running defense. Okay, weird stuff. Weird stuff. I'm pretty sure we should just win this matchup, though. Like, there's no way they fatigue us better. Even though we took less cards. That gets a little scary, I guess. Backstab into CNC is a great turn 2 here. I don't want to waste the Plunder the Poor. So let's get rid of some of our junky blues on this. I guess they could Pummel, funny enough. I think this deck does run Pummel. They're going to Arsenal a Peace of Mind. Oh man. It's funny that we know that, because that makes CNC a lot worse. That actually makes CNC a lot worse. Cadaverous isn't better though, so we shouldn't not play the CNC. We should pretend as if we don't know what it is. How long have I been going? We are more than an hour in, but the first hour was all just chit-chat. Somehow, we kept it going. I always doubt myself. I wake up and I'm like, oh, I don't feel like talking. I don't feel like streaming. But then I sit up, you know, brush my teeth. I'm like, okay, never mind. Feel pretty good. But I don't know. Am I going to be that entertaining? Can I keep up the conversation? It's so tough. But then we actually get to stream, and it's so fine. And it's really nothing to do with me. It is the chat. You guys are pretty awesome. We know it's a peace of mind, but I'm going to pretend like we don't. But you guys are pretty awesome to keep it entertaining. Because every once in a while, I'll like try to scope out, you know, smaller streams on Twitch every once in a while, you know, do my due diligence and just like, you know, trying to support smaller people than always the people at the top. And like on Twitch, it's so tough. Because if you find like a smaller streamer and they don't have viewers, they almost look dead inside, because who are you trying to entertain then, right? But that at the same time, like, you do need to be doing something, or like no one's gonna stick around, right? So I am just really lucky. I'm just lucky because I get to show up on stream, and even if I'm not feeling like it, the chat, you guys like are here, you know, you're literally like keeping me sane. And it's really cool. So I appreciate it a lot. So I could probably talk into the void, not gonna lie. I am off my rocker enough that I could probably just sit here, just talk about Flesh and Blood, whether there's people or not. But the fact that, you know, it's a real two-way conversation goes a long way, a long freaking way. Okay, CNC, it can't be a pummel. In theory, it could be a lunging press. I don't know if this deck is running that. I don't think it is, but it is a pretty cheesy deck, honestly. So we want to block the 6. Cadaverous is still not useful here, but it's really our only like decent swap target if we want to land damage with Dominate. The problem is it like literally puts nothing on top. So it's just for vanilla. So that almost makes me want to swap in a Leave No Witnesses a little bit more. If I'm swapping in a Leave No Witnesses, then is that really worth the 2-card keep, or should I just throw the Leave No Witnesses, you know? Because they're coming up to the turn cycle where they don't mind blocking with their full hand and just using Tunic for Reaping Blade. That's kind of where they gain value. And that's where they gain value. I think we'll just go for the Leave No Witnesses swap. Yeah. It's pretty weak, but once again, right, like we don't actually have to swap it. If they block with 2 cards, we can just hold the Leave No Witnesses. If they give us 2 cards, we like that, right? That's how we start winning the trade, because if they give us 2 cards, we only spent 1. And this game will likely go to fatigue. They're just a defensive deck. You hope you're on stream after this game. Oh yeah. You're on stream right now, buddy. Oh, actually I'm on the wrong size. Oops, there we go. You made this Briar list while waiting in the line for a ride at Disney World. All right, Nathan, you want the full story on this Briar list, bud? You want the full story on this kind of Briar list? I'll tell you what. Back when I was running the full pummel of Aya in that metagame, right? Should I be greedy about this? There's no way. Like that's absolutely a D-react somewhere. Yep. Back when I was playing the full pummel, like 9 pummel of Aya, I was convinced that that deck was actually trash. Are they giving you 2 cards on an isolate? Oh yeah, that's fair. I mean, they could before, or they could after the react, whatever. We're still spending 1 card. We spent 1 card for 2. Same deal. Back when the 9 pummel of Aya list was basically all I played, I was convinced that it was actually trash, and there was a better way to play that deck in Briar. Just because in Briar you could run a pretty similar weapon to Romping Club, either Reaping Blade or Dread Scythe, funny enough. And then just include all the same 2-cost 6 pummel type targets, because you got Rites of Replenishment was another one you could add. Let's see. Well, I don't mind keeping the backstab when we have the Tunic coming up, because that leads to a pretty efficient turn of just slapping them with the daggers. We'd overblock by 1, but I don't think we ever really need to worry about keeping the defense reacts in deck. I'm pretty sure this deck doesn't actually run pummel. So let's just block Fate Sync. My god, the little Windows bar is so annoying, but it doesn't go away. Yep, that's not good yet, so we'll bottom that. No need to sync. Okay, yeah, so back when that deck was all I played, and I was convinced it was bad, I started looking at Briar instead. Because in Briar... yeah, it should be Nerve Scalpel first. Because in Briar, you got all the same 2-cost 6 suite that you would in, like, that Brute list, funny enough. Because the only Brute attacks you were running were 3 Pack Hunts and 1 Hungering Slaughter Beast as, like, the extra 2 for 6s that you ran. Otherwise, it was all generics. So, I built that exact same list for Briar with this whole idea, Reaping Blade and Tunic. And I built it for Battle-Hardened Cincy. Was it Cincinnati? But I was in the car with friends. We were driving over, and it was like a 10-hour drive, something like that. And in the car, I was convinced that it just wasn't quite ready yet. And so I didn't play it. But it is a little bit different than the version you built, to be fair. It is a little bit different. Because it wasn't built around like the entire game plan being embodiment blocks and crown. But it was a Reaping Blade deck. It was just built around the pummel curve. But never was real. Never took it to an event. Great minds think alike, they say. Yeah, so I think we'll just get the extra value here. If they Oasis this, that feels pretty bad. If they Peace of Mind it, that feels pretty bad. Oh, but they didn't. Okay, so now we can go for an extra plunder. Same basis, just have defense from the embodiment. Yeah. Yeah. It was about playing like defensive hands with extra value block fours into really good like disruptive pummel turns. That was it. That was the whole plan. It wasn't like really trying to be fatiguey because the Levi version I played of that wasn't really fatiguey. You won through pitch stacking barragings. So the difference in the Briar list was it didn't really have a solid win con, which is why I didn't end up taking it. I couldn't figure out like how do you actually win though. You know, you're kind of a cool deck by math, like across the board, but how do you actually win? And I guess you answered that. The way you win is by give up on the pummels, like just fatigue them out, like truly fatigue them out. You do not need to close the chain after dagger attacks. That was something that everyone's gonna misplay on now because they saw it on 3 floating with the magic guy, Josh Lee Kwai or something. I don't know his name. I watched that video. It was incredible. Shout out to 3 floating. They do such an insane job. But it was funny because of course you look at the comments and all the comments are people complaining about the misplays. And funny enough, like that one misplay of like them closing the combat chain to flick knives, they explain it in the video as if you have to play it that way, where Josh Lee Kwai, whatever his name is, actually like has a little moment with the camera where he goes, I'm closing the combat chain so that my flick knives is playable. And it's like, okay, it like when you explain it and it's actually flat out wrong, that probably will have some kind of ripple effect. And there we go. It's in the chat right here. You don't need to close the combat chain. Okay, so into this E-Strike. I think we don't care about this one. Another attack is coming. I'm sorry, opponent. Sorry, opponent. How do you get the sleeves on Talishar? You asked during our game. Oh, you need to connect it to your Patreon. So if you have a Patreon account at all, depending on who you are a patron for, which shout out to my own Patreon. This is not... Oh man, my OBS thing is bugging out too. Oops, I was supposed to play this. By the way, leave a like on the stream. This isn't quite the Patreon call to action, but we're going to pretend like it is. If you sign up for the Patreon, then when you link it to Talishar, anyone you're signed up with who has this card back enabled, like a bunch of people have now, Arsenal Pass, Blackwing Studio, myself, like Fresh and Buds, whatever. I'm sorry, opponent. I'm very sorry. I think I'm good to get rid of the surgical here and just go for E-Strike 7, Arsenal, leave no. I think that's fine. Buy back the black tech. If you connect your Patreon account, then anyone that you have a membership for is going to show up here. Card back. Actually, I don't know what the menu normally looks like, but I'm pretty sure there's normally other card backs you can click on. At least I thought. But this is the League of Levi one. If you join the League of Levi, you should get this one. And actually, I'm gonna submit an edit for it as well. I don't like it in white. I have a black version that is way cooler. But I can't freaking open it up because my Windows tab is like busted. I literally can't hit the Windows key, can't open it. Oops. But yeah, there is a black version that I do prefer heavily, which will probably push out to Talishar over the white. The white's cool and all, but it's not quite Demonastry enough, you know. Alright, our lose con now is Grasp of the Arknight. We have no AV. It's over. So, they didn't spend a real card here to take a card and deal a damage. And this is what we need to watch out for as the game progresses. Is every time they make this trade, we really don't like it. So we need to try to rip cards at every other opportunity to equalize things. think this hand is pretty much just pump, leave no witnesses. So I think I'll give him the backstab, pitch the isolate into a dagger swing, leave no concealed blade, arsenal wither. Seems a little bit better than anything else here. Yeah, we definitely sideboarded as if it was normal aggro Briar, but I mean, we should have enough like value in the deck to kind of beat this like bad fatigue strategy. We should. We just need to like never waste these guys. Anything that banishes a card off the top going to be really strong. Need to make sure the shakedowns are always backed up by like a shred or something. Need to make sure the Cadaveruses, at least I guess we have one more, land for an extra codex. That'll all be a pretty big deal. Okay, so they don't have an embodiment, so if they're going to block 4, it's likely going to be off of a defense react this turn. I think we'll lead with Nerve Scalpel instead then. Into leave no. Can't sell off the drugs when you're done with them though. What on earth are you talking about? A previous comment. I see it. Investing in Runeblade cards right now when I never played it is so expensive. TCGs are worse than drugs. Okay, so I actually I built every deck in the game really early on because I used to work at a. Oh yeah, they can actually always crown here, so we're really just hoping to only ever get one banish off the top, which we will get here off this. So I guess if we're concealed blading, do we want to just get 1 free damage with the flick knives right now? We get a little blown out. They actually have a D-react though. But 1 damage is 1 damage, right? 1 damage is 1 damage. Let's just conceal blade now, right? Because they'd play it first and then we could flick knives after. I think. Yeah, early days when I was working at the game store back in Michigan, it was easier then to build every Flesh and Blood deck, right? Like I had first dibs on whenever the store owner like opened his product and like had stuff in the trade binder or whatever, I could pick what I wanted. Okay, so we didn't flick knives. I don't want to choose one. Which one is it going to try to replace? Okay, we're fine. I guess it replaces left or right. So I built every deck back then, and this was pre-Uprising at least, pre-Uprising. And when I went to Lille, I took all those decks with me because I was supposed to be helping out the test house, and just like I brought all the decks people wanted. I just had them. Just had them. Okay, so this is pretty easy. We're just gonna go weapon into Wither Death Touch, Arsenal the other Death Touch. So we can give up the Red Infect here. Should be fine. We are literally gonna die to Rune Chance, is the sad part. If the game goes long enough. And so I took all those decks with me. And they weren't very expensive at the time. But when I was coming back from Lille, my luggage disappeared, right? Which included all those decks. Every single one of those decks disappeared. And I had the choice, do I either spend the money to replace those decks, or do I just kind of let them go? And at the time, I decided, we'll just let them go. I'll replace them when I actually have extra money rather than like bending over to do it now. And yet in the 6 months where I didn't have my bag and all my stuff was lost, those decks got very expensive. And I started feeling worse and worse about the fact that I didn't buy anything to replace them, because now all of a sudden everything was way more expensive. But luckily 6 months passed. Oh, you dog. So actually we can flick knives now and we'll get through, because this is going to block... Wait, this was from Arsenal, right? So it's blocking 7. We'd bring it down to 6. No, it wouldn't. All right, we let it go. We let it go. Yeah. So then 6 months later, my luggage does show up though, and all the decks are in there, and it felt amazing because now these decks, like Dash, Bravo, Viserai, I had Oldhim in there, I think Dorinthia, like all these random decks, right? They'd gotten so much more expensive, and they showed up, and they felt that much better to get at that point rather than early on. If they showed up like earlier, a month after they disappeared or something, it wouldn't have felt as good as when they showed up, and it seemed like so much more money, because now it would have been to replace those. Like Viserai in particular was one that was crazy at the time. Dash as well. Dash had just won calling Singapore, or calling Auckland when I got my stuff back, and so she was stupid expensive. But we got it all back. All right. I really feel like we're just going to lose this game. It's going to take a long time to lose, so we should play a little bit faster. Leave no witnesses is less relevant than these other cards. We actually do want to block it every chance we can, because otherwise that just makes the grasp kill that much more likely. We wish we had a shred here, obviously. But yeah, here's the problem. They can take a card from us every turn and deal 1 damage. And this deck probably just takes 1 to 2 cards from them and deals 0 damage. That's pretty inherently flawed right there. That's pretty bad. If we just brought in the entire sideboard, I don't think there's any way we ever lose. But we didn't. We boarded as if it was the normal Briar list. And we're just going to lose to card value. Maybe we don't. We'll try to play it a little tighter. I don't even remember. Are the shreds still in here, or did they get boarded out? Oh, there's one blue shred. I don't remember what happened to the yellow shreds. Alright, they spent a real card. But it is going to take 2 cards from us. So there's that. This is kind of what we want to be doing. Isolate into Shakedown and hope and pray. Don't have too much faith, though, because they can block 3 from hand, throw in Grasp, Tunic, Crown. That blocks the full 6, and they don't sweat it too hard. It's still what we need to be doing, though. The other way to scale the hand is just Dagger into Death Touch, reset a new Death Touch, park the Shakedown in Arsenal, I guess, and wait for when we have more shreds. Oh no, but we're talking about resetting this Death Touch, huh? Blocking for 2 here is never the right move. Never the right move. I think we'll just do this. Feels really weird, but we're playing for like the really long value game. Do I want the Shakedown over the Death Touch in Arsenal? I don't think so, actually. It's really, we're waiting for the Shred hand, right? But Death Touch is much more playable on any hand we see. Shakedown's more disruptive late game as well, so I think let's do that. Pitch this away. Oh, what's up, Nervesh? PH Chung. You met up with Zordon in person? That's so sick. Look at that. 2 years of League of Leviathan finally meeting in person. I'm so jealous. I wish I was there. When you first started with Fab, you ended up selling your Nintendo Switch and game collection to buy a full CC deck for Chain. Well, you made the right move, because now look at you. You're swimming in cold foils. Swimming. Can you tell the folks how incredibly hard it is to make top 8 and then win any given tournament? Like the grind and mental fortitude needed? Sure. Now, my experience with actually winning events is very limited because I barely ever play to win. I play normally, first and foremost, what I enjoy. Hence playing Leviathan. Although, do I enjoy her? That kind of it's been weighing on me a bit more recently. Oh my god, they're getting full value across the board on everything, and we drew a terrible hand. So unfortunate. Well, we can convert these cards into 1 damage apiece into Tunic Death Touch. Seems pretty bad, but it's what we got. It is what we got. Yep. That's it. Yeah, so to actually win an event, though, first and foremost, you do need to... Oh, okay, they are running blue pummels. And they played it off Tunic Curve. Well, that's bad value for them, but we do take a lot of damage here, which we don't enjoy. Lose the brothers. Not super relevant, but we didn't have Tunic to block with it anyway. So now we can just Arsenal the Codex. That is just as okay in the end. If you're going into an event and actually want to win, you need a deck that will actually have a shot in the top 8 bracket. Which is kind of a different beast than wanting to play something that just does well in Swiss. Because, for example, like if you're playing... This actually might not be a good example, but we'll use it. If you're playing Kano, and you think that most people in the room are disrespecting Null Rune, at least like the majority of the room is disrespecting Null Rune, then you could probably take Kano, and if you're a really good player, have a good shot of just like getting the right record to make top 8. But once you're in top 8, the game changes, because you know you're now playing against the, in theory, best players, most prepared players in the room. And the most prepared players in the room are not only going to be on like much more defined sideboard plans into like known meta matchups, they're going to be just generally like not prone to many misplays, and they're going to likely know what your deck is doing if they are experienced enough. I guess if you're in like a smaller area, that's not necessarily true. Maybe you're just at a small RTN, and so like people are making top 8 and they're still pretty green. But across the board, like that's generally the difference when you shift from Swiss to top 8. So let's see here. Well, we can try for the Isolate CNC. So card inefficient. We're just dying so slowly. Isolate CNC doesn't even matter because they've got Crown. I don't think there's like literally any way to win this. I don't know if my opponent's having fun here, but we'll use it as a chance to talk to chat. Yeah, so like normally the difference for me is when I play Levia, it's actually quite the inverse of pretty much any other deck in how like Swiss and top 8 works in terms of like what you need to do mentally. For Levia, Swiss is your nightmare because more games means more chance for your deck to just do absolutely nothing and have its problem hand, its problem game, it's like it's 1-1, it's like blood debt miss, whatever, and just hard lose. And so Swiss for Levia is terrifying because I know what I'm doing in every matchup. Been playing the deck a long time. I also somehow consistently prey on the fact that even the best players in the room don't really know what Levia is doing because she's so disrespected that you can make a top 8 and literally have the 7 other people around you not know what they're doing into you. And that feels pretty good. So that's what I prey on in my tournament prep when I'm taking Levia, is for the love of God, just make it through Swiss. Swiss is a nightmare, but if we can make it to top 8, even against the best players, they are not going to be fully prepared for the Levia matchup, and I will be, because I'm not taking Levia in blind. Part of the struggle with Levia is you need to know every other deck in the room to the T, because you need to play your side of the matchup, your side of the Levia game, literally perfectly, or you lose to yourself. And part of playing the matchup perfectly is understanding of what your opponent can do. So when I make a top 8 on Levia, I tend to feel like pretty darn good, honestly. Pretty darn good. It's very hard for a top 8 to look overwhelmingly scary for Levia. But I think most people, it's the opposite. Most people...
Do you want lunch or no?
No, I've still got this. Yeah, thank you.
So you don't want me to make shrimp? You make them leave?
It's okay. You don't need to make shrimp. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, I think for most people, it's really the opposite, where they need a deck that just across the board is good enough, strong enough, meta relevant enough. Whether it be like in this meta, Lexi is kind of like that deck. Oldhim is that deck. In previous metas, like Phi was that deck. Chain was that deck. Prism was that deck. Whatever. And then you needed to make it to a point in top 8 where you could either have tiebreakers to manipulate like where you'll be, or not tiebreakers. You either need to have like a little bit of control over where your seating is going into top 8 by having room to either like concede the last round or not, or that's really all you can do in Flesh and Blood to really manipulate things. But really, if you're going into the last round and you have a deck that has some good matchups, some bad matchups, the first thing you should check is, do you have room to actually concede or not? Because that can change a lot with where you end up in a top 8 placement. Like for my RTN win with Rhinar this season, I conceded my last round on purpose because the top 8 bracket was miserable if I won. If I won, then I was second seed, then I'd play against all the Lexis that were at the bottom of the bracket. Whereas if I conceded, then I'd be in the middle of the bracket and play against the Oldhims. So that's one thing you need to check that I'm not very good at. But sometimes it's easy to make that call when you look at a top 8 and like see how clear cut it is. But normally if you're like X1 and you concede the last round, then you know you'll be top 8 somewhere towards the bottom because your first tiebreaker is the last round you lost. All right, Shred on this hand is pretty bad. But if we can, I guess, Shred Plunder the Poor, then that's free damage and takes a card. So yeah, let's just get full value. I'm sorry, opponent. Man, CNC just feels bad. Pretty much everything in this game feels bad. I should play it faster so it's just over, honestly. That should be the play. Play fast so it just ends. So this wonderful, really interesting gameplay is over. That'd be nice. Yeah, so that's kind of the first tip in preparing for a top 8 is just check if like you have that option open to you. If you can kind of fix where your standings are going into a top 8 bracket, because a lot of this game when played at like the highest level is like, yes, there's room to outplay, but by the time you make top 8, normally the spice that's in your list has been scouted out. The people who are there to win know what everyone else in top 8 is on. Everyone has like looked around, they've scouted each other. And so if you were on like a spicy Briar list, like this version, and you make top 8, everyone in top 8 knows that you're on this Briar list, right? And not the other Briar. So the best thing you can do into top 8 is try to really get yourself in the better bracket, because the surprise element starts to fall off the face of the earth for most heroes, other than Levi. And then once you're actually in top 8, there is no time limit. And even if you normally play fast, there is no reason, especially if there's like another Oldhim match going on, an Oldhim mirror something going on in top 8, you are under no pressure to play quick. You're just not. So if you ever have nerves, do what you need to do to just overcome for the top 8. Because the pressure is on you to win. The pressure's not on you to play fast at all. So remove that piece for yourself, and that should go a lot better. But at the end of the day, like, it's just a game, right? Like, you came there because you brought a deck that you think could win. And so just play it the way that you intended from literally round 1 in Swiss, and you'll be fine. Okay, so now we've got the Tunic lines up with Codex. Oh, yeah. Everything just looks so bad here. Problem with that is we would discard a card unless we block with all 3. I don't want to block with all 3, so then if all we're doing is blocking with 1, E-Strike go again. That's really, really poor value. It's poor value, for sure. So maybe we don't worry about using Tunic then, and we just overpitch the E-Strike. Sure, let's do that. Now we do want to use Orbitoclast. Oh, you know what? I should have blocked with Black Tech, actually. Because I'm going to grab Shakedown here. CNC just doesn't do anything. Yeah, I should have blocked with this right here. Because we have the Silver Ford anyway. But they're likely going to block out the Shakedown, so... Bait up the Orbitoclast trigger. Nice. Well, okay, so they used Crown on Orbitoclast, and that almost makes me want to use Nerve Scalpel then and just go for Death Touch off Tunic. Orbitoclast is just going to cover nothing because the embodiment hit. Or rather, because they have the embodiment and the Orbitoclast didn't hit. Yeah, so this is really just one more damage this turn. Very minor. It's just one more damage. Yeah, so CNC isn't a right target, even though we're forcing them in Arsenal, because the Nerve Scalpel hit isn't going to affect the fact that they can just block with 2 normal cards that are pumped by embodiment. So actually, we can't even pay for the CNC. So it's just going to be the Death Touch. We were cheeky. We got 1 damage. 1 damage we weren't expecting. Conceding on purpose is legal. Yeah. I mean, you can make the choice to just take the loss. Yeah. What's different about Flesh and Blood is, I mean, it's bad. Like, a loss sucks. You are losing elo. You are, affecting your standings. But for certain points in the game, like in Swiss, if it helps what your top 8 is looking like, then, I mean, take the loss, right? If a loss still means you're in top 8, but it helped your standing somehow, then who cares, right? You're still in top 8. The difference with Flesh and Blood and other games and how that kind of, like, conceding later rounds works is in other games you can just draw, and that is awful. Like, you get at a certain point in Pokemon or Magic where you've got enough, like, match points to make a top cut that there will be people that just draw their last, like, 3 rounds because they just don't need to play anymore. They hit what they need to, so they can just guarantee top cut by just drawing and not really playing the game anymore. Flesh and Blood doesn't have that. So I don't think there's much to complain about with the current system. It's fine. I'd hate it much more if you could just get to that point. Like, you win your first 3 rounds and you're like, okay, I can just draw 2 more games and I'm in. That feels pretty bad. All right, now we have the double shred play. I like having the double shred. I do. Although we don't really need to use it, right? We can just isolate into shred. Sure. Gotta spend elo to make elo. Yeah. Luckily, I'm not too deep in the CC elo. I'm like 107th worldwide, I think. Which is like pretty high, but I don't know. I'm not really competing to do much with that elo. My limited elo is 27th in the world, though. And that sucker, I really care about. I really, really care about my limited elo because there aren't that many more limited events across the world. So I think I can probably get my Worlds invite off of limited elo alone. And that would be fantastic. I really, really, really want that to happen. Because the invites should be top 50 world for CC and limited elo. So yeah, please give me that any day. Give me that free invite. All right, what color do we call? Probably blue, which is like pretty boring, but actually, I don't know. Okay, so they've got Tunic, so in theory they can just Tunic for this anyway. They likely kept a blue so they could make a Grasp Rosetta play. So let's say it. Yeah, we banished a Looming Doom. Okay. That's a funny one. I guess it's a block 4. It's a block 4. Okay, there's the Reaping Blade. So if we want to make our turn Codex, then I guess we can overpitch the Sync Blow so that we can pull the Death Touch at least. Feels pretty gross to just give up on life like that. But that's likely the better play here. We have found the tiniest edge, but it won't last long. Yeah, we're playing Death Touch, right? So Orbido class matters more. Cool. Isolate Surgical to take 1 to 2. Unless they give armor. That was probably a couple turns ago at this point, but they're running the Peace of Minds and Syncs. I would assume Fates as well. We haven't even seen any Fates. And maybe even Oasis. And look at that. That's even blue Peace of Mind. I mean, they're literally just trying to do nothing. And hoping that I run out of cards, which is unfortunately going to be the reality because we didn't put in the entire sideboard. They're trying to be the new Oldhim. Yep. They're trying. It's kind of funny because they shouldn't be succeeding. We just boarded as if it was real Briar. Which, props to them, I guess. Props to them. That's how they're going to win this matchup. Is they have to prey on the other person not boarding as if it is Fatigue Briar. So, see, this is the kind of thing in the top 8 conversation that does shift. This works in Swiss. But this deck isn't actually doing anything fancy that can catch you off guard. Like, even if you don't know the deck, but you see how it plays in Swiss, then you make it the top 8. It plays in literally one way. Its win con is running out of cards, right? Running out of cards. That's its win con. Whereas Levia is much more interesting than that. Because she can play on multiple axes. Try to play aggro, mid-range, full recursion. And as the Levia player, you have a lot of agency on, even with the same 60 cards, like how you actually play the deck. You can be very patient. You can like block everything, wait for like a double Blood Rush opener. You can play aggro from the get-go. And your opponent, regardless, is almost never used to having to play around your graveyard state and making blocking decisions around what the Levia player's graveyard looks like. They almost never do that correctly. Even if they like conceptually get what Levia is doing, everyone sucks at that, which I'm happy about. Let them suck at it. Oh, this game is so sad. This hand was so good. This hand was awesome. Oh yeah, you get that finals trigger. You need it. You really need it. That's how you came in second at the Procos this year. You played a control Vis and everyone sideboarded wrong. Nice. Hey, working once is all you need. There really are some events where no one's paying attention too hard. I'm talking more so at like at the Battle Hardened level or something. If you make top 8, everyone knows your deck. Like you can't hide it at that point. There's been like 7 rounds. Everyone's seen what you're doing. All right, we're gonna try Isolate Contraband. That's all we got. E-Strike and Arsenal is fine. Because it would unlock if this does hit. Oh, okay. So now we don't actually get to Arsenal with E-Strike. Do we want to discard this or whatever the random next card is? What is the next card? We did... What is the next card? I believe it's the card that we Fate Foreseen to the bottom. Which was... No, we Fate Foreseen the Cadaverous. So now I don't know what the next card is, because this is what we Fate Foreseen, and now I'm off what we pitched. Let's still sink it. We'll discard the other thing. Okay, Red Wither. That's fine. Both pummels they've played have been very off-curve, which is nice. When did we pitch a Red Wither? When did that happen? No idea. Must have been to a really janky dagger turn. Would make sense. Truly, my experience in top 8s, though, is honestly not too extensive. I could tell you all about being the bubble boy. I have been 9th, 10th, 11th. Been there. Can tell you all about that. But in terms of actually making it to top 8s, Levi has a really hard time doing that. Luckily, most of the time I do, I don't think I've ever lost in top 8, at least, except when I played Rhinar. Losing in top 8 is embarrassing. Like, I hate losing in top 8. So just don't. You know, just don't. What do you mean by off curve? So, pummel with Tunic, you want to be pitching a blue. That leaves you with 1 floating for whatever 2 cost you attack with, right? So, for example, that last turn was... last turn wasn't a great example because that was a 3 cost. But let's say they're attacking with like a Humble or... Actually, in their deck, so far, it's just been Humble, which is really strange, because you'd think Pummel is normally based around a better curve. But anyway, you pitch a blue, you have 1 floating, and then you use Tunic, you have 2 resources, and then you Pummel. So it lets you play a Pummel on a 2-cost attack off of just 3 cards, which is a really big deal for unlocking Pummel to be an actual, like, good rate card. Because if you're playing Pummel otherwise... That's normally a 4-card hand, right? Like, you're playing this, you're pitching a blue. You're pitching another card then for Pummel. So you spent 4 cards then on, let's say, 7 damage, plus 4, 11, and a discard. So you spent 4 cards for 11 and a discard. And a discard is normally baseline, like, 3-ish value. You're taking a card from your opponent. It's normally, honestly, worth more than that, but that's how you should generalize it. So spending 4 cards for 14 value is pretty bad, considering that if you play that hand a different way, you can probably get a different kind of scaling out of it. Like blocking 9, returning the Grasp rune chant is 13. And you block 9, you bought 9 life. Most decks scale it way differently, but that's how this deck would do it. Is Uzuri your play for this weekend? Wait, are you in Singapore, Matt? Oh, wait, you are in Singapore. You're Matt McInnes. I was thinking you're Matt W. Yeah, play Uzuri, Matt. No. Play Briar, actually. What are we saying? Play Briar, please. God, get Rosetta out the game. Get Rosetta out of the game. I don't want any more Rosetta Viserais, please. I care more about that than Briar. No more Rosetta Viserais, please, for the love of God. Maybe, like, there's no way we actually win, but it's funny that they've taken this much damage. This is starting to get interesting. Like, I guess we just dagger shakedown Arsenal Codex. Starts to probably look decent. We could also just shakedown, hold shred. We could also swap it in with infect shred. Just eat all this damage. That sounds like the worst play. That one sounds pretty bad. I think dagger shakedown's likely good enough. If somehow we get it over, we can black deck and codex. Pull something else. We'll call this good enough. You'd rather play Leviah than Briar? Yes. There you go, baby. That's the real play. Okay, same deal. They have an embodiment, so we care about the Orbitoclast. You're okay with Briar staying as long as Rosetta's gone? Honestly, sure. I've got no problem with Briar. Like, in terms of her card pool being massive, blah blah, like, well, sure, but she mostly plays generics, you know? Her problem is Rosetta. Briar herself is fine. A very cool hero. And I like the flexibility of Briar as well is really interesting. Like, Embodiment of Earth really lets her play mid-range when she wants to, and that is awesome out of a Runeblade deck. Not in this matchup, I mean, they're playing full fatigue, but even like an aggro Briar list, being able to fall back and play like a completely different strategy just off the basis of like, oh, we have an embodiment this turn is really cool. Very flexible deck. Well, they blocked it, so they're just going to give us 2 cards and then return Reaping Blade. That doesn't seem good enough. But that's what we got. Yeah, it's beefy, Briar. So we didn't sideboard it as if it was. And we are just going to lose to them keeping a blue for Grasp Reaping Blade every turn. That's just it. That's just it. Now, this is not Dagon's take on Briar. This is Nathan Crawford's Briar list. He played it in the Goliath Gauntlet. And then Dagon got it from him. Was it you that was saying Briar was the most successful but unexplored hero? Because CMH was too good? I did not say that. That sounds more like Nathan. You should probably throw shoes this turn even if you don't hit. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Gotta buy the 1 life back. I'm honestly surprised we even got those contracts through early game. Look at all these hits. Oh, we got so many powerful cards out of them. We got a block 4, a block 4, a block 4, a block 4, a block 4. Yeah, good stuff, man. Oh, these banishes are so juicy. No, that's sarcasm, by the way. That literally the entire deck does the same thing. It was Dio Ramada that said that. That makes sense. I mean, that kind of statement is pretty objectively true, you know? Like, what other builds with Briar have ever competed with, like, the best Briar build? Pretty much nothing. There's been, like, slight variations on, kind of, like, the best version of Briar. I'm not going to claim victory. But the core has always been pretty much the same. Is that true? Like, Belittle Briar... Was Belittle Briar different enough from, like, normal Briar? They did exist at the same time. They did exist at the same time. Or was everyone just playing Belittle Briar? I don't know. It seemed like everyone was just playing Belittle Briar. Alright. This is gonna be likely one of our last good turns. Last good turn on the board right here. E-Strike go again, isolate CNC. That's a really sad use of E-Strike when you use it for a 2-card 5 go again. Whew. But the stacking of the codex here doesn't feel great. Otherwise, it's just dagger, dagger, E-Strike 7. Honestly, I don't even hate that. Like, they are at 6. So I think I'm actually more partial to that. Dagger, dagger, E-Strike 7. Oh, actually, oops, that's the wrong one. Should be Nerve Scalpel first. Dagger, dagger, E-Strike, go again into Codex. Yeah, I guess if they're going to commit a lot of cards to blocking here, let's see what happens. The problem is, E-Strike go again into Codex only pulls a 0 cost, and like they just block that with armor. They just block that with 1 card and tunic. Like having a blue there to even make it death touch would have felt more relevant. Yeah, I'd rather say 7 here. Pulling the 0 for 4, I don't think matters. Because if this is just 5, they can give 1 card on it. And then if the next thing's just 4, they give 1 card on it here. And we only deal 2 damage. Whereas with this, I think they're likely to block with 1 and then try to keep 1 for the Reaping Blade play. Which means we deal 4 damage from doing it this way, making it look less threatening. They pay for Ironhide and Brothers. It's actually pretty okay. They get nothing out of their turn, we still deal damage. Or no, they're going to crown. They'll crown with the last resource. So we don't deal damage. But now they're off Arsenal, and we have a Codex play. I like that. Been brewing a new version of Uzuri that mixes contract with the red line. Seems promising. That's kind of what... I'm pretty sure the idea behind Blue Uzuri is the same thing, which is what this list is. Although it doesn't go that hard on contracts still. Adding like 1 more playset would probably make it closer to what you're talking about. How's it going? Hope the Uzuri games are going well. Well, this is still our first game. It's probably lasted about 3 hours at this point. It is Fatigue Briar into mid-range Uzuri, and we didn't sideboard as if it was Fatigue. So we're feeling that for sure. All right, now we can go Isolate into Surgical Shred. That's like a pretty big deal. That feels like it's good enough. So I don't think at this point they are running Fates. We can say that pretty confidently. We banished a Piece of Mind. They played a Piece of Mind. They showed us a blue Piece of Mind. So they... And 2 red unmovable. So they could have 1 more red unmovable. They could have 1 more red Piece of Mind. They could have 2 more blue Piece of Minds. Freaky stuff. And because they didn't want to crown that away, I feel like that's the last unmovable. Like, pretty certainly. Pretty certain. I think we still have to go for that kind of play, though. Our other choices waste a card are the problems. All the other choices waste a card because of Codex, which we obviously don't want to do right now. I wish we could lead with Dagger here, but we drew the red. You're on 18 contracts, and including Eradicate. Now that is quite a bit different. Okay, it's not the immovable. We don't mind this then. I think I'm gonna throw the Flick Knives like just to eat the proc. We'll see. We can always hold on that, you know. Now we shred. The problem is if they... I mean, they're not running Fates, right? So it's like if they have the D-React, then that's just it. The Flick Knives doesn't actually matter here. So I'm kind of contemplating if I just throw it for damage. I don't think I should. The only way I'm going to get through is the double dagger for a good bit. So let's just hope it's not a Piece of Mind. It's not a Piece of Mind. Oh, baby. Look at what they were about to do. Look at what they were about to do. Ooh, that feels good. They wanted that CNC pummel hand. Nuts. Okay, so now if we can just Flick Knives them twice with no crown up, we win. We're actually getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so if we take away their blue, then they can't make the rune chant to swing Grasp, which is pretty relevant. That's pretty relevant. So I think we take this. They're likely going to try to keep the pummel in Arsenal, but I think they're low enough that they won't be able to keep that hand again. So let's just take the blue. Makes another contract anyway, so we're going to be gaining life off the black text. Why not go again into Frailty E-Strike for 6? Because that doesn't work. I'd have to discard the card. If I black deck there, it makes me discard the sink, which is probably still fine, honestly. Discard the sink, and then I'd have to get a 0 for 4. And they can block the 0 for 4. They'd have to give Tunic, I guess, plus the last card. Maybe that's still worth it. Maybe that is still worth it. I don't even know what E-Strike for 6 means. We wouldn't be under Frailty there. Okay. Now we saved these E-Strikes because we like E-Strikes numbers later. The breakpoint becomes more relevant. They're at 2. We really don't have many more windows left. What we want to do is eat their crown on something and flick knives twice to kill them. That's really how we win. That is how we win. I don't think they have any more Findles. Could be wrong. I see 1, 2 Findles. They might have one more life in them. That would suck. I think this play is E-Strike Go Again, Dagger, Codex, Death Touch, just because that's going to be 5, 6, 12 damage on them. Spread kind of awkwardly, plus there's the dagger hit in there. Yeah, that seems like it makes the most sense. No harm in closing the combat chain either, because they don't have any battle-worn stuff. So yeah, let's just do that play. I hate using E-Strike Go Again, but there isn't a better play with this hand. No, so you don't want to use Dagger before the E-Strike, because the E-Strike has no hit effect and it's already kind of an awkward block. So I'd rather Dagger before the Death Touch. Yeah, they had Crown floating. That's right. I mean, that's what I'm talking about overall. We need to get in positions where the Flick Knives actually does deal 2 damage. So it needs to be playing around the Crown effect, which is going to be a bit tougher these days because they do have Tunic Crown up as of now. Hopefully going to take a lot out of him here. Alright, they blocked with attacks, so now it's more likely Orbiter class is going to be doing something. Yo, Devin! Buddy, you tuned in to the Redemption arc. This is Azure Strife. It's his deck. I was so doom and gloom about this matchup, but I think my opponent played it a little bit greedy. They kept some pummel hands that were just pretty bad value out of them, when their game plan of just full block into Grass Reaping was probably just all they needed to do to win the game. So we'll see if we actually get there. We tried to save a lot in deck. Not like it's been a true pitch stack, but we have saved a lot of threat. That was the game plan. Save threat. Not into one cohesive hand or anything. But yeah, I think we're actually going to get there. The early game felt awful, but we are in the position now where double Flick Knives should win. And if they Tunic here to Crown, the Codex gets massive value. Oh my god, we absolutely love this. This is good. This is very good. We get the Death Touch. We just want the most damage. Codex just a huge blowout. Yeah, we saved him. We saved him. We used one early. It wasn't even a good use of it, honestly. But we've been saving them for this exact moment. Saving, saving, saving. You should have seen it, Devin. We had a play where we isolate, swap, surgical, shredded onto their, with Tunic up, CNC blue pummel. We took the CNC pummel play away from them like 2 turns ago. I think that was the real kicker. That was the difference maker, more than anything. It was nutso. Man, so the Orbitoclast hitting was a big deal. Huh. Orbitoclast hitting was a massive deal. So in that case, should it actually have been Orbitoclast into E-Strike, flick the Orbitoclast? That's an interesting question. We still flick knives here, though. We still do it. Just because it puts them at 1. And I guess we want to... In theory, they don't have any more D-Reacts anyway, so we can get rid of the Nerve Scalpel. Just deal the 1. Or you could have flicked the Nerve Scalpel on the orb to eat the prevention and force orb through. Yeah, but that's giving up our win con of just 2 flick knives to win the game. So that's just like hoping a lot that these would be non-attacks, which we didn't quite know. Although we probably should have hedged for that anyway, because he's pitching blue non-attacks more than anything, to be fair. Yeah, so actually this is probably the right way to do it. It still would have done 1 damage in a way. That is true too. That is actually very true too. Yeah, so it should have been... Yeah, so it should have been the flick previously. Oh man, yeah. But we saved the Codex again. Like, we have been saving these plays. That has been the idea. Maybe the Isolate gets us there. I mean, we saved these cards for a reason. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. They're forced to give us a card every time on these. Blue Shred doesn't work on that, which is unfortunate. Now we isolate, shred CNC, hope and pray, I guess. Yeah, let's shred the sift. This gets us there with the flick knives, right? If we shred this, it goes to just blocking 2, then this swaps in. If they Peace of Mind... no, flick still wouldn't do it then. Yeah, so if it's a red Peace of Mind specifically... Oh, he's saying GG. Okay, so it's not red Peace of Mind. Nice. Flick now with Crown on the stack. Oh, true. Oh, yeah, oops, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Well, sorry. Yeah, that's right. It's before it resolves. You're absolutely right. Yeah, okay. Boom. Yeah, true. What am I thinking about? Jesus Christ. I'm stacks. They make it easy. They try. They try to make it easy for me, and I still can't do it. All right, the fact that I can't minimize the like Windows bar at the bottom is so annoying. I can't type to my opponent. GG's. Oh my god, now we can go back. Oh, holy moly. What a long one. Flick now! Yeah, god, man. I did it, okay? And Azalea. Alright, nice. That was grindy, but we actually did it. Okay. We are the disruptive deck. We want to go second. If they cheese through damage, they cheese through damage. But that is, in theory, what we want to be doing. Be the disruptor. Is that worth it, though? Cheesing damage? I feel like this matchup's not quite a blowout. I feel like this one's a little tighter. The Dominate does a lot to just make sure damage sticks. We're doing it. Hey, good look. Pat pointing out that he should use Crown before reactions. Correct. Pat, best player in the chat. Bet. Put money on it. Fight him. I dare you. Okay, so let's see. The Azalea... Oh, okay. Maybe that's a little shots fired. I can't hype you up that high. But Pat is very good. I would listen to anything this man says. Frailty, not bringing in Frailty. I can see that, I guess, because Azalea's not going to go as wide. It's not Lexi, right? But this still almost always blocks... Well, yeah, the go again, right? So it doesn't even always block 4. Okay, I buy it. Into Nerve Scalpel Spiders. Yeah, they're never blocking with non-attacks anyway. Although, that's a little untrue with, like, the Deadeye and the Melting Point stuff. I think this is still better, though. Yeah, let's do it. Lock it in. Oh my god, I can't type in chat. This stupid bar. Like, you see this? I can't click on anything. You see this, people? It's frozen. I did fight him, and I lost. Well, there you go. David confirming. Pat is the reason I didn't top 8 at Pro Tour. Goddamn Pat. The only old him to beat me. What a story that would have been. Oh, there's the free damage we were talking about. There's the free damage. We did start with Disruption, and we have a Shred for it, so I kind of like the idea of keeping at least these 3, so we can give up the Wither. But we did eat damage. This was the fear. We did. Okay. So... I guess we can... If they're not planning on blocking Surging, it's not even like Black Tech Codex means anything, because we'd only be pulling that, so... Yeah, our play really is just Surgical Shred it. That's it. So we can at least lead with a dagger to make it awkward. Doesn't matter. If they don't block, obviously this is like kind of the feels bad, because then we're wasting the effectiveness of Shred here. So pretty good argument then to just attack with double dagger, because if they give us 2 cards on the block, that feels good enough, right? I could see that. Could see that for sure. Or instead keep the concealed blade instead of the Shred. Actually, that's the better way to do it. Pitch the Shred, keep concealed blade. If they say no blocks, we just flick and re-equip something. Boom. Yeah, that would have been much, much, much better. We missed 1 damage. We missed 1 damage. 2 damage, actually, Flick Knives. Unfortunate. Okay, so their turn... Very resource light. So if we go after the Bolt and Shot, their turn is likely just E-Strike into, like, shoot whatever arrow that is. If we take the Enlightened Strike, I'm a little bit more worried that that is some kind of pump. They load Death Dealer, draw like another pump, shoot the Remorseless, still end with an Infecting Shot. So I think taking their resource card feels a bit better than anything else here. Let's do that. Yeah, it was definitely keep concealed. The Brothers in Arms. I'm surprised that's actually still in the list. That's going to feel very awkward to use. Very awkward. Because we don't have the Tunic. So we're likely just going to park this in Arsenal. And I guess crown it away at some point. That's going to be it. Our turn is just Isolate Death Touch. Yep, could see that. Okay, so they're giving up Arsenal entirely here, so I don't think we're... Oh, but it's dominated. Okay, okay. So, yeah, we can't block with the Brothers anyway. I guess the thing could be we block with Brothers, we pay into it, and Black Tech saves us a life. Or we just go ahead, take the 2 damage, take the 1 life when we activate, or when we play Isolate, and that gives us the Brothers in Arms and Arsenal for a crown later. I think that's better. That feels a little better. Because does Uzuri say play it? Or it's just now the attacking card? Yeah, so we shouldn't actually take a damage from the Uzuri trigger. No, we don't. Okay, cool. So, with Death Touch into the Azalea here, Frailty buys us 1 life. Inertia kicks him off Arsenal, which is probably a bigger deal. Bloodrot seems like the least relevant. Hey, Pat. I'm just following what Devin told me to do, alright? He told me to sideboard this way. It's in his guide. Why would he lie to me? I think Inertia, then, is the big deal, right? They kept a 4-card hand. Unless it's all buffs, even drawing like off of a buff with Death Dealer, Inertia should probably buy me pretty good room here. That could be wrong. That could be wrong, to be fair. I'm going to do it. It also is, like, obviously bad into their Codex plays. They can layer it in a way that's beneficial for them. You actually changed the sideboard guide to play Frailty. You did lie! You lie! You are like Papa. Okay, they are just going to dump their whole hand, aren't they? Oh, yep, they do get to dump their entire hand. Alright. Inertia did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. Whoo, baby. We're getting whopped. And our hand, not that good. Not that good. We're really lacking disruption. We missed 2 damage on our first disruptive turn. Our next turn wasn't real disruption. Inertia didn't really line up. So the only difference would have been if I chose Bloodrot, it's another 2 damage missed in theory. If I chose Frailty, you know, I saved 1 life. So it should have been Bloodrot, I guess. Should have been Bloodrot. Huh. Well, they're going to make me discard the Codex pretty much every time. Like, there's no way they let me keep that card. So we can only block with 1. It's going to be one of these guys, because our turn likely becomes Spider's Bite into Tunic Brothers in Arms. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good? Feels awful. If all we're doing is returning one of these cards on an off turn from Arsenal, I would rather it be the Bloodrot, I guess, a 0 for 5 over the Frailty, so we can give this one up. Eat a ton of damage here, though. Oh, there's an Inertia as well. Oh, doesn't even work. So, no using Tunic then. No using Tunic then. We can just overpitch. Yikers. Where's my Isolate CNCs? I thought I'm supposed to draw like Isolate CNC every hand. What's going on here? I was lied to. What do you think of Bert Herring's Blood Deck Control Levia? I don't know what that is at all. I assume that's someone's name. Never heard of it. Maybe the better play is just use Tunic to pay for Bloodrot. The Spider's Bite didn't really matter, right? Tunic for Bloodrot. It's giving up Tunic, which hurts our ability to have like more Codex draws because we do have Death Touch in Arsenal. But once again, it's 2 damage difference. 2 damage difference. Hey, you are pretty cool. Thank you. You're pretty cool too there, Mr. Mark Johnson. Ooh, baby. Another hand that's a little lacking here. A little lacking. If we just straight up pay for the surgical, then I guess that's our best line. They're really going hard on the dominates. Makes sense. They have a lot of room to do so. A lot of room to do so. My God. My God. Stop it, dude. Stop it. 10 dominate Inertia trapped drill shot A. A. Oh. Well, I guess we're a little forced to crown then. We want to tuck away this in an effort to find better resources then so the card actually does something. Feels pretty bad. They'll still get the drill shot off, but it only deals us like 1 life in theory. We're going to tuck away 1 Fate Foreseen. Okay. It's an Isolate? Okay. Don't mind that. Because that way we can actually turn this into a Spider's Bite into Isolate Extraction. Blue Shred? Nah, find me CNCs, please. Not even like they have arsenals. What's going on here? What game is this? At least with them off arsenal, it does make the surgical more relevant. We'll have full knowledge of what their turn's going to be. Can mess with it. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Surgical. Let's destroy your hopes and dreams. Yeah, Codex seems pretty good. Let's get rid of that sucker. Goodbye. We like that. Call that a win. Surprised the life is getting closer to balance. Like, if they have a nothing turn here, we are in business. We drew the shakedown. We have a shred and an isolate. We can keep it going. Let's do it. But no, they're going to load in the Spire Sniping and then swap something, right? Yeah, that always happens. So maybe they just don't swap something. That'd be cool. They put a card on top and on top. Makes sense. It's a red in the ledger. Okay, that doesn't actually hurt us. Okay, the Seek and Destroy is BS though. Calm down, dude. Calm down. My man's is actually finding it all. Okay, so Dominate again. We obviously block with Sync. No point really sinking the Shred. Our turn is just Isolate, Uzuri Swap, and a Shakedown. If they try to block at all, we can Shred it, but we're going to lose Shred otherwise anyway. So it's a good safety net card in this case, I guess. Now it looks dumb that I didn't use Tunic that other way to save 2 life. Because it'd be on Tunic 3, I think, this turn, right? Turn 6. Yeah, we're not going to sink anything. Come on. Alright, what color do I call? What color do I call? What do I do? I mean, I should try to hit an arrow again, so I should say red. It should always be red here. Okay, so their hand is Deadeye. Yeah, so once again, we can take their arrow and hopefully make them have a bad turn here. That'd be nice. Cool. We have Isolate into Death Touch. We could maybe even Black Tech for a Plunder the Poor turn. That'd feel pretty good. But the Cadavers is not what we want to be blocking with. That feels awful. Yeah, that's... Oof, this really hurts. Right now, that 2-block really, really hurts. Going for the Isolate Cadavers to try to hold a Codex feels pretty greedy, because that's basically betting we live a whole nother turn. I mean, we'll live another turn. What am I saying? Keep a 1-card hand. Codex for Tunic at that point. Maybe it's not the worst, but I really want to try to keep this. This feels like how the game swings, right? Because if they say no blocks and all this, they just die. Isolate and a Death Touch, Black Tech, Plunder. It's like kind of a big deal. But then we're only blocking 2. Yeah, if this Contraband was like Frailty Trap, right? If the Brothers was Frailty Trap, I think that all feels a little bit better. I think we have to give it up. The one reason to keep it is to try to play around their Codex of Frailty a little bit. Right? We know they don't have it this turn. Otherwise, they could be like Snap's Codex. We know that's not the case. It'd be just having a card in Arsenal to play around their own Codex draw next turn would be the difference. Taking 5 down to 3. We're only going to have 1 more life with the Tunic, and we never used Tunic this game. That looks dumb. Alright, that's all we got, though. Why can't this be a CNC? What's happening? Okay, so now I think I do Flick Knives now to go ahead get the Spider's Bite proc on when I attack with Plunder the Poor. I'm pretty sure what we're feeling here. It also means they have to block it or they die. So let's do this. At this point, it needs to be Blood Rot, right? We need to make them terrified. It has to be Blood Rot now. If it wasn't before, it is now. Flick has the -1 from Drill Shot, though, so we can't block with it. Feel like we're dead, though. Feel like we just died to a piddly little Dominate. Feel it. Now, I think the problem with going for the Cadaverous play here was we wouldn't be able to Black Tech into Plunder the Poor. So we wouldn't be able to threaten lethal on that play. It would just be keep 2 cards to throw, isolate Cadaverous, and we still would have blocked poorly because the Death Touch itself only blocks 2. So it would have been block 5 to throw 6 with basically saying we draw a Codex now. But it really comes down to do we die on this turn or not. So that's where this play matters a bit more, I think. Yeah, because they just keep this hand and we die, is the reality. We just die. Yep, seems about right. Oh, we had a Codex on top anyway. Funny. Show me any Dominate. You got this, buddy. So we effectively lost 2 life ourselves by weird sideboard choices. We also missed 2 damage ourselves by not keeping the Concealed Blade. And missed 1 free life where we could have used Tunic to clear a Blood Rot. So all those little differences do add up. The Tunic actually got 0 value this game. Like, actually 0. So that hurts. That one hurt. Yeah, but overall, it's on me. The Concealed Blade turn 1 is the difference right then and there, right? 2 damage. Oh! Alright, we're not dead, but we died to, like, literally any arrow. Load anything. Load anything. We die. Yeah, the Concealed Blade actually mattered because it would have been... They would have had to block with Tunic here. They wouldn't be able to have used Tunic resource. Or no, actually, it wouldn't have been Tunic. It'd be an entire card. So maybe it doesn't actually matter in the end. They might end up with a card they don't need to still kill us. And the 1 more life, I doubt, means anything. Okay, yeah, so... It did actually come up then. The Concealed Blade being the difference. Everything came up as being a difference, right? If we had 2 more life because the Frailty Traps instead of Cadaverous and Death Touch, then we'd be at 3 right now. So that plus Tunic healing the 1 Blood Rot means we wouldn't have died. Yeah, so the 3 mistakes adding up to the loss here. Also going second, right? That's also the question, because we took 6 damage by going second, and our return wasn't that good. Even though it was disruption, it wasn't that good. So maybe we always go first just to say we don't get cheesed with damage like that. Interesting game. You take responsibility for that one? You're right, Devin. That is on you. I'll rematch if the guy's up for it. I can't type though. I gotta rematch. Okay, yeah, now we'll change things. Wanna try a diff sideboard. Thank you. Okay. Now we're gonna fix all the mistakes. The path that we were led down by our friend Devin. We make all the better choices now. Where is Brothers in Arms? Where is that card? It is here. We're gonna add in the traps, because those alone, just to play around Dominate a little bit, do help. And I think that's good enough. We also chose first. So let's play tighter. And let's change those cards. And try again. Let's also update the win-loss. 1-1. Alright. It's actually pretty good going second hand. But we don't worry about that. So we want to keep the Leave No Witnesses in Arsenal. And we can cheese damage through by burning a shred, which is kind of funny. So let's do that. They likely don't block that much anyway, so the shreds aren't going to get a ton of value. So being able to burn them now is kind of cool. Yep. We're not actually going to play the Leave No Witnesses on this turn. Doesn't make any sense. So we're just dealing a damage. I know it looks funny. That's all we're doing. And Arsenal. And I think that is good enough. A bunch of isolates. Okay, this hand blocks decently. Lets us dagger spiders into Leave No Witnesses. That's probably what our turn ends up being, but we'll see how we need to react. If it's not a dominated turn, which is... I mean, you never quite know. It's kind of up to the Azalea, like what they opt or not. If it's not dominated, our hand blocks really well. If it is dominated, we can still have quite a bit of play with this hand. Dagger, dagger, Leave No is at least a play. At least a play. You think going first against Azalea is correct? Yeah, I mean, we are supposed to be a deck that is heavy disruption, right? So if we can just open a disruptive hand and keep that going, then you'd think we just never lose grip of the game, right? Because we'll have disruption in sequence, like turn after turn after turn. But it's not what happened last game. So yeah, I guess to play it safer and not be dependent on draw sequence is to just go first. Alright, we can block with Black Tech, sink 2 of these puppies, and then throw a Leave No. I don't know, should we keep... I guess we'll keep the yellow for the Spider's Bite in theory, right? That does matter. Does it matter? I don't think it matters, actually. We just want one of these in Arsenal. So we want the red one in Arsenal, then. Okay, so we're going to do this. Sink below. Just to be just to protect from the hit effects here. We don't really care about the red in the ledger hit effect itself. Yeah, so then maybe it's Sink Below in Arsenal over Isolate, but I don't know about that. The Isolate just means we can one-card hand like CNC swap pretty much as soon as we see it. So yeah, let's keep that. Let's keep that around. Just not eat the free damage here with Lace with Blood Rot. No sink. Nice. Not a bad turn. Leave No. Such a good card. Such a good card. Oh, Ethan actually has a comment up here. Real talk, do you think Codex of Frailty is healthy for the game? Irrespective of Ranger or Assassin's performance, do you think it's an okay card to have around? I think they are really pushing what they consider fair with that card, because LSS's stance is that it is a fair card. They are happy with how it functions. Which I have a bit of a hard time buying. Maybe that's just their PR, you know? But to like claim they have no issues with the card is like, that's an interesting hill to stand on, but it's where they're at. I really, really think the fact that there isn't a real cost on this is a little worrisome. You know, like it's just so directly abusable by the player. And not every other hero has mechanics to be like, oh, I can, you know, load my arsenal on your turn and play around your codex. Like, you don't really get to play around codex proactively. You have to just, like, kind of guess as the opponent of, oh, I'm going to keep a card in arsenal because, like, you know, this turn cycle, codex is pretty bad for card advantage, blah, blah, blah. But as the player, the way that decks are built to abuse codex of just dump full hand, play out codex, and just generate a free card off that, and get a frailty, and like neg your opponent a card, that's where it really, like, man, that is just, there's not much play around that. It's tough. It's tough. Not even saying a way to like, oh, I'm gonna fill my arsenal on demand. Like, that's not even probably good enough to make it into most decks, honestly. But I could see that like a defense react, right? A defense react, unlike Sync or Fate, that says like when you block with this card, load your arsenal. Maybe that's broken. That could be busted. But, you know, adding something like that to more generically protect decks against codex is kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. Okay. This turn, it is a lace. It is a lace on a remorseless. We can't fully block this anyway. We can isolate into leave no, and we can, I guess, E-strike as well. I don't love that. So I think we're probably going to isolate, leave no into black tech, leave no, arsenal, E-strike is most likely what we end up doing here. I'm not even sure that's worth it. Maybe we should have kept this just so that we could leave no witnesses. Well, okay, so if the first leave no witnesses hits, then we can black tech into Enlighten Strike, draw a card. And that'll matter a bit more. Codex of Frailty, specifically, is what we were talking about. Hell yeah, brother. Let's get leave no witnesses go again. Woohoo! Oh, my lord. Speaking of Codex, get out of here, buddy. Get out. The fact that it hasn't hit is kind of unfortunate. Whew, that almost makes me want to play the Leave No Witnesses then, just because I'm looking for that extra silver to buy back Black Tech in this matchup, like, a lot. But it's so bad value to just throw it now. Like, E-Strike draw card feels better. E-Strike draw card is correct, I would say. So let's do that. Okay, and we got an Isolate in Arsenal. We love this. We love this. Dagger into another Leave No? Nah, no way. No way on that play. That is all the bad numbers. Isolate in Arsenal, really good payoff though. We like that. No good turn on this hand. So if we can block out with everything, use a blue to just double dagger off Tunic, that's probably okay. That's probably pretty okay. Oh, nice. We get Frailty Trap going, baby. Let's do it. Frailty Trap. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of the Backstab Frailty here. That's still going to resolve, so it'll still proc. But, you know, Frailty is triggered this turn. Inertia is not the biggest deal. I guess we can just play out the Isolate. Feels a little bad, but we can at least. You would have blocked with Isolate and legs, saved the Sink in Arsenal instead. On that last turn. I don't know, the Isolate did come up big though. It did. Alright, so we don't want this to land for free damage. The fact that we can block it on 2 cards feels pretty good because of the Frailty. So let's just do that. Our Isolate return feels weak. So I guess we do prefer that it was the Isolate here and not the E-Strike. If we'd put the E-Strike in Arsenal, then this turn would have looked a lot worse because we'd be taking the Blood Rot here, basically. Yeah, so we're happier with the isolate. Not a lot of damage, but it's better than the E-Strike was. Was there also a Deadeye on the Red and Ledger? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, there was. Was it actually? Did it have an aim counter though? I didn't think it did. I only saw the dominate icon. Could be wrong on that. I guess it depends what they pitched, because that turn only cost... well, their turn did cost 3. It was Death Dealer Deadeye Red. So I doubt it had an aim counter, actually. Alright. We might fall apart here. Little worried. Little worried. We have swap into Death Touch, or we just have complete off turn into Arsenal Death Touch Tunic. Guess we'll see what we need to do. I like the defense on this hand, though. Defense is good. I'm no longer saying Inertia. Screw that. That didn't work out at all last time. I think we just say the Blood Rot. We just say Le Blood Rot. Because damage matters. Who knew? Who knew, people? Alright, we can go Fate, Frailty, our turn is just Death Touch. We don't mind it. If we block everything, we'd have to commit a piece of equipment as well, and that's just to Arsenal Death Touch for a Tunic on a later turn. Yeah, so I don't think we do that. We'll just block with Frailty, Fate for Scene. Let's see. Another Frailty on top. I don't hate knowing we'll have a bit of defense on the next turn. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. We can keep that there. Maybe I should be sinking for CNCs like every time, though. I could see that. Only taking 4. Damage is pretty even. We really wish we had the black tech buy, but we don't. We really wish this was a CNC, but it's not. I don't know if CNC exists. I haven't seen it. What does that do again? Okay, so now I want to say Blood Rot again, because Inertia did nothing last turn. Frailty I don't really need to say, because I know I'm drawing the Frailty trap anyway, and that's going to give me a bit of splash protection if it matters. If it matters. So I think we do say Blood Rot here. Okay, this is a pretty good hand. If we're allowed to keep all this. If we're allowed to keep all this, I quite like it. They're going to be forced to block because of Flick Knives alone, but then we can punish with Shred off of, like, Spider's Bite Tunic. Pretty nice. And then if they don't block it, we just Arsenal Shred, and if we never have to use it, we have Crown anyway. Okay. Okay, not bad. Not bad. It'd be funny to give double Frailty. The problem is Frailty only triggers if it has Go again, so it's not guaranteed on the Frailty trap anyway, so it would be funny though. It would be funny. But that's why saying Frailty on the Death Touch doesn't feel super impactful overall anyway, because Azalea most of the time is just going +1. Ah, but here we go. Actually would have come up here. Would have come up here. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Oh my god, another Seeking Sword. Calm down, dude. Bolt and Shot still would have Go again, though, because they're buffing it with Seek and Deadeye. So... oh, it's not a Bolt and Shot in the end. What's it going to be? A Drill Shot. I'm terrified. I'm terrified. That actually takes away the Shakedown play, but we at least get to then return the Surgical, I guess. Yeah, this hand's actually pretty flexible. If they take the Shakedown, we still have Surgical as a play. Yeah, so one Frailty only would have basically saved 1 life. Inertia wouldn't have done anything, and Blood Rot is dealing 2, so we did choose the right token. We did do that. Yeah, all we do is Frailty. That's it. Because them discarding is actually helping us play around Seek and Destroy. Funny enough. God, this Tunic is never going to get use, is it? Just absolutely 0 use. This Frailty doesn't even trigger, so it's just a block 3. Still the right block, though, because we want this hand to be live on the Dead-Eyed discard. I'm still happy the Frailty Trap's in there over the 2 blocks. Like, if that was a Cadaverous or Brothers in Arms, I guess technically the Brothers in Arms would have let me do something with the Findall's resource. Because it has not otherwise. But most of the time this is blocking 4 anyway. Same as the Brothers is doing when you pay for it with Tunic. So yeah, that pushes Frailty into the just better than camp. So I think what they're likely to do here is take the Shakedown, and then all I can do is return the Surgical, but they'll just give me an equipment piece. Plus a card. Like, they'll just give Tunic and a card, and feel pretty happy about that. Pretty likely. Opponent is thinking. I mean, that's definitely their best option. And people talk about how good Surgical is. Deadeye is pretty good too. Tell you what. Uzuri players are always like, oh, Surgical is the best hit effect we'll ever get. Oh, wow. I think that is a massive misplay out of them. I will take that any day. I will take this any day. They gave me more damage and disruption in like a harder to block capacity. I like this. I like this a lot. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you gotta let it up to your opponents. Sometimes your opponents just ain't do what they should, do they? Sometimes I ain't do what I should, so it's both ways. It is both ways. For everyone not from the US, that is very bad Southern English for I should not do what I should be doing. I ain't do what I should. Okay, and now I don't even need to burn Flick Knives. Good stuff. Good stuff. They put themselves on this turn. You know, like, they put themselves on the 2-card hand. That was their choice. And we drew into a Codex. Wow. Alright, it's getting there. It's getting there. I'm actually from the Deep South. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I am. But I've left that accent behind. I don't even know if I had that accent, to be fair. It's a crazy thing, though. If you're from New Orleans, you say New Orleans. Like, or you can even say, like, New Orleans. I'm from New Orleans. How about you? And yet everyone who's not from there says New Orleans. And, like, that could not be further from the truth. It is just not New Orleans. It's just not. It's New Orleans. Alright, I can sink below pretty safely. Their turn sucks. It's kind of their fault, though. I think we're just going to sink the sink. That's about all we do. Even if they go over the top with like a Rain Razors, who cares? It's just 2 damage at a point where we don't really mind. Red Isolate? I don't think any of that's really doing it for me. We just wanted a resource card there. I mean, we can pay for everything we want to anyway because of Tunic, but... What about... Norlands? Oh, do you mean like Nolans? No one says that. God, no one says that. I think people say it ironically. If you want to like really be from there, you say that 504. I'm from that 504. That means you're from the city. I have a 504 area code. Okay, let's see. We can make the kind of Tunic play where we go like Dagger, Codex, Tunic, Death Touch, or we just go for like the Spider's Bite into Shakedown. I think that one's better, isn't it? Just going for the Shakedown's better. We'll hold the Tunic. Once again, we'll hold the Tunic for almost no reason. We haven't found anything to do with it. Yeah, okay. Your southern accent is pretty rough. That's not even a southern accent. That's just like a made-up accent. No one from New Orleans speaks like a certain way anyway. It's a very multicultural city. Like, the strongest accent in Louisiana is all upstate. Like, you go to, like, West Monroe. They have a pretty strong one. Like, Baton Rouge is a pretty strong one. But New Orleans is just a melting pot anyway. Pretty cool you're giving the full-time content thing a serious go. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. It's been 3 streams, and so far I think I've made $13. So that hurts. But it's actually okay because we're not in it for the money. We're in it to not go insane and have a good summer. Okay, so they're giving us the play here. They're not running D-Rex from what we know last game and this game. So we can Nerve Scalpel, just let it go. Not a big deal. Are you sure that CNC's in the deck? Nah, it's just not actually at this point. It's just, it isn't. Once again, we should probably choose red every time in this matchup. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no argument for anything else. Like, if you're really scared of Codex, I guess you click yellow. All right, their hand, well, they do have a Codex. Their hand is Reed, Bolton, Codex, Remorseless. So I think if we take the Reed, that feels pretty good. That kind of, it's basically taking away a go-again source from them. They're going to Snaps most likely on this next turn. They're running out of windows to do that. But if they're going to Snaps, they can do that off of even just like the Tunic, Bolton, whatever that is. Or pitch like the Bolton, Remorseless, Snaps, Codex. If we take the Remorseless, they can still just pivot, use the Bolton shot for that. So I think the Reed is just the better take on this. Sure. Stops him from going for a tall Dominate as well. Oh, this is what I'm putting on the bottom. Oh, and we drew a blue Isolate. Okay, let's draw a CNC next hand. I believe it's in the deck. It's not. It's not in the deck. But Shakedowns are good too. Shakedowns are good too. Not using Tunic, I hear, is also a really good strategy. If you just put it to 3 and then never use it all game. I hear that's high value. That's what they tell me. It's off Commanding and Conquering in a different deck. Yeah, pretty much any other deck is giving CNC good use of its time here. Not this deck. This deck is not. CNC's on vacation. Okay, so we know at least one of their cards in hand is the Remorseless, so if we let this hit and they load it, that's pretty good for them, because they can just use that, not worry about using Tunic. If we block it, then they're forced to use Bullseye. I don't think they hate using Bullseye, to be fair. Actually, it's pretty risky for them. If we had another Frailty, which we just don't anyway, we've used all 3, then we could turn off the go again here, which would be pretty serious. Okay, so we should block this out then, make them use the Bullseye now. On our turn, we just swap into a Shakedown again and kind of keep up the pressure. So I think we'll block with an Infect and the Crown and actually sink away the Death Touch then. Look for a better blocking card. That seems fine. Maybe even a CNC. Nope. Doesn't exist. Does not exist. Alright, there goes the Bullseye. Expected. They shoot the Remorseless. We can now... What's more valuable? Us parking a Shakedown in Arsenal Basically means we just need to keep a blue in hand to have the shakedown play where we go Spider's Bite, Tunic, Shakedown, Flick Knives. So I don't mind trying to keep that. If we block with it, we're basically valuing our life a bit higher. We would go to 13, take 1 on our play. So we're looking at going to 12 to have another disruptive turn with them at 8. I think that's a lot safer to just block with it. If we take another 3, we'd be going to 9 on our turn with a Shakedown and Arsenal, and yet we are looking pretty happy to block 3, keep a blue for Shakedown. If they go for Dominates, then it feels pretty dumb to kind of waste an Arsenal on a turn where we were given the choice to block. So I think we take the block then. Plus we know CNCs are coming. CNCs are in the deck. So we should see them relatively soon. Oh, is this another codex? Did they draw into another codex? Is that what happened here? Because this is the codex we saw in hand. If they drew codex off Death Dealer, props to you, opponent. Nice. Good stuff, dude. Good stuff. That might be the turning point. That is like kind of insane. Our Frailty got good value, to be fair. But this is getting crazy now. That's 8 damage. We're now going to 5. We need to keep the disruption though now. Holy moly. Whew, Lord. Excited for your full-time summer. You hope it goes well. Hey, Captive Goat. There you go. We got $5 in the bank. We're living. That's a coffee. Let's go. Actually, I believe text-to-speech is on, so you'll hear your thing in a second.
Hey, excited for your full-time summer. I hope it goes well, and you find plenty of creative outlets. Less than 3.
That's so surreal to hear the text-to-speech on my own stream. That is so cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it a ton. We have a bunch of ideas brewing. There's a big announcement coming tomorrow for coverage stuff, because that's still going on, right? We've got, I think, another Clash Gauntlet underway. I'm really thinking about it. I think that'll be a good use of time. Really fun in kind of the downtime before Dusk Till Dawn. That'd be cool. And then there's the streams like these, where we play decks we find interesting. Which, funny enough, counted Briar that one time. Never thought that would happen. I don't know. Devin, what did I do wrong this game? Actually, I don't think I did. I don't know if I did anything wrong this game. There was the one questionable point where it's like, it could have been Sync and Arsenal or a Isolate. But the Isolate was really good payoff. There was also the point with the E-Strike, where it could have been Leave No Witnesses or E-Strike in Arsenal. Or no, sorry, it never would have been Leave No Witnesses. Where it was either Enlightened Strike in Arsenal or the random draw off of Enlightened Strike. And the random draw was a yellow Isolate, which in theory is good, but we just didn't draw any swaps for like the next 2 turns. But those feel like the only 2 big questionable moments. Otherwise, I'm a bit confused. This game's going awry. Like, it feels way tougher than it should. Maybe it's just the CNC difference. The fact that across all last game and this game, there just hasn't been a single one that has found its way into my hand or graveyard. That kind of feels like an important card, you know? Also, their top deck codex. Yeah, that's pretty true. That's a big deal. Yeah, that's true. I think the first game was definitely misplay heavy. Like, that game, definitely misplay heavy. The first one. There were about like 6 points of life in value that I could have shifted around. But this game, I don't know, man. This game, like, I think we just did what we were supposed to. Hopefully they trip up a little bit because we see them blocking incorrectly here. But this is also, the game only looks close because they gave us that shakedown play. If they had just banished the shakedown on the Deadeye and made us play for the surgical, the game is like over 3 turns ago, you know? Alright, I think, once again, well, we know it's no longer a codex, so they played one, they pitched one, we banished one. So I think we're just scared now of more good reds. So they have a blue Bolton, a Lace, and a Lace. If we're going to fight our way back into this game, obviously it's just not dying to dominates. Not dying to dominates means if we can find room to arsenal a D-React for protection around that, that should feel pretty good. So that puts me at valuing the inertia a bit higher than frailty. So let's get rid of the inertia. Okay. Man, it's like really, really bad though. We're at 4. My god, and this hand sucks. Where is the disruption? Where'd it go? Where's the CNCs, man? Where are they? Oh my word. We've even like sunk 2 times and faded once, you know? Although we didn't sink the fate. We didn't put the fate on the bottom. The isolate and to leave no witnesses, you probably could have just hard cast it and he wouldn't have blocked. But if he does block, the turn stops, right? Like the turn just hard stops because we kept that hand off of the black tech play, right? So that would have changed quite a bit because then we're looking at a turn where we deal like 9 less damage, but they give up 1 card to do that, plus maybe Tunic or 2 cards to do that. So I think that one's harder to like piece together what would have been different. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is at least good. This is at least just a blue Bolton, and they drew into a lace. Well, we're going to full block this one, tell you what. We are going to full block this one. We are going to E-strike for 7, because they need to block that. So that means we need to give up, I guess. Tunic has literally done nothing. Does that mean we give it up, though? Or do we give up Flick Knives? I feel like Tunic is more flexible, but Flick Knives says if you go to 1, you die. That's a toughie. That is actually a toughie. That is tough. Tough, tough. We obviously give up this and the Fate. It's just what equipment piece? Tunic has had no value, but if we're about to throw an E-strike for 7, they need to give at least 1 card. They're going to have no arsenal. Then it's looking pretty likely that we're able to keep at least a 2-card hand on that kind of return. A 2-card hand is likely Spider's Bite into something, right? Like if it's the CNC at that point, a blue into Spider's Bite return is really good. So that's giving a use case for Tunic if we assume we keep a 2-card hand. I think we give up the Flick Knives. I think we do. Why not double D-React? This isn't double D-React. This is a Wither. Yeah, it's a Wither. Unfortunate. I'm going to give up the Flick Knives, I think. Yep. Give me a CNC! We're putting that on the bottom. Come on. You know you want to, game. You know you want to. God, I hate E-strike for 7. Like, if I'm playing E-strike, I want it to be draw a card almost every time. Like, I want it to draw me a card. That is the highest value. And I'm all about value. All about value. Not gonna be this game, though. Alright, they're going to 3, so that's an isolate swap into CNC right there. Just give me... Okay, we found the CNC, no swap, though. God. God. CNC, no swap. Okay, this is still fine. This is what we talked about with keeping Tunic. We can go Spider's Bite CNC. That's still really good, and we can block 7 on this. Come on. Oh, no. We can't Fate Foreseen this, though, can we? Oh, no, that's from Arsenal. Okay, different. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's actually really good hand out of them. I'm worried now. I think I need to Fate Foreseen on this, and there might be a world where my return is actually just Plunder the Poor. I might have to just return Plunder the Poor instead of being able to keep the CNC hand. Huh. Interesting. If all they do is shoot the Remorseless after, I'm going to block with this. Take 2. Go to 2. On my turn, I'm taking 1 to playing out CNC, but hoping that it brings me back into the game to just not lose. Yeah, so we need to keep our options open because If they have a pump here, then we need to block with these and just return the Plunder to the Poor. So we got a Fate now. Codex is a pretty good draw off the top, though. If there's ever like the one card comeback, it is that card. So we're gonna keep that on top. Is it a Rain Razors, folks? Is it a Rain Razors, though? Yeah, I sunk the swap so I could find the CNC, you know? But I actually prefer this. I do prefer the Spider's Bite CNC over the swap, because we do still have Tunic, so it's getting good Tunic value. You could keep the blue, pay to the silver, and draw Codex? Oh my god. Is that genius? Is that actually genius? Staying at 4 here would feel so good. I think that's the genius play. Because we know we have 2 more CNCs. They are coming. They are coming. Oh my god. I never would have thought of that line, Devin. Is that really what we do? Because here's the thing. Like, if we block with this, you know, just accept that we're going to 1, right? Our turn is Spider's Bite into CNC. That's basically saying you need to block or die, for 1. They'll need to block with 2 cards or die. And that's 2 cards still giving up Arsenal. So, does their 2-card hand kill us at 1 is the difference. Does their 2-card hand kill us at 1? That's what I'm questioning. That is a really, really interesting choice. Wow. That is a really interesting choice. I think we're going to go for the Codex. Because let's go for the Codex. Staying at 4 just feels a lot safer. Okay. Man. Okay, so now the question is, do we just slap them with the Death Touch? Probably, right? Leave no witnesses threatening Arsenal is... I mean, they can just like block with 1 card and let it go. They're still at 3 cards. If we come at them with the Death Touch, then they need to give us 2 cards, and it has to be 3 blocks specifically. Or they're just going to die. Yeah, so it should be the Death Touch. Yeah. Okay, wow, that is a really interesting turn there. I love that. Wow, I love that. And it's because we had the Opt on Fate. If we didn't have Opt on Fate, the turn doesn't get as interesting. Very cool. Hey, we use Tunic. Turn 10 and we use Tunic. Hell yeah, brother. Still a use case where Redback Shroud would not have worked, to be fair. Still a use case where Redback Shroud not better than Tunic. Oh, man. Alright, let's check ourselves what we have left here. We have 1 more Codex ourselves. We have 1 more Sync. We have the 2 CNCs. And a whole bunch of Isolates. I think we're getting there. We just need to survive until we can Isolate swap a CNC. And that's a CNC. Honestly, in Arsenal... Yeah, sure. It's fine in Arsenal. It's fine. God. This hand doesn't block well, though. Come on. This hand doesn't block well. It blocks good enough, though, right? It does block well enough. Right? I mean, we're forced to give up a lot. But once again, we take 2 cards out of them, and they don't have an arsenal. So we just do this. We have to. And then return CNC. Yep, only play we got. Only play we got. I think in their position I would have said draw card. But that would get punished by this, to be fair. It also saved me a life from the frailty. Yeah, that's true. Did the Easter egg come from Arsenal? It did. Yeah, it did. Wow, it did. Oh my god. Huge, huge Codex value, actually. Yeah. It came from Arsenal. Dang, dude. Dang. Cool game. Very cool game. They're also running out of gas, right? This is peak flesh and blood. This is the good stuff. Man, look at us. Equipment sacked. One of my weapons missing. You know? Man, that's so cool. Alright, so ideally we want to keep this kind of hand. Because when they double block plunder, we just kill them. Right? So we can block 6 pretty freely. Oh wait, that's not how Shred works actually. I'm stupid. If they block 1 card on plunder, then Shred kills them. Are they going to do that though? I should still Spider's Bite first, right? Yeah, it should just be Spider's Bite into plunder. That's good enough. Arsenal Infect. I mean, I don't know. There's no way that they just let that beat them, right? There's no way they just single block plunder. I'm not going to pretend, right? But let's see. If they double block plunder, my turn is just Arsenal the Infect. They have a 3-card hand. I'll still Shred, I guess, to deal 1 damage and banish the top. They're at 2. Whereas if I Spider's Bite, they don't block that. They go to 2. I plunder the poor. Makes their blocking hopefully a little bit harder. It still deal 1 damage. I don't know. If I go for the plunder, then it's letting me win if they just play poorly, right? It's letting me just win. If they play poorly. So maybe I play Infect. You know, let's start pivoting this. Maybe I play Infect, right? See how they block. And then just Arsenal Plunder. Nah, let's just do this. There's a chance that they just play this wrong. In theory, it should be the same. It's 1 damage. It's 1 damage. But now they have more control over what they want to block with. They would probably block 2 on Infect. Yep, and then I just Arsenal Plunder. I mean, fatiguing their deck is a real win con as well, which is why I think this ends up being fine. Okay, Spider's Bite wouldn't have done anything on their blocks. No, obviously, if this was a yellow or a blue, the turn changes pretty drastically. So I get to lead with spiders. Oh god, please don't just block with Spire. Please. Please. I mean, it's up to them, right? Like, if they want to give me... Okay, there they go. There they go. Yeah. Oh, they're thinking about it. They're thinking about it. I mean, I still Shred. I got an arrow as well. That's kind of a big deal. Do I still just die to some BS dominate, though? They've got the Spire to look for it. Ugh, not like this. I did take an arrow off the top. I did take an arrow off the top. I think I could still very easily lose, though. They just need an arrow. Any arrow, even a blue arrow, does it. They don't seem to love their choices. That bodes well. They pitched a Codex of Frailty, so that could be one of the cards they're looking at. And I think they pitched maybe like a Deadeye. That could be the other card they're looking at. Because they don't seem to enjoy what they saw. And no, they did play all 3 Deadeyes. So it's a Codex and what? Yeah, they seem really not happy with what they're looking at. A Seek and Destroy. Oh, man. Okay, so we won. We won. Oh, my God. The Banish Bolton Shot won. Woo! Oh, God. That was such a good game, opponent. GG's, man. Woo! Great game. That was awesome. I mean, it did come down to some. They made a mistake. They made a huge mistake, and I think we probably did it on the sync as well, as Pat pointed out. So, a couple mistakes. Wow, what a great man! This is good flesh and blood. Shout out, Brian Gottlieb designed a badass hero. Badass hero. Uzuri, pretty damn cool. All right. Let's do a different one. Let's play. What does this matchup look like? I actually have no idea. Rhinar into Uzuri. Hey, good luck. Dang, dude, what a good game. 112 people saw that. Oh, actually, that's kind of sized incorrectly. Let me fix that. It's not sized for this many viewers. What's going on? Shrink that a little bit. There we go. That's fine. That silver play. Okay. Focus. New game. New opponent. Do we respect Rhinar at all? Let's take a look. Nope. Zero respect against our friend Rhinar here. So let's make all the hard choices ourselves. Okay. If it's the high roll Berserk deck, which a lot of people are playing right now, then D-Reacts do absolutely nothing. If it's the slower list, you're actually pretty favored into that, I think, anyway. But then these do carry a lot of weight. Frailty, no matter what, is good enough, because that, on a Blood Rush turn, blocks 5. I think Frailty's pretty good. Pretty good. I think we want at least some semblance of traps to try to turn off Pulping. Humbles won't do anything. These won't do anything. The Brothers in Arms, I have real doubts about that card, you know? Real doubts. I think we're going to cut it and then just go this route. And just run it like that. Really don't know about the Nerve Scalpel stuff, but like taking both of these, there's no way we actually pay for both of them anyway. So normally Rhinar is trying to chump block with their non-attacks though, because that's like the fluff in their hand, because they need to play attacks. So I would actually run this. That's a weird call too. They have way less non-attacks, but the non-attacks are the ones they don't care about blocking with. Let's just play this and Concealed Blade at some point. Easy. There we go. Take Contraband out? I don't think so, actually. The Codex of Frailty is a monster. A monster against Rhinar. I guess it depends how easily they bring back, like, Swing Big, but just their equipment isn't that great. And so if you can just bring back, like, the CNCs, the Leave No Witnesses or whatever, they hate playing into that card. Because they have 2 Battle Worn. They're looking at 2 Battle Worn. So this is the Berserk list. So we sideboarded a little bit incorrectly, but I don't think there's anything we could really have changed. I guess it would have been just run the Humbles, you know, just be a bit more aggressive. So let's keep the blue in case we just pay into these guys the entire turn, and the CNC seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. We should smack their arsenal here pretty handily. Yep. Let's get them started with that Spider's Bite. Okay, so the Spider's Bite actually is a better hedge into the Berserk list because they run almost no non-attacks. So we hedged a little bit in both directions, to be fair. So I think that worked out. Isolate is still really strong here over the Backstab. So I think we'll save Backstab when it's just like a Death Touch or something and use the Isolate on the CNC. Because it's just such a strong hit effect. Oh, did they outplay? So they put Beast Within an Arsenal? I do it all the time. I put Beast Within an Arsenal all the time. I love it. I did that against Charles Dunn, actually. In the top 8 game. At the ProQuest I won. Or RTN that I won. And he was like, cheeky, eh? Like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know how bad CNC Pummel feels. How about I don't? Samuel says Uzuri looks so cool. Hey, well, you can play it yourself in the deck list, or in the description here. There is the deck list made by Azareth Strife in the chat. He's the creator of this list. Really good player. You can see him play in the top 8 at Battlehard in Richmond on this channel as well. We've got him on cam playing Uzuri. So any questions, shoot him over to him and use the deck list. Play some games. There's also another really good like assassin dedicated channel on YouTube, The Plague Hive. They did a stream yesterday that was really interesting. They had Colin and Archon Altars play against each other in a best of 3. Okay, is my opponent here? Oh, Jesus. Oh my, okay, so that was my bad. Sorry. I had to just refresh the page. They did a, like a best of 3. Redline Uzuri versus Contract Uzuri, and it did go to 2-1 in Contract Uzuri's favor. But it was a really cool show match series, and they played against some viewers after. So highly recommend those 2 resources for learning about Uzuri. This is pretty good. We took a Go Again card away from him. Love it. Love it, love it. We have Disruption, named a Disruption. Is now we're looking at just swapping into Shakedown, arseling Death Touch, because we'll have the Tunic Death Touch play the turn it's relevant, because we're going to arsel it now, right? Pretty good. So we can block 7 on this hand. If we're allowed. God, if we're allowed. Okay, that's a good banish. We like that. Against Rhinar, you should say yellow every time, because half the deck is yellow. And if you can hit a Blood Rush, like, you're cooking. That's awesome. Okay, so now we know our turn is just blocking with these anyway. Let's make sure we get the sink below value just in case they do intim again. This is what we want in Arsenal, so we sink, but I don't think we sink because we don't want to hit a 2-block. Yeah, I guess there's no reason to sink because I don't think there's a net benefit in what we're digging for anyway. We kind of have what we want in hand right now. Yeah, seems right. You had your friend discard Beast Within to tear asunder and take 5 damage and die. It's funny. I mean, look, once Rhinar gets more 6s, when Rhinar actually gets quality 6s, the deck is going to be nuts. Rhinar exists in a way where, like, the deck should be insane. But consistency is just not there. It's just not... Like, look at all these cards you have to run. This card, I mean, it can be good. Its ceiling is really high, but it can also suck like you wouldn't believe. This card sucks. This card sucks. This card's good. This card, trash. This card sucks. This card, entire reason you play the hero. Like, our poor Rhinar has issues, man. Has issues. But I enjoyed him all RTN season. I think he was in a really good spot. Like, he won all the matchups I wanted him to. Dromai, Dash, hold him. It's quite good. Oh, why even... Okay. See, so now we call yellow again. We call yellow on this kind of hand. Because if they're keeping a full hand, it's because there's a good yellow in it. Okay, not quite the case, actually. There's still targets here. So they're really just trying to lead with a pulping. So if we called red, that would have stumped everything. They could just have their value card in Arsenal as well. So let's take away the card that's slightly more damage, I think. Or actually, no, let's take away the Intim card. Just because we kind of know our turn wants to block. That's 1 more damage, but that's an Intim that could, in theory, deal 3. Let's take this. Let's take it. For a long time, you were working on a Monarch First Ed Master set. Somehow the card you had the hardest time getting was the blue Smash with Big Tree. Every time you bought some, they just got lost in the mail or never showed up. You know, funny enough, I also had a really tough time getting foil Monarch cards. I think most people trashed them because they curled so bad. Like, so bad. I tried to find yellow Graveling Growls, and it took way too long. Way too long. And that card's, like, actually playable. It's not even fringe. Like, Jesus, blue Smash with Big Tree. Okay, so we enjoy Frailty just because it could turn off whatever this is, and it does trigger this turn. We like playing Frailty on this. We also don't mind Isolate Swap into CNC, block with Cadaverous on another attack, if they don't play this out. Manson has a lot of experience with stuff being lost in the mail, I hear. Damn, dude, that roast was so good. I'm out. Peace, bro. Too real, dude. I hate... Something is wrong with me and FedEx. They hate me. They're after me. I don't even know what they're after. They're after my sanity. I don't even have money. Okay. Frailty, huge value. Look at how bad that turn was. They kept 4 cards for 11 damage. Okay, so what does that mean for us? That means for us, we can just block 5, Tunic, Death Touch, Arsenal, CNC, and we like that turn a lot. It's a sad day when Uzuri is a better rate than a Brute. They're through 1 Blood Rush, and we're not sub-life. That is pretty fortunate. FedEx is just the worst. Now, that I've heard from multiple people, too. There's a lot of FedEx hate. I think Saint Hung, he made this incredible like deep dive video on just how the internals of FedEx were just built to screw people like him. Like, there's so many loopholes in the way that they like sell insurance and stuff on expensive packages that he lost like hundreds of $1,000s in the mail and legally could only reclaim like $100 or something. It was awful. Okay, we just go for damage. We just go for damage, I think. Unless we think it's a Blood Rush turn. Nope. Damage. Oh, it's a Berserk turn. Here we go. Let's kick it off. They Skullhorn. Do they draw? Do they Skullhorn draw? Or does it whiff? Let's see it, babe. Oh, it's a Beast Within. Wow, they're really going to draw this turn. Here it comes. All right. This is looking pretty good for them, actually. And they intimed a card that's useless for us. Useless. It's a good start. It's a very good start. But what else does it turn into? You assume they probably have like 1 blue, yellows, the Alpha Rampage. Okay. Do they really crack beaten trackers on this? I don't think there's any way. Oh, they do. Okay, so they're assuming the Berserk is going to hit. Berserk drew a Wild Ride. Okay, so if that's a yellow, they can play for 1 more and maybe get the Mandible Claw through. So I guess we'll see. Well, I mean, there's no reason to crown now. It'll get Intim, so we might crown on the next attack. If it's a Wild Ride, and then we know that they can claw after, because they don't want to Arsenal a yellow or something, we can crown just for block, which is pretty right in this matchup. Okay, they gained 1 resource on Barkbone. I mean, they're going all in. Like, this is their big turn, and we're not dead. Okay, wow, they hit a Beast Within again. They hit a Beast Within again. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good out of them there. So now if we really just want to try to deny all the subsequent damage, we should crown, get this in hand, just block with it, because otherwise our hand... I mean, our hand's going to refill the arsenal anyway, so yeah, let's do this. We're just hoping there's not 1 more Intim. If there is 1 more Intim, definitely feels bad. But it could also just be Claw Claw end the turn. Yep, there we go. Alright. Nice. Okay, I mean, that was their big turn. They blew everything, and we are 6 life up. They even hit on every Berserk, and that was double Beast Within. That was double Beast Within. On a Berserk turn. With them triggering everything. Okay. I'm pretty interested now in getting this card out of Arsenal, because they obviously wanted it over trading it for a Claw. So I think if I isolate Leave No Witnesses, just Wither, like that's pretty high value. Just because they wanted this card. They wanted it. Let's do it. I think I took 11. I mean, to be fair, we did do it correctly. We played around like when to take damage correctly. Not everyone does that into Rhinar. We banished double red, so we're going to look to break black tech pretty soon. That was in... Savage Feast was in Arsenal? Oh, they should have used the Savage Feast to convert then. Because they don't have beaten trackers anymore, so the Savage Feast in Arsenal isn't really a good playline anymore. Okay, so we'll just E-Strike for 7. Not the biggest deal. We'll just block the 6. It's going to be very hard for them to... deal enough damage, I think, to really get out of some of the disruptive loops. If we get, like, another 2 good turns of disruption, there's likely not a good point where they can really keep a Blood Rush hand again. So it could be, like, right now. Like, this is kind of the Blood Rush hand that we're a little scared of. Like, we don't have a D-React in Arsenal, so if it's right now, this is a problem. If it's right now. Oh, double Codex is weird. Nope, their turn is instead just really bad. Oh my god, poor guy. Poor guy. Okay, so we just block what we can. I think we're likely going to try to break that on a Wither and then just go into Codex. We're going to Spider's Bite into Wither, try to break it on Wither, and then Codex is our play. We have Tunic so we can get the Death Touch out of it. Should be pretty good. This plays a little well into if that's a Blood Rush turn as well. Oh yeah, okay. It's just good stuff across the board. Alright, we get Death Touch. Yeah, we do want Death Touch, right? Just because damage is real right now. They have double Frailty, so if it's a Blood Rush, like, we're really fine with that anyway. Oh man, this is... I feel bad, Rhinar. I'm sorry, like... I love you, Rhinar, but sometimes the deck just doesn't work. Yeah. And we drew a Shred right when they're starting to get into must-block range as well. And they discarded a Blood Rush. Okay. I'm sorry, opponent. I am sorry. It is looking pretty over, friend. Let's just do this. We isolate into Death Touch. We even have a Shred for it when they try to block. We can buy the silver back. Alright, this game is like pretty cookie cutter, not gonna lie. I feel like I'm not really outplaying. The game is just the game right now. Yeah. Alright. Apologies, opponent. GG's. Just Rhinar thing's not quite panning out, eh? Alright, let's update the win-loss. We're at 3-1 with Uzuri so far. Oh, you know what? Since the Windows bar, like, froze, it's not actually 11:11. You see that? It is 1:49, so we got like about probably 2 more hours. Let's play against Viserai and see what it's like to not have an auto loss. I'm pretty sure this is a bad matchup still, though. Oh, okay. We're not getting that game anyway. No, hold him. Please. Someone in the chat said they wanted to play, actually, so Blastoise, if you're here, let's go for it. Oh, another Azalea. Okay, we can get more reps in this matchup. Let's do it again. I enjoyed this. This matchup felt really good. And we didn't have our blowout draw, and we still won, so if we can have another kind of, maybe, you know, more fair draw sequence where we get our good cards, that'd feel kind of cool to see what that's like. Maybe the fact that we're at 61 means something. Maybe that's where not seeing the CNCs comes in, you know? We were 1 card too diluted. Do we need to be at 61? I don't think we ever do. Let's just cut the Concealed Blade, I guess. Or actually, no. Maybe cut a Backstab? I don't think Backstab's super relevant in this matchup. They still both block 3. Concealed Blade, I think, is a bit cheekier off like a random Ponder or something. Yeah, let's do that. We liked Nerve and Spiders. It felt fine. The last Azalea didn't run D-Reacts, but if they do, right, we do definitely want that. They're letting us go first, and we have a CNC. Beautiful. It is the Sandscour list as well. Okay, so we could have added more cards and probably felt pretty fine with that, but I think we're still okay, because this list wants to block, and we can punish that. Let's prioritize getting a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal, and just holding a Command & Conquer in hand. Should feel pretty fine. So we can cycle these. Arsenal, Fate Foreseen. It's a pretty good turn, I think. The one way they can kind of cheese this is if they load the quiver right now. They get free value, which they might do, but we would have kind of had to hold the whole hand for that. And that's a little risky because if we drew another red, we really... No, we wouldn't hate that. We'd have the swap, right? We would have the swap. Okay. A Sandscour list. This is the good stuff. I've played against the Sandscour list only a handful of times on Talishar, but it was enough to prepare me for when I played it at the RTN that I won. That was my round 1. Very good Canadian player on Sandscour. And very tight game, Rhinar versus that deck, but just kind of knowing the limitations of that list where it doesn't ever really go wide and it only has so many go tall turns, I was able to win pretty handily in the end. It was a grind. Like it was a very strange game. Very slow, and I think I only played 1 Blood Rush, and then I eventually won that game. It's a cool game. It's a cool game. Oh, didn't expect that. And then I played it round 1 as well at the Pittsburgh Brawl, and I did beat that one as well. So I think Rhinar is probably pretty decent into it then, from my experience. Or maybe it's just the fact that they are hoping to prey on inexperience, and I just knew what the deck was doing. Okay, so moving on. We were under no threat, so we can just go Dagger, Dagger, CNC. Should feel pretty fine. Yep. Dagger, Dagger, CNC. We kind of wanted to block, though. I wouldn't mind getting this in Arsenal. Spider's Bite should do tons of work in this matchup. We should really prioritize swinging Spider's Bite, because this list does block quite well. They want to on a lot of turns, actually. Okay, yeah, this feels great. We got equipment out of them already, and it basically cost us nothing. It didn't cost us life. You know, they just passed this turn into us. Feel pretty good. Wow, 2 equipment pieces? I don't know about that. Slow down a second, buddy. You played against this list round 2. It was my round 1 opponent, and he played Dreadbore against you, and you won at like 15. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that guy. Oh, dang, that means you lost your round 1, Devin? What the hell? I think this is a better play. They're giving up Arsenal, but otherwise it costs them so much. 2 cards and 1 to 2 equipment pieces. Just don't do it, right? Just don't do it. Give me the Arsenal. There's a Seek and Destroy. I do like that. Okay, so the Codex, in theory, if we ponder, I want to draw the Plunder off of it. In theory. You lost to Aiden from 3 floating on Switch Dash. Interesting. I feel like that's a good matchup for Uzuri, though. Oh, no, but he likely goes items into you, right? And then how do you beat the items? That's fair. Maybe you start running Smashing Good Time, right? You could Smashing Good Time on an Isolate and just, like, make it land that way. Huh. Have I tried Contract Fatigue Milzery? Yeah, I have a stream that was all about, like, a fatigue strat. Wait, is the... If this was put in your arsenal face up, okay, which it was from Azalea's ability, so I can't actually Fate Foreseen on it. Man, that is annoying. This whole hand kind of sucks, actually. Do I let the Seek and Destroy eat my fate? I don't really want it. I don't really want to let that happen, you know? I'm kind of feeling the crown right now. It's a little greedy, but it's not like they had a good turn, right? So... yeah, like I kind of really want to do that. Feels pretty dumb, I think. But I'm a value gamer, you know? Really into the high value plays. Ideally, this sinks into a blue. And then we can sink one of the reds here. I can't Fate Foreseen. I can't play defense reactions from Arsenal to the Remorseless. Because it was put in Arsenal face up from Azalea's ability. Which I think most people forget that text, actually. If you shoot Remorseless face down, like as your only card in Arsenal, you Tunic shoot Remorseless, you can defend. Because it's contextual. If it was put in your Arsenal face up, it gains defense reactions, can't be played. Oh, God. All right, bad news bears. Okay, this is fine. This is all we wanted. We wanted some kind of swap card. We're absolutely fine with this. Because now we can go dagger into swap into extraction, and that's good enough for me. Good enough for me. I mean, terrible turn rate-wise, but we're not losing any cards to Seek and Destroy in a matchup that's pretty fatiguey. We got the Spider's Bite through, and we're only going to take like 2 damage to do it. Ooh, man. Okay, we like this a lot. A lot. They did get 1 ping value with the Widowmaker, but I mean, this is a win in all other accounts. Okay, let's take Codex, shall we? Screw that card. Well, okay, I say that, but yeah, it has to be Codex, right? They're gonna have Tunic up, so they're actually not that resource light. They know that they have a Widowmaker on top, so they can at least Spire, get the Widowmaker in from Sandscour, opt with the Read the Glide Path to try to find an Azalea arrow, dump the Fletcher Redtail on it. So they actually have a pretty good turn if we leave them to it with this hand. But Codex right now makes it a little bit better because they would just like guaranteed get the red and stuff. Oh, Widow's banished from Surgical. Oh, thank you. That's a great point. So they don't know what's on top anymore. They don't know what's on top anymore. So I'm a little bit more inclined then to actually pull the Spire sniping, funny enough. Because I think they're going to need to pitch the Codex of Frailty to get their turn off. Is that dumb? Is that like super stupid? It gives me silver, which is going to be worthwhile in like a grindy game like this. I think they just have a really good cost curve if I leave the blue. Whereas they're almost forced to pitch Codex of Frailty. Or be card inefficient. I'm going to do it. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. If you leave them with Codex, they can read Tunic, Fletch, Codex. But then, what do they get? There's no 0-cost arrow. That's my point. The only arrows they have are the red and the Remorseless. Yeah, so I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Aiden's smile beats me most of the time, no matter what he plays. Aiden is actually really cool. I've only spent like quality time with Sam more than anybody. That's not true. Sam and Jacob, we all went drinking at Indianapolis. That was super fun. Punkage, you were there. That was sick. That was a good night. But I haven't spent that kind of time with Aiden, funny enough. He's the one I fangirl over the most. The man's editing skills are insane. I feel like I have so much to learn. Yeah, see, so he doesn't actually get the buff here, Punkage. You see this? He's got to pitch weirdly for it. So I think I'm very happy with that. I mean, I'm just going to get a CNC back. CNC back on a Tunic turn, and he doesn't have Perch Grapplers up. That's pretty good. Like, that's got to be pretty good, right? Although I don't have a blue to make it good. But still, getting a CNC back should feel great. So, although my turn is probably just leave no witnesses then. Because that's a 1-card 4 rather than needing to spend 2-card 5. They chose a Remorseless, so it's just raw damage. Yeah, so I'm just going to block with these 2 yellows anyway. Just play leave no witnesses. It's still hard for them. They don't have equipment, right? Oh, they swapped into Battering Bolt. What on earth, opponent? What? Wait, they knew that was there, though. So was that on purpose? I mean, they wasted the buff. They knew that was there. So that must have been on purpose. So they're saying that they're happy to give up Arsenal. Well, okay, so now I can shred, though. I can leave no witnesses. I can Spider's Bite. Oh, Spider's Bite doesn't do anything. So I can isolate, swap, and leave no witnesses, shred. Oh my god. that's pretty good. If it was CNC, nuts. It's not. Still pretty good though, because I can target this, get it right out. It has an aim counter. Screw it. Get it out of here. High value card. I still shred for damage, right? Yeah, there's no reason not to. Yeah, let's get rid of the battering bolts. Okay. We're off of Frailty, so now we can look for a blue keep into Spider's Bite CNC. That's gonna be nuts. Off that alone, we're pretty happy to block 9 right now. Highest priority arsenal is a Plunder the Poor, but we don't even really need it. They're gonna take our blue, actually, on this Deadeye. So we might as well block with it then. Yeah, they take our blue. Well, I mean, we can, like, give them the chance to punt, right? We can give them the chance to punt. And not take the blue. But they should take the blue. So if that's the case, I think we give them the Infect. They take the blue. And then we just E-Strike 7. Seems okay. But yeah, we'll give them the chance to, like, misplay, right? We should. They take the blue, though, every time. Yo, what's up, Mr. PMA? Long time no see, my friend. You could have used legs to attack then with CNC. That is a great point, because I still have the shred, right? So it would hit, I black tech, then pay into the CNC. They're really screwed if they lost a card in hand. They'd have to give me 2 more if they want to protect Arsenal. Huh. I mean, the hand they ended up keeping isn't that scary, though. So I wonder the real value there. I'd be losing a life, right? So I should probably have just thrown this at a block at some point anyway. But I'd be losing my arsenal and a blocking card here, plus the 3 damage I dealt on the shred, to take another 2 cards away from them, and they probably just go, like, arsenal pass, and then I have a fresh 4, and my fresh 4 wasn't that good. Interesting. Yeah, would have played out different. I think I'm fine, though, having kept the CNC. Oh! Opponent. It's changing things. They changed their mind. Yep. They always take the blue. That is just correct, though. Now we E-Strike 7. We're up on damage by a decent margin. We can buy back our black tech, so we've got 2 blocks sitting there. We have a CNC, and they can't really affect our arsenal in a way that matters. Like, if they seek and destroy, we'll just play out the CNC, right? So, I think we're good. I think we like where we're at. You've been busy because you did a draft, RTN at your store. First pod you went 2-1, and then you threw the second pod by choosing Riptide when you should have chosen Azalea. Was that really a difference maker? Come on. Come on. Be real. I love going Riptide. I would choose Riptide any day over Azalea, but that is me. That is me. Okay, so that's not dominated, so I think we just give the hand. Right, like, just deny the card value. We just give the hand. And I mean, do we have to give the hand? I don't think we have to, actually. They can't double Arsenal off of that. So they're going to get 2 Ponders just for 1 Arsenal, and then we have a CNC we could throw at it. So the difference there is we would give them 6 just to throw back our CNC. Arsenal is sink below. That's pretty high value. Getting a sink in Arsenal, but then we're also denying the card now, which is about 3-ish value, but we're putting them in a position to, like, make weird plays. I think we give them the Ponder, actually. I think I'm fine with that. Fine with that. And it's pretty telegraphed that we're gonna have the CNC here, but it's still like a bad choice for them. It's not like them knowing we have a CNC is a big deal. They weren't going to block the spiders anyway. Yeah. This just helps get through their deck a bit as well. Like, if this hits, then, you know, it took a card from deck in the end. Or if they block it because they really like this, then it took 3 cards from deck. That's pretty good. I think this is just likely a really bad matchup for the Azalea player. Like, I don't quite see how they get around this. They're not fast enough or threatening enough to really disrupt our disruption. Okay, toxicity. Wow, there's a world where they get double arrow here and actually swap in the arrow, but we do have the sync to play around it. That's nice. They did put top. Oh, I mean, they made a good play. This is a good play, but we did play around it with the sync. So rewarded there. I do like that choice. I like that choice a lot. Our turn is likely spiders into isolate, shakedown, arsenal, infect. So we can block, maybe not even arsenal infect. We could black tech the infect. So let's block the 5 with sync now. No need to sync. We like the hand. That's pretty big deal. Sync below, pretty big deal there. You'll never forget the agony of seeing 2 game-winning top deck sedation shots when playing Riptide. Okay, that's fair. That's some nightmare fuel right there. Okay. I think, yeah, I mean, they're not blocking this. So do we want to throw the infect? They don't have a clean block on it because spiders is still going to be active. So I think we'll do it. I think it's just damage. It's not the strongest arsenal anyway. Let's take another... Nope. Blue, yellow. Should I have said blue, actually? Blue's the more consistent hit every time, isn't it? Yeah, actually, against this deck, I think I should say blue, though, every time. It's different than versus normal Azalea. Oh well. We know their hand is now Codex, Bolton, Knock, Deadeye. That's okay. I mean, the damage is there. We landed it. We are going to buy this back next turn. Just undo and choose blue. I like that. It's a good idea. And then I'd only have to deal with the Twitter rant. Right? I'd only have to deal with that. I played against Mansant, and he's a serial undo button clicker. He's an undo Andy. Oh, no, that's a Twitch term. Yellow wouldn't have been a bad choice either. Yeah. Well, I think in this match, like, you should just choose... If we were really scared of, like, a game-losing position, then it's probably, like, Codex that does that to us. But we are very high on life, so I didn't consider it enough as, like, that being the worst-case scenario. But I think the safest bet, anyway, is just saying blue into this matchup. Also, funny enough, because we saw the hand, and we knew there's a Codex in it, cracking the black tech for infect... We didn't need to play the infect at that point. We could have just cracked black tech, say it's fine, arsenal infect, just to play around the Codex a little bit. But I don't mind that they're just giving us back CNC time and time again. Like, this isn't awful. I'll take it. You know? I'll take it. It still should be 2 cards from them pretty much every time. Yeah, I mean, we put him in a similar position as last time with Deadeye. Like, no discard is really gonna matter, because we're just gonna CNC. So I guess, ideally, we'd rather save the surgical or isolate in deck. So we'll give him the... or we could also just say no block, right? We could say no block, because... If they take the surgical, then we just pitch shred, arsenal, isolate, which is really good. If they say isolate, then we just pitch shred, arsenal, surgical, but then they know we have surgical, but what can they really do about that, right? If they take shred, I mean, that's best case. I think I'm fine to say no blocks, more than anything. No blocks is fine. You're gonna go tweet about it. Nah, SSG is still mostly reds. Is that... I mean, that is fair, right? Like, for the deck to deal damage, it's off the reds. It's off, like, the pumps, more than anything. So, to call red isn't necessarily wrong. It's maybe less likely by where we're at in the deck. I could have, like, counted reds, maybe, and hedged a bit differently. But, yeah, overall, maybe it is right to still call red, because their damage is going to come from, you know, the stacking of these hit effects into the dominate, or the pumps, rather, into the dominate. Okay, so now we're just going to arsenal the surging. I mean, is it the same deal? What if we just throw the surging? They likely give us Tunic and a card. Or 2 cards. Whereas CNC is still 2 cards. And they can't give us Tunic. Yes, CNC is still fine. Let's do this. Still fine. Still fine. Other than the draft, you haven't been devoting as much time into Flesh and Blood, but you'll be giving your Ultim deck one last facelift for tomorrow. How dare you? If there's one thing I'm looking forward to in the month of June, is that, at least in my area, people have already put away Ultim. Everyone locally is already letting him rest. Putting the old man back to sleep. What'd they block with? That was a pre-med and barbed. Okay, we love to see them block with that stuff, right? It's good. Standard is like half red, quarter yellow, quarter blue. Okay, well, ratio-wise then, red makes sense across the board. Maybe that's just a situation you don't think too much about. It's just like, you know, minor unlucky. Red is right, but it just wasn't in that hand. Which in a way bodes well regardless. Like if they don't have the red, it's not as bad a turn that you have to worry about coming out of them. I think the real mistake on that turn potentially was then playing the Infect at all. But I liked them giving us the CNC back, because our hand didn't have anything otherwise, other than like the surgical, I guess. So maybe we did play it right in the end. Once again, they've got Dominate coming in. This is going to be for double Blood Rot. We're still so high on life, it doesn't really matter. They know it's a surgical, but now we can actually Concealed Blade over the top. So if they try to give us Tunic, that's kind of cute. So I think we give them Shakedown, Arsenal Death Touch. Should feel pretty good. This seems decent, I think. Just double checking. Yeah, because there's no Deadeye on this. Yep, should be good. Alright, we'll do... Can I surgical shakedown this turn? It would have been, say, no blocks, right? And then shakedown, black tech it into surgical. Yeah, I could have done that. It just would have been block on black tech, take an extra 2 damage. Oh yeah, that's definitely worth it then. But they are on their last legs. That's definitely worth it. Take 2 more damage to unlock that line. Yeah, that is better. That is much better. I just like Concealed Blade, alright? I just like it. They're gonna do the thing. They're gonna block with Tunic. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, punish. Alright, so now we can Flick Knives. We're gonna just throw the Nerve Scalpel. We're gonna Concealed Blade. We get an extra 2 free damage out of this. Look at it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Now we get to choose what we banish. Pretty nuts. Okay, so in theory, their ideal 2-card hand is being able to pitch the knock into this, or no, play read first, look for an arrow, knock, load the arrow, shoot the arrow. That's their ideal 2-card then. So Spire is useless. So I think in that case then we just take the read. The read gets the most damage out of their hand. Pretty sure. And now let's equip. We do have 2 Nerve Scalpels, so even though it's kind of like buggy, we do have a second Nerve Scalpel legitimately in the list. I don't think that's relevant though. Let's take the Orbitoclast instead, which is in the sideboard. It's a real card. Real card in the sideboard. This play is like left up to a bit more variance, right? They kind of get like 3 looks at swapping in an arrow. If they swap it in there, oh, it's a Codex. Oh, that's actually a pretty big deal. They probably get the, can they even take Battering Bolt? They can't. Yeah. Okay, no, this didn't matter then at all. We're totally fine. We can sink. And this hand can just be, I guess, E-Strike go again. Death Touch. We don't even need the blue, in theory. So what would we look for? I guess if we find like a shred, we can lead with Plunder. Shred it. Black Tech. Pitch Death Touch. So we can sink the backstab, we just don't need the blue, right? Yeah. Isolate. Not better. Do I just ignore playing Death Touch then this turn and just go E-Strike Plunder? And that's kind of fine. E-Strike Plunder is 9. They have to give a card. Whereas this is 10, in theory 11, but we lose our arsenal. I think let's just do the E-Strike play. We're very healthy. I don't know why I'm stressing so much about this. We're very fine. You might have taken the knock there. I think the problem with me, in my head, the problem with taking knock is he still just keeps like, it's a very similar line where he just goes for read first to look at top and then pitches Spire in the hopes of getting the Sand Scour. I guess he only gets 2 chances to do it that way, whereas leaving him with the knock, let him instead load the Spire, which is, well, that's still 2 chances. That's still 2 chances. So it's kind of the same, but Spire is more info and lets him swap into the Codex instead of just an arrow. Yeah, so it actually should have been knock. Yep, that's true. Should have been knock. I can't dagger. I'm under frailty. Well, I mean, I can dagger. No point, though. No point, though. They say no blocks. I can kill them with flick knives. I don't think they meant to do that. Okay, GG's, opponent. GG's. Alright, that was a good game. I like that one. I like that one a lot. We're 4-1 with Uzuri. Man, I should stop playing Levia. You notice how the win rate is like so much better if I don't play Levia? Woo! Lord. Alright, what is this? If it's an ultim, I don't want to play it, unfortunately. Competitive CC. Nope, it's still not working. I'll say it then. No old him, please. Briar got Earth? That's a different conversation. Okay. Okay, funny enough, Riptide destroys Uzuri. Like, this is a very bad matchup for Uzuri. Like, truly. Truly, truly. So, to win this would be something else. I think this is one of the matchups where you take double Nerve Scalpel and pray. Depending on the kind of Riptide, you probably still just run everything. You like, yeah, you can just run the whole thing. Like, I think the aggro list isn't really dealing enough damage for you to die from adding all these, like, random 2 blocks to your list. It's possible, though. Maybe you don't need the Remembrance specifically. Yeah, I don't think I need the Remembrance. Because I still have weapons when they don't. And I don't want to draw that non-block. So let's try it this way. See what happens. They're running 68, 72 total to our 70. Rough. We can cheat through damage, in theory, with the Isolate Death Touch. The problem with attacking at all is that if they have the trap, we're giving them a free 5-card hand. And triggering who knows what. Right, the Isolate swap into Death Touch. So I think the safer play is just don't attack at all on turn 1 into Riptide. That is just the better play. But they're on the Death Dealer list. What does that really tell us? It's more aggressive. They still run enough traps though. That getting a reload off a trap means it's like a go again card. Yeah, so we definitely don't attack then. That's a little too good. That is a little too good. They're not likely to play a lot of Dominates. In case it's a Remorseless, let's just Arsenal the Death Touch actually. Get that queued up and ready. All right, we're gonna try to play this matchup right. Remembrance does get back the CNCs. Oh, hey, come on, man. We're running 3 Wreck Havocs. Who needs CNC? Who needs 1 Remembrance to get back 3 CNCs where you could just run 3 Wreck Havocs? Come on. Okay. So this is a 0 cost. Otherwise, what are they doing? Right? 0 cost is likely some 0 for 4 hit effect. So we want to use those there. But that's all that's going to happen. So we can Fate now on one of these, Sync the next. And then our turn is just Isolate Humble. Okay, seems fine. Seems fine. Okay, they Trench actually. Okay. Now it gets more interesting. So they are going to try to shoot the Remorseless then. I still don't think we super care. We still want to just block well. So let's just Fate. We might see something that we want to swap into with Sync anyway. Blue Isolate. Does it matter? Yeah, I guess we'll send it to the bottom, sure. And then just keep this Isolate Humble. Just 2-card 6. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to take 1 extra damage from the Remorseless. So I guess we could block with Black Tech if we really wanted, but there's going to be other hit effects that matter. 1 extra damage on the Remorseless isn't the biggest deal, because they were kind of inefficient with this hand to do it. Right, their 4-card hand dealt 10. In theory, 11. Because of the 1 extra ping. That's not very good. I think we're fine. That Riptide's username is Fire. Definitely not a pummel. I played against this person before. I forget what they were on. But yeah, I've seen the username around quite a bit. Play with you, says Handy. Yeah, we've got, let's see, we're trying to go to like around 4-ish. So we got about another hour and a half of the stream. If it's worth it. I mean, I've been stopping the streams at around like 3:30 the past days because there's like that, there's that point where you're like, man, I played 5 hours of Flesh and Blood. That's a lot. I'm not quite feeling it today. Uzuri is very interesting. I think that's going to be the trick. Like, play the decks that really make you think. Really make you think. My backup is that if Flesh and Blood really starts getting boring, I'll become a Slay the Spire streamer. I haven't played that game in so long. I went back and started playing it yesterday when I wasn't feeling too well. And God, like, that game is so good. I'm really bad at it, but it's so good. We'll just become a Slay the Spire streamer, I guess, as a backup. Isolate, Wreck Havoc seems pretty nice. We do also just have our, like, Death Touch play lines. We can just pitch a blue into Nerve Scalpel Death Touch, seems pretty good. Since they can't load, they're likely only shooting 2 things this turn. So we do want full block value, so we can go ahead block here. Just in case their next attack is tall, we could block here, Tunic for the Death Touch. That's still a fine turn. Are you too late? What's up, Sam? No, you're not too late. We should be going for like another hour and a half. Feeling good. It's funny, I prepped my breakfast. We got some granola, honey, yogurt, and I was supposed to eat it like 5 hours ago, and it's there untouched. I talk too much, apparently. Never thought I'd have this problem. Okay, so now we can kind of just give the hand. I think that's fine. Just give the hand Tunic Death Touch. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. That's a random draw off the Death Dealer in hand. Or maybe it's not. It could be the Lace. Yeah, so a little punished then by the block on Ravenous. I guess that makes sense. They were going to draw off Death Dealer, so their next attack was likely to be tall. Even without the reload, they can get any of like the scout buffs, the premeditates. Yeah, so the block on Ravenous was just wrong. We still have a turn though, which is one of the reasons we kind of played it that way. Is we have backups. But it does feel bad to spend 3 cards blocking 2. But this is like the highest value play you can get. 1 card Death Touch? Come on. You have like 850 hours on Slay the Spire. Game's amazing. I had no idea they had a 4th character out. And so I spent all day yesterday just spamming the Watcher. She is so fun. So fun. My favorite was the Ironclad before that, but Watcher is, I think, my new favorite. It is a really nuanced hero. I tried everything. Every single build you could. And, yeah, my favorites were just, like, honestly, very basic. Just, like, swapping in and out of Wrath and Calm. You pick all the ones that say, like, exit your stance. Those are good. Okay, Bloodrot most likely makes them eat a damage every time, or 2 damage every time. They don't have a lot of blues. Frailty probably blocks like 1 to 2 damage. If it blocks 2, then it's same rate as Bloodrot. I don't think it's likely for it to block 2 necessarily, but they do have a card in Arsenal. Inertia, honestly useless. Let's just do Bloodrot. I think Frailty is only better against Lexi, because you know it gets 3 value. 2 value is good enough. Silent is your favorite? I'm really bad at the Silent. Like, really bad. It's my least favorite. I always try to go for, like, poison builds with the Silent. It's probably the mistake, you know? Where can you find the contract Uzuri deck list that got DQ'd? Yeah, so let's find that for you. It's on YouTube, actually. They did a deck tech. So if we type in Alan Lube. Oops. Yeah, this guy, I think. Yeah. They did a deck tech about it. I can link that to you. Okay. Enlightened Strike. Well, we're looking at 2 different procs of pre-med. It's kind of annoying. No super clean blocks on it either, so I think we just have to let him get the pre-med through. We want to block the 5 on the infecting shot more than anything. Sync in Black Tech is good. That's good enough to block the 5 there. So we're just going to take the 8 on the E-Strike. No point. No point given the hand on this turn. Oh, nice. Oh, collapsing trap to the bottom. All right, let's take note. 62 cards. I can't pull up the calculator on the computer because it's messed up. Well, let's do it. 62 divided by 4 is about 15 and a half hands until we see collapsing trap. So we're looking at, like, with their ponders and the death dealers, let's say 12 turns. So we're looking at collapsing trap by, like, turn 15, 16 is my guess. Nope. Let's remember that. 15, 16, collapsing trap. Okay, let's do this with sync. The turn is just going to be shakedown. So I guess it doesn't hurt to sync then. None of these are great in Arsenal. I guess this is fine in Arsenal, drawing into CNC. So maybe we're fine with this in Arsenal. Yeah, I think we're fine. We're fine. Le backstab. Backstab's so good. Especially when you actually are running like the full Wreck Havocs in this list. So that's super dirty. I mean, if you take D-Rex into Uzuri. Not only is there already the baked-in CNC punish, but I mean, if a deck is really trying to do that to beat Uzuri, Wreck Havoc on the back of Backstab is almost better. No, it's not, but we can pretend. Nothing's as good as CNC. It is a good card. And I don't think the Riptides, they don't run the if you activate a reaction, right? Like, they don't really run that because it's not relevant into any other hero. So you do have, you get some room there because they're not teching specifically into Azuri, at least not yet. Okay, their hand is Pitfall, Bolt and Shot, Pre-Med, Death Touch. So my gut instinct is just deny the buff. The buffs are always the scariest, honestly. Because that's where the free reload comes from. Like, they don't have a way to just load the Death Touch, even if that's out of Arsenal, right? Like, that doesn't load the Death Touch for them. So let's take the Pre-Med. Let's take the Pre-Med. Say bye-bye. That is now 2 Pre-Meds gone. It's one of their better cards. Nice. Are you allowed to track what turn number it is on paper? No, but there are little tricks around that. I've seen other people do it, and it makes me uncomfortable because I'm not going to, like, call them on it. But there are some people that, like, whenever they take notes, they'll, like, draw a line whenever it's a new turn. Like, you know, this was this turn cycle, this was this turn cycle. And I think technically that's legal because it helps keep track of the game state. It actually does. So, like, some people will draw a line or they'll, like, put a dot so that they know, like, where, like, what turn cycle it was. I think it would get really fishy if, like, you're referencing that and counting it. Like, oh, you know, oh, it's turn 8. Here we go. But people do that, and I've never seen anyone get in trouble for it. I don't do that. Honestly, I could. Probably help my win rate. Not gonna lie. Okay, so we know that they pitched the Pitfall Trap. They've got a Death Touch that they really want to reload off of Bolt and Shot. So we don't want to let this hit. For us to block it is to give Wither an Infect, basically, and then we backstab one of these in. That seems okay by me. Seems very okay by me. Because once again, we will be going, by the time we arsenal one of these, we'll be going into our Tunic 3 on the next. So as long as we keep a blue, we can dagger into Tunic one of these guys. So I'm kind of feeling the punish on Wreck Havoc. Like, I'm kind of feeling that it's a defense reaction, which might not be true. They're blocking 5? Dude, why? Just don't at that point. So if they show me the Death Touch here, then is that not the Death Touch in Arsenal? That changes things, you know? Oh, okay. Okay. Or give me 3 cards for my 1. I'll take that. I'll take that too. That is fine by me. We'll Arsenal the Wreck Havoc. Okay, so it was the Death Touch in Arsenal. So now they're making it a 2-card 6, which is much more reasonable. That's everyone else's rate, you know? This is the blue that we were talking about wanting to keep. The problem with blocking out the Death Touch in full means we're giving up Shakedown and Backstab, which are pretty good cards. We also don't have a Codex yet for Contraband to do anything. Man, that's rough. The 2-block here hurts. But I don't think there's a world where I really give him the Death Touch value. There's just no reason. There's just no reason. So we'll just do this into Wreck Havoc, I guess. Right, there's nothing Contraband could put back. It says non-attack, which there are 0 of. Yeah, unfortunate. So it's just vanilla. So I guess if we're looking at just vanilla use cases, which effect would I rather save for later? I think Wreck Havoc has real use when it's swapped in by Backstab, but because it's an Arsenal, I actually don't really get that play anymore. So I think I'm fine getting rid of the Wreck Havoc then. Because it's only really good if you're swapping it. So we'll use this one as the vanilla. Try to get the Codex value out of Cadaverous. It's 11 a.m. Thought you were on East. I am. No, my computer is bugged. It's very annoying actually. I can't click on like the Windows bar down here. Nothing works. You see this? I can't press the Windows key. Nothing. So it's stuck. I can't get out of it. I need to restart my computer after this. But it also means the time is frozen at 11. 11:11, lucky number, I guess. Make a wish, right? Unlucky for my computer. I'm just glad it didn't brick and crash. Instead, it's letting us keep on. Wow. Okay. How is the I swear I wasn't lying when I said this matchup was supposed to be bad for Uzuri. I don't quite know like why it's not going that way though. Maybe the list is just the list isn't reactive enough. Like it's trying to just deal damage. It's trying to just be a damage-based ranger, which is just worse than Lexi, right? Like this kind of deck is just worse than Lexi. Pretty sure. I haven't really seen any teched out traps yet, because one of the things that David was doing, the guy who won the RTN with Riptide, is he really would put in at least like 2 playsets of relevant traps for the matchup. So it could just be a draw sequence thing. Haven't seen him. But yeah, there's been like almost no interaction out of the Riptide. Which is, I mean, hey, it's good for me. Okay, the problem with Cadaverous Contraband in Arsenal is that it means I have to have blocked with the Codex, because how else would I have played it, right? So maybe this means we give up Crown, because this card does just suck. Something I didn't consider, honestly. Maybe we give up Crown. But it doesn't need to be this turn, because our turn can just be CNC on the Codex here. Brothers kind of sucks, though. That's the case. Either way, no blocks on the Sikkim. Nothing relevant on that. You can use Task Manager to reset the Windows Explorer. Yeah, but, you know, it's honestly not that big a deal, and we're live on stream anyway, so in the off chance that something is a little bit more bricky and everything crashes, if I try to open Task Manager, which has happened before, based off real experiences. You know, if I try to like Control-Alt-Delete, my computer might just blue screen, which would suck. So let's just not do that. No. Let's just not. Okay, so now the plan changes. Now the plan changes. Giving up the Crown isn't the worst here. It's extra value because we're denying the Death Touch hit effect and kind of getting out of this being hit by Frailty. Huh. That means my turn is just... Like, I really want my turn to be the CNC, though. Yeah, like, I want this to be what I play out. And these freaking 2 blocks, dude. These 2 blocks. Well, if we, like, really want to hard pivot and just not waste the Crown, we could also just block 8 here. Codex out the Contraband. Oh, that sounds awful, though, because it's just 5. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's bad. Nah, I really want to play the CNC here. To the point where I think I just eat the damage. I think that's where we're at. The only other thing to do is, like... I mean, he's pretty low already, so, you know, give up Tunic, right? I don't know about that. Definitely not give up Flick Knives. So it'd be giving up these. Just for the Death Touch hit effect. I don't think it's relevant enough. We have the room. We have the room. Let's just take it. Zero. I'm saying I want to play the CNC, not play the Codex. I want to play the CNC. Funny enough, if they give us inertia, I don't mind that. I was just saying that. Like, the Contraband isn't that good here. Like, I kind of prefer the inertia over a Blood Rot. Because the Cadaverous was going to be really awkward with the Crown anyway. We've only seen 3 of our 9 D-Reacts. Bodes well. They trench, but also give us cards. That also feels pretty good. So that means the inertia didn't really buy them much tempo because they blocked, right? So now they're going to reset our arsenal, but they're on a 2-card hand with like no upside. Okay, well, never mind. Codex is a pretty big deal. Codex is a pretty big deal on a 2-card hand like that because they can get the trench interaction that they just did. Okay, I see you. Pretty good. We can get CNC again, though. The hand is Death Touch, Isolate, another Cadaverous, Isolate. They grabbed a Death Touch, so we can just block 6 on that. Ah, but then what's my hand, right? So, funny enough, I think I have to get my own Death Touch here, because that's the only play I'll have. I'm going to block 6 with the Isolates. And then I'll pitch my Cadaverous into my Death Touch and arsenal my next Death Touch in prep for my Tunic on 3. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, but we're discarding as well. Would that have changed anything? Yeah, so I should have gotten a 0 cost then. What 0 cost did I have that was really good there? Pretty much nothing. I guess it would have been Infect. Like, we haven't seen a Leave No Witnesses, but that would have been, I think, fine. Let's just find our own Codex of Frailty, shall we? Those cards are pretty good, I hear. Pretty good cards, I hear. I don't think I really had a different choice. It really would have been just throw Infect, reset, Death Touch, and like that's my turn. Infect comes in for 2, but I know I'd have a Death Touch off Tunic next turn. I mean, that is a big deal. That is a big deal. Across the 2 cards, it's way higher value than the play I made just now. But if they keep blocking, like, I'm fine with that too, right? Because it's the same deal. Like, they got me off Arsenal, but they didn't buy themselves a good turn here. And now we have our own Codex. Okay. And we can Codex Death Touch pretty easily. Yep. These cards are all higher value on the block here, unfortunately. We want our life so that we can actually make good pivots off of like what a Codex turn buys us, especially when they have no arsenal. So yeah, let's do this. Give them the 8. Codex into Death Touch. This doesn't feel like such a bad matchup. I'm not gonna lie. This is like, I feel like I have a lot of room to make the right choice turn after turn. If I'm making the right choice. I could be punting. I could. I feel like I'm doing everything right. Tunic. The first questionable part, though, was taking double Nerve Scalpel. I think you kind of have to make that hedge, but it's not working out, is it? But we are up on fatigue, even though our opponent was higher on cards than us. This is kind of just how it works. They don't have a weapon to fall back on ever. So if we can ever get them in a similar spot, we just win off of the weapons themselves. You know, the one thing I don't enjoy about streaming on YouTube is you can't really use good music because then everything gets flagged for copyright and either taken down and you get striked against you, or, okay, yeah, we flick knives here. This is pretty good. Or they just get demonetized, which most time I actually really don't care about demonetization. Almost all my videos are demonetized because I'll just use whatever. But for the full-time Fab Summer, I do need to keep the ads on. I do have to care about it. Because even like a tiny trickle on these videos is nice. I think they generate maybe like $6 a stream. It's really bad. But we gotta keep them on. Okay, now at this point they are so low, let's just give them the Blood Rot. Move on with our life. This is a royalty-free playlist is the thing. but I still don't enjoy it. It's like a little too slow. Like, I want to play music someone watching the stream could sing to. I'm not going to sing for you, but that's where it falls apart. Okay, so Isolate CNC doesn't do much. Isolate Shakedown, pretty darn strong. We could even use the E-Strike for damage at this point in the game, because we're kind of there. So I think we'll just let the Remorseless hit us. We have the life buffer. We'll save the equipment for later. Should be okay. We know Collapsing isn't coming. So this is a play you can make because we know Collapsing isn't there. Collapsing is coming on like turn 16 is what we calculated. So otherwise leading with E-Strike here could feel awful. Actually, I still wonder, what is our better follow-up attack? If they try to load something, if they try to load one of their traps, like Pitfall or something, then CNC would feel insanely good. Like nuts. Nuts, nuts. That's kind of dirty. I'm like a little intrigued by making that play, but it would mean they'd need to have 2 traps right now. Which is likely. They haven't seen too many yet. They played 1 tar trap. They pitched one of the pitfalls, 2 of the tripwires. They do have a lot of traps in the deck. Let's not make the cute play. No cute play. No cute play. Because they could also... does Boulder Trap work on this? Or Tar Pit Trap? Yeah, because if they Tar Pit Trap this, then there's no hit effect on CNC anyway. Oh, no hit effect, but the text is still there. Yeah, I think it was better for CNC then. Better for CNC, not Shakedown. Yep. Get me to Discord and you'll sing for the stream. I like that. We could do a stream where all I do is sing show tunes. Sweeney Todd. Yeah, okay, so actually it always should have been the CNC just for the Isolate alone, because now if they have any trap, they get the block here, and that feels pretty bad. I mean, we do have Flick Knives, I guess. Yeah, the double Flick Knives, pretty good. They did have the Pitfall, no way to load it though. Oh, poor opponent. This is rough. Nothing's really coming together here. Boba Trap? Am I slurring that hard? I probably am. I have not eaten anything today. I had half a glass of coffee, and then my breakfast is staring at me with the corner of my eye. Can't help it, dude. Flesh and blood. I'm in that mindset. I think Nathan does this too from the card guys, where whenever I play an event, I really try to not eat. Actually, I feel like eating slows me down, like a lot. Oh man, what pitch? Let's do 2. So I'll play an event on basically an empty stomach, like a nice coffee, maybe like a quick bite in the morning. Something small though. Small, small, small. And then just nothing for the rest of the day. It can't be the right move, basically ever, but it's what I do. I really feel like I play better. If I eat, then like, I'm just mentally not with it. What on earth? They shuffled with Quiver. I'm getting screwed. They shuffled with Quiver. We were playing around this. Oh no, the blowout. It's not that bad. It sucks though, but it's not that bad. Jeez, dude. Oh, not like this. This is fine. We can infect Shred. Maybe win the game. We did everything right. Everything. I mean, as the Riptide, like, what on earth do you do? I think with any deck almost, like, if this is your situation, you're at 3. The Uzuri's coming in with a base 3 anyway, with a card in hand. It's like nightmare fuel, right? It's just nightmare fuel. We should probably win off this anyway, though, because we're gonna get the Blood Rot through, and they'll be at 2, and then we'll win with it, I think. Oh yeah. So unless that's a blue, it is game. Okay. I don't know. Thought it was a terrible matchup. I'm just not quite seeing what the Riptide actually has to beat this version of Uzuri. This like mid-range Uzuri feels really good. Into this. GG's, yeah. They say gonna run Dreadbore into every Uzuri they see now. Is that really what made the difference? I mean, what would it have stopped? Dreadbore says no defense reactions from hand. So I think in this entire game though, we only played 2 from hand. One of these sinks was from Arsenal because we put it there on turn 1. I think, or maybe that's mistaken. Well, we would have put it there on turn 1 if they had Dreadbore. But I think one of these, regardless, was definitely from Arsenal. So with one play change, if they had Dreadbore, this goes in Arsenal. One was in Arsenal anyway. And then, like, it just would have been a change to how we played, like, one Fate for Scene. This got discarded off Collapsing. We didn't even play it. Yeah, I don't think that's better. And it's only on arrows? Oh, wow. Yeah, it's only on arrows? I don't think that changes this match at all. I don't think it does. I think this deck in particular is... It's just built... It's built right for this matchup. If you're like a pure redline Uzuri, I could see this matchup hurting a bit worse. Especially if they're running like the hamstring shot. Like even Remorseless feels a lot worse when you're trying to go wide with like Ravenous and stuff. But a defensive mid-range deck... Yeah, this feels pretty good. Okay. Update the win-loss. 5-1. My God, we're doing it. We're doing it. What game did we even lose? Oh, the Azalea game with the misplays. Yeah. That was a good one. That was a good one. Oh, that's not the right link. All right. Probably just one more game. And who wanted to play? Who was it in the chat? I forget. It was our friend who's going to Singapore. What was your name? Handy. Handy, if you're in the chat, yes, I will send you the deck link. Don't play Oldhim, please. That is the one thing. All right, this is... Did I do it right? I set it to private. Is that all you need to do? Can you click on this? Let me know if you can click on that. You're playing Lexi? Okay, cool. We'll try to get that in. See that matchup. That's supposedly one of the reasons to want to play Uzuri, right? She is quite good into Lexi. She gets a lot of value on her isolate swaps with CNC. She gets tons of value on the frailty. Even Humble can be pretty good. I guess we're not running it though. That's interesting. Okay, hold up. Who made this matchup tab? Who made this matchup tab? There's no way this is the Lexi board. Dude, what is going on? I need to copy the link from the bottom left icon. Oh, copy invite link. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that should be right. Game join. Yep. All right, Humble should be in. Frailties absolutely should be in. What does that put us at? 65? 65. What are we taking out to kind of make up for that? Likely, I mean, the Brothers can't be right. The Cadaverous can't be right. Why are the Wreck Havocs in the list? This is assuming Oldhim is already gone, and it's trying to play a little bit more to fix the Dromai matchup. So there's a little bit extra poppers in the Wreck Havocs that combo pretty well with like a package that works alongside CNC anyway with the backstabs. So it's just like the little bit of merging in synergy there. You're running CNC, you're trying to abuse it anyway. So Wreck Havoc fills that slot a little bit too. But you could easily swap that, right? Like that can be Erase Face if you hate Viserai like I do. If you deeply hate that hero, you should probably play Erase Face. Cut the red backstabs, that makes sense. And we're at 60 right now. Okay. I'm going to assume that's what we run. They don't run traps into us, so Spider's Bite Orbitoclast seems correct. Could run Amnesia if you hate Katsu. That's a good one. That's a good one too. You could run Down and Dirty if you really hate Dromai. The key is there's real flexibility. Okay. Into Lexi, eh? I'm pretty sure we go second. Because if we go first, they likely load anyway, and unless we like actually drew Isolate CNC, we can't really punish that. But if we go first, that lets us try to get like a trap in arsenal, prepare a little bit. I think we still go second though. I think we go second. It's gotta be. It's not like we have no blocks. What's the call? I think it's second. Disruption is a big deal into Lexi. A big deal. I'm pretty sure it's second. Okay, submit. Let's go. Down and Dirty is also good into other rangers and assassins. Pull it back when they codex and you can still block. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a huge play as well. Oh, Amnesia can take away Herald from the name, so the new Luminaris can't give it go again. Huge. Now that's cool. Now that's cool. We drew into CNC. This is fantastic. We have the CNC swap going second. If they don't attack us, I mean, this hand is like really ideal. We just go CNC swap, Arsenal, Fate for Scene. They do attack us again. So they are going to attack us here. So no reason to give 2 cards on the Searing specifically, so I guess we'll just Fate for Scene and get a little bit of Opt going as well for whatever's on top of the deck. Leave No Witnesses is a pretty good card. If we can go CNC swap into Arsenal, Leave No Witnesses, that would feel fantastic. I think we'll leave that there. Okay. Okay, so now there's a choice. If we want to be damage efficient, we actually have room to lead with a Spider's Bite into CNC. Which I think is like, I mean, that's pretty devastating in and of itself. Spider's Bite into CNC. There's no way they block that. So I think we actually do need the 1 extra damage in this matchup. It's probably a good matchup, but it's still likely to be tight just because if we ever give Lexi breathing room, she really runs away with the game. She can do so much off of an uninterrupted hand. So I am going to actually play for the Spider's Bite first into the CNC. It should still be a lose-lose for the Lexi, honestly. It's not like they were going to... They're probably never blocking the CNC anyway. They just let it happen. Especially knowing that we have more disruption in the Leave No Witnesses in Arsenal. If they do give us 3 cards, then our turn is like very likely to just, you know, pay for at least Double Dagger into Leave No Witnesses. Which should be really tough for them to block as well. Yep, so they give it to us. I think that's right. It's Heat Seeker. Love to see that card go. Get the hell out of here. You busted ass card. Another CNC. Okay, so ideally our turn becomes Leave No Witnesses into Arsenal CNC. Look for our Tunic play next turn. So we're free to block with all these. We've got 9 block in hand on their 3 of a kind that only shoots 2 arrows. It feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Only 3. The reload is a big enough deal that I do care about it, so we are going to block. The reload is what could unlock a 3 Lexi, a 3 arrow turn. So we will block that. Hopefully this means it's just 2 arrows then. Hamstring shot. Alright, we have the perfect 6 to block that as well, so we do it. We do it. That's 1 3 of a kind down. Drawing into a sink. Okay, I don't actually think we want the sink next hand, funny enough. We know we're going to Arsenal the CNC, so our perfect draw is just literally a blue. A sink could help us find a blue if there isn't a blue in the hand, and it still blocks 4. Okay, never mind. It's a first cycle game, actually. We're keeping the sink on top. What am I saying? Now we just Leave No Witnesses. This is still just awful for them to block. They don't run D-Reacts. So it's either give me the Arsenal or give me 2 cards every time. I think they just give the Arsenal. Or 2... Okay, I will take that. This card's incredibly terrifying. To see it gone is great. They normally only run 1, and a pre-med gone as well. I will take that. I will take that. I will take that. Into Arsenal CNC. I mean, this is like... oh my god. Into another CNC? I mean, this is the good stuff. This is the good stuff. They are running a second Lightning Surge, though. So it's still only probably a 2-arrow turn, to be fair. Where do we want to block on this turn? Their second arrow being either like a hamstring or an endless arrow is the big punish. So we can try to be cute, block this just to save life, but that really leaves us open to getting blown out on the third attack, being something more relevant. I definitely don't want to block with the CNC this turn, so we are keeping these 2 cards. So we have 7 block to work with. If we put 5 here, then when they come in for 5 on the Endless, potentially, if we block Infect Crown, like that does do it. If they come in for 6, because it's a hamstring, we get a little screwed. I don't think we block this one then. I think we're fine. Let it go. Let it go. 6 damage though. Gross. It is a hamstring shot. Alright, we enjoy what we did then. We like our play. No need to sink anything. We have what we want. This card's going to block 3. We don't want to draw into a 2-block. That would just be worst case. They can't Codex because they're under 3 of a kind. They could bullseye into something. If that's what happens, obviously we pivot our game plan really hard and just block with the hand. I don't think they'd do it though. Their turn is likely over. Yep. Okay, so now we go for our CNC play. Let's let them see the one in Arsenal so that they get a little annoyed that we then set up a new one. Man, this is back to back. This is nuts. I think this is probably like one of the better draws you can get, right? Like, look at this. CNC, into Leave No, into CNC, into Arsenal CNC. That's crazy. Hamstring should have been for 6. Okay, we had the play for that then. It just would have been block on Crown instead. Flesh and CNC. Yep, it's good stuff. We hit a Codex. Dang, we'll take that. Oh, my poor friend, Mr. Handy, who's going to Singapore. He's not going to be happy with this last CNC in Arsenal. No, sir. Would have saved the spiders swing 1. Yeah, okay, yeah, so that's the other option. Just let it hit, and we just play the CNC out flat. No spiders. I think the spider spite hitting is what makes it scary, though, because with 3 of a kind, not likely that they have it, right, because they just played 2 of them. But if all you're doing is a CNC for 6, then if they block 2 and then go into a 3... Okay, so I've seen all 3 CNCs. My opponent has seen all 3 of a kinds by turn 4, okay? So we're equalizing things, thank God, because otherwise this would be just such a blowout. It's not even close. Whew, Lord. Yeah, so we are happy we spiders bite. Spiders bit there, because if we didn't, then the CNC is just a 2-card block, and they cover it. Oh my God, dude, 3 of a kind, 3 of them. We don't even have a hand we really want to keep for the CNC. No tunic up, so keeping a blue to shoot it. I mean, that's okay. That's just okay. If we fall back, our next best hand is just a 2-card 8 where we go Plunder, Black Tech, Plunder. That's pretty juicy. That is pretty juicy. Plunder, Black Tech, Plunder. I do like that. I do like that a lot. That's assuming we get away with only blocking 6 on this turn, which we should probably put here because it's in theory blocking 7. Drill Shot is going to deal 6 damage right now. God damn, dude. Drill Shot dealing 6 damage. Nuts. I don't think, like... The game's not short enough for us to, like, really commit Flick right now, though, but it feels really bad to let this be 6 damage. To let that be 6 damage. What it really means is I'm giving up a blue there, and then infecting shots coming in, and I'm giving this and still taking 2. Now, so with the way it works out for our blocks across the turn, We do just have to let it deal 6 damage. Oh, so gross. I hate drill shot, man. Why can't it just say piercing 1 if there's an aim counter? Deal 1 to equip. Like, what's going on there? Oh. This I did not expect. This I did not expect. Okay. Well, we are very appreciative, opponent, of that being your turn. I guess you did see all 3 of a kinds, but not all of them were that good. I think that's fair. It's 6 damage because it takes away 2 block. Oh, we still block with 1, so it's only 5 damage, but it's taking away like the immediate block 2 on this. So if it was like a battle-worn piece, then it's a true deal 6 because it takes away 2 life. But this does still block for 1. Okay. Plunder. Let's do it. We got silver number 1. Let's get silver number 2. Or 3. Oh, baby. All right, black text in the game. That was a 2-card 8. That feels really good. Feels really, really, really good. We have a turn that's likely CNC into Arsenal Codex. We have a Frailty as well. Okay, we're back. We're back. Wow, okay. This is the Lexi problem, right? Like, they just see power card after power card after power card. And we took away a Codex. It would have been 3 of a kind, 3 of a kind, Codex, 3 of a kind is what we'd be playing against. In 4 turns. Every turn would have had a power card. Into turn 5 having a Rain Razors. Luckily, we were able to interact with the Codex, but my god, this is why other decks just fall apart against Lexi. I mean, what do you do? What do you do if you can't actually interact with that? It's a nightmare. Okay, so now we actually have an option. Do we want Frailty in Arsenal instead of the Codex? And we just go Codex, pitch Codex for CNC, block 6 here, park Frailty in Arsenal for the bolt and shot plays. And like, that's a huge blowout on our side. If we can Frailty on a bolt and shot, that is massive. We did just take away a red. We haven't seen any others played, so it's very likely Frailty comes up for that use case. But it means we're giving up playing a Codex at Frailty this game, which I don't think is right. Like, we need to win the value game, right? So I guess we do have to use Frailty now. If we're using Frailty now, then this actually becomes 3 block if we combo it, because it's gonna, you know, eat the blood rot. Yeah, it blocks 3 right now. I think it's got to be right. This blocking 3. Do we even want to sync anything? We have the room to, I guess, but if this draws into like a 2 block, then what happens? I don't think I'm going to trigger the crown. There's too many 2 blocks in the deck. And there is one more attack coming. So, nope. No trigger. Oh my god, another Rain Razors. Well, the crown block looks stupid then. Crown did nothing. Crown blocked 1. Oh god, that looks beyond stupid. But at least double Rain Razors is gone. At least double Rain Razors is gone. Now they have their own Codex. We might have to pivot and just play CNC anyway on this hand. Block with these. Depends what they get. They probably get an infecting shot, right? There's no endless arrow yet, yeah. Come on, dude. You can't be too sad. Look at what you played, buddy. Look at what you played. Can't be too sad. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, now things change. I think we just let this hit now. We can still pay for the CNC with the blue shred here. We're eating an extra 5 damage, but we're going to tuck Codex in Arsenal. This is actually not so bad. This is really not so bad. It worked out. Frailty Trap did get 5 value. We are going to buy back Black Tech. We are going to play a CNC, albeit just for 5. It's still a 2-card block, though. Still a 2-card block. Okay, they gave us another Bolton shot. That's 2 red Bolton shots down. We get our own Codex and Arsenal now. So, God, Lexi has seen so many good cards. I'm actually, like, I can't believe the life is where it's at. They've seen double Rain, double Codex, triple 3 of a kind. They have 2 good cards left in their deck. 1 more Codex, 1 more Frailty. 2 good cards left. 2 good cards left. Okay, so we're about to have Tunic up. So for us, we really need to block the Heatseeker then, because Heatseeker is going to give him a free arsenal, which we don't want to just... Well, I mean, is it the worst? We give him a free arsenal. They do still have to discard. They could get a little stuck. No, because they're going to get Lightning Surge. So they don't get stuck on arsenal that way. Yeah, it's actually a really good card to play around Codex. They just park this off of our own Codex. So I guess it becomes we try to keep the blue to do the Spider's Bite Codex CNC play ourselves. That way, sure, they keep the Lightning Surge or whatever it is, but they'll have to make that decision before they see our Codex. Well, no, they'll see us put CNC. Never mind. I take it all back. They'll have full info. They'll make a better choice. It probably still is Lightning Surge, though, for that being their arsenal. But that's only if we let the Heatseeker hit. So if we don't let the Heatseeker hit, we're blocking 5 there. We're blocking 4 here. I'm like a little sick and tired of... Wait, did they load the Heatseeker this turn? No, they didn't. That was loaded face up. So yeah, we'll only be for 5. So we can block the 5 on it. Man, screw Drill Shot. Let's get you out of here. Watch it be another Rain Razors. Last card in hand. Whoa. We can absolutely play through that, though, because Codex is free. So we can pay into that, like, immediately. What cost curve are we looking for, though? We're really looking for Spider's Bite into this, which is now costing us 5 resources, which we... I mean, we do have 5 resources, though, right? Yeah, I think this is fine. Or wait, do we want a Codex? I mean, if we just backstab into Death Touch, that's good, right? Or not backstab, isolate. If we just isolate into Death Touch, that's good enough. We don't need to force the Codex, right? We can get our Frailty off that way. Codex next turn. Like, I'm really scared of giving him that card. But then we CNC on top of it? Is that good enough? Is that good enough? Oh, that's another really tough call, I think. Yeah, we could also Black Tech into Codex. That's a good point. I think let's go for that then. Let's go for like the actual blowout. It wouldn't be Codex CNC, but it would be Codex Death Touch. Yeah. Yeah, double Death Touch is better, I think. Let's do this. This is like a nuts value turn, actually, especially since they took a bad turn to play Arctic, hoping that we didn't have the blue. Okay, so now that we know we're going to double Death Touch, they're likely to block the second one if they know their turn is already over. So I think we'll just load up on the Blood Rots then. The Blood Rot first, maybe Frailty second. Should feel pretty good. Because there's a chance then on the second one we maybe go Inertia instead. I think it depends what they get out of Arsenal. So maybe the first one should be Frailty. But that incentivizes them to just take the off turn. Alright, no. First one's Blood Rot. First one is Blood Rot. We get Death Touch again. Man, this is some crazy good value here. This is good value. Okay. Okay, well. They already have one frailty. We could give them another frailty. What did they pick from? They chose Lightning Surge. Yeah, so now we give them another frailty. Because they've committed to actually playing this turn, right? They've committed to playing the game. So now we give them another frailty and basically say, you do nothing. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Oh my god, Shakedown an Arsenal. Let's go. You think Leave No Witnesses is better than the Death Touch? Throw a dagger and give Blood Rot? That'd put him at 5. The Blood Rot would then tick them to 1. That's actually a really good play as well. Okay, that's actually a really good point. Throw a dagger, second Blood Rot puts them at 1. They die to the second Flick Knives. Yeah, that's better. That is actually better. Better than denying them this turn, it's basically saying you need to answer the Blood Rot or you lose anyway, and I'm at 20, so like what does your hand do? Yeah, I like that. I like that. Oh well. We'll still get there. I don't fear it too much. Endless Arrow for 5, so we can just give up this, deny it pretty easily. We'll just isolate and Flick Knives. Do I want to give him the Ponder? I mean, I guess it's fine. Yeah, I guess it's fine. They'll still have to... yeah, I don't want to... Yeah. Yep. They can't really draw a 3 of a kind again, so I think I'm fine giving them the Ponder here. They'll still have to block, which will slow them down quite a bit. Yeah, I didn't count the damage, thinking about the second Death Touch. Didn't count, like, our damage. I was counting more so what our opponent was showing. But at that point, the damage really did come out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting all of a sudden Uzuri to have a turn that dealt that much. But it really would have. It would have been a 16 damage turn out of nowhere, 17 on the flick. Now we don't even need to use the Flick Knives here. They're on a 3-card hand, no possibility of a 3 of a kind. I think we're pretty darn set. Drew into our own codex. No Frailty Trap to really shut things down. Yep, we can let this hit pretty much every time. Doesn't matter. They shoot Fatigue Shot. It's only for 5. So we can go for a Death Touch again. Yeah, that is what we want to do, right? Just Codex. It gets us so far ahead, and we're already really ahead. Yep. Yep, that should be fine. Unfortunate. 1 Tunic off. This game, Tunic got a lot of use. Those other games against Azalea, like nothing. Nothing going. It really is all thanks to Death Touch. How expensive are those full art Death Touches from the Calling package? Because I'm pretty sure you only got 1 from... Oh, you know what? I should have thrown Orbitoclast, honestly. That's fine. I should have thrown Orbitoclast. Rip. Need to get better about that. Need to get better about that. They're like 100 plus? Oh, that's... Oof, yikes. That's rough. I think, personally, if I could just get stamped Death Touches, that'd be cool too. I think I have 1 or 2 from the Pro Tour. That'd be my ideal. They used 3 different stamps of the Pro Tour. I don't know why, but they had 3 different ones across 2 days. So a red Death Touch stamped with each different one, that's, to me, that's max rarity. That's cool stuff. Yeah, it absolutely should have been Orbitoclast on the Spider's Bite. Like 100%. 100%. Oh well. 90 on the Flesh and Blood marketplace. That's more reasonable. I was thinking they're probably like 80-ish, like double the price of a normal Armory promo. Would make sense. Oh, they're giving me a codex here. Yeah, see, Orbitoclast would have absolutely done it. Rip, it should have been Flick on Spider's Bite. We gotta learn those things. Gotta learn those things. Lucky for us, they're in Isolate kill range anyway, so it's not like we can really throw. But it is sad to suck. I'm sucking. Fate. Okay, most damage we have is using Tunic, Spider's Bite into Infect into E-Strike, or E-Strike I guess into Infect. That's the most we got. We do just want to throw the entire hand on damage. No reason to go for the Arsenal here. We could even throw Orbitoclast at this point, which I think we do. They take this, they go to 1. We flick Orbitoclast on it to put them at 1. Then this comes in for 5 go again. These cards likely now all block for 2 or 1. So they'll need to give 2 cards here, plus maybe equipment. It's really not lethal because they'll eat the charge. They'll eat the Orbitoclast and Spider's Bite charge all on the E-Strike. So it should actually be flick Orbitoclast on the E-Strike, I guess. Spread it out a bit more. Attacked with Orbito, flick Spider. I'm assuming they let Spider's Bite hit, but I guess they might not. You're right, so to guarantee the Spider's Bite hit, it should be Orbito first. Yeah. They're going to sack New Horizon on it. Okay. So then let's flick Orbito now? Do we just hold it again? They go to 2. E-Strike then comes in. Then the Infect. Or maybe we flick the Spider's Bite on the Enlightened Strike instead. I think that's probably better. Yeah, if they ever go to 1, they die anyway. So that's a good point. They wouldn't do that. Our opponent is smart. They're playing in Calling Singapore. Okay. So now if I throw Spider's Bite, they 100% are giving me a card and Tunic. And they're at 2. Which is still, they must block Orbitoclast or die, basically. I think it's still worth it. I'm gonna do it. I think it's very hard to lose this game. Honestly. We're just gonna... There are already mistakes happening, but we were very ahead regardless. And there's a chance we could just win off this. Like if that's a Rain Razors. Nope, it's not. Okay. Well, they couldn't have double Rain Razors anyway. Okay, so we got their Tunic. We got everything out of them. They have 1 card left. They have to block every Orbitoclast or die. We have pretty much everything we need. We have Wither into swap. We just need to draw and isolate. People didn't bring their stamped cards from the first day at the second draft. Well, yeah, but they used 3 different stamps. Was what was interesting. Okay. So now they just die to Wither because I can throw the Orbitoclast. Like day 2 had 2 different stamps. And I'm not sure why. They were both different from day 1 as well. Alright, let's just see if they even block 6. But we can kill them with Flick Knives anyway. GG's. 3 CNC. Pretty funny. Like, I think the only way we had a shot with just the frequency of the power cards was the triple CNC. Like, the fact that we were able to knock out a codex and kind of force one weird 3-of-a-kind turn was just off the back of us seeing all 3 CNC. You know, without that kind of pressure, Lexi would have had kind of the god turn one of those games. Because the 3-of-a-kinds and Rain Razors were so close. They just needed to basically get one of these in sequence. They were very close. So, I mean, that's what you need to do to win with Uzuri. You just have to keep them off of it. But then that's what happens. Like, we were just so ahead. They didn't get their big turn. And then we can trade small hands pretty well. Even though I suck at using flick knives. That was fun. That was fun. Alright, I'm actually feeling quite hungry now. And it is 3:30, so not a 6-hour stream again. We're stuck in that 5.5 hour stage. 5.5 hours. But you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I need to take care of myself, you know. Gotta eat. Probably gonna play some Slay the Spire. You know what it is. So thanks for sticking around, everybody. We went 6-1 with the Uzuri list that's in the description. Pretty good deck, eh? I'm going to go back. I'm going to add timestamps for everyone who tunes in later. And we'll be back at least for a little bit tomorrow. I don't want to stream on top of calling Singapore. So we'll look for the timing there and see what happens. Pat joins the Legal Leviah. Look at that. Pat, you're about to play Leviah in Dusk Till Dawn. Confirmed now. Seems like you need a stream sponsorship from HelloFresh where you can eat and game. We'll see. They reach out to pretty small streamers on Twitch. I don't know if they go out of their way for YouTube. Like, discoverability is weird on YouTube if you don't already have, like, you know, if you're not already in that person's recommendeds, right? 6-1 is top 8. Hell yeah, brother! Alright, time to fly to Singapore. Time to fly to Singapore with this deck. Let's go! I just need to play against 4 Rangers, a Brute, 5 Rangers, and a Brute, and what was the last game? I don't remember. But yeah, just give me that matchup spread, right? Give me that. No Dromize, no Oldhams. Okay, goodbye, everyone. 'Twas fun. See you tomorrow. Woo! Step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slide.